Hello, loves. Hello. Hello, loves. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone having a lovely day? Everyone having a lovely day? It is Tuesday. Tuesday, what is it? Why can't I see? Yeah, Tuesday the 28th. Tuesday the 28th of 2026, if anyone needs to know. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Let's see who we got here. I'm sorry, Sir Bar. Forgive me, Sir Bar. Okay, let's see who we got here. We got a lot to talk about. We got James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. So glad you're here, James Nordoff. As always, thank you, James Nordoff, for being here. James Nordoff, classic. We love having James Nordoff. Gwen is here. Hello, Gwen. Gwen also strong member of the community here. Gwen says, thanks for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe. And if you haven't already, please see the link pinned to the top of the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gwen. Yes, please, guys, if you're on YouTube, please like the stream. That'll help get more people in here, etc. And subscribe, follow if you haven't already. Very much appreciate it. It's a quick little thing you can do. It would help me a bit. Thank you. Mithril says, evening, you wonderful people. Mithril, evening to you. How are you doing, Mithril? You know what? I take it back. Alyssa asked that, and you said, not too bad. Thanks, Alyssa. Okay, I'm glad to hear that, Mithril. So glad you're here. Again, Mithril, of course. Mithril's been here since, like, I don't know, has been here for months upon months upon months. So glad you're here, Mithril. Okay, Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. Already starting off by beating me over the head with a bat. So glad you're here, Matt Saigai. Really, though, I am glad you're here, Matt Saigai. As a matter of fact, Matt Saigai, we might be talking about, for the UK folks out there, we might be talking about the what is it, the Epson case today. I'm curious. I saw you mentioning it, Matt Saigai. So I made a note to look into it during the stream at some point. So if you don't mind, if I forget, please remind me about, because I made a quick note right before I got on to look into that case, that UK case about that assault. Okay. So let's see here. Hello, Alyssa. Alyssa, how are things in Missouri? How are things in Missouri after all those tornadoes? Everyone okay over there, Alyssa? I hope so. Talk to someone if you're there. I hope you're doing well. Anyone who's from Missouri, I hope you're all doing fine. Okay. All right. Mithril, CR is such a child of the 90s, EDM all the way down. In my defense, Mithril, it is an app called Monster Cat, and I can play those songs without getting copyrighted, so I do, okay? So that's why I have it. I do like a lot of them, though, but that's just a weak excuse, Mithril, because I could do other stuff too, I guess. But still, how dare you, Mithril? How dare you? Okay, though I am a child of the 90s, so it makes sense. Anyway, okay. Okay. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Sorry, you guys know I'm always stuffing food in my face. I have a lot of leftover Indian food, so I'm trying to eat Indian food. Um, how are you doing, Mayflower Kid? You doing well? That Mayflower Kid says OMFG, tap the like button. Exactly, Mayflower Kid. OMFG indeed. Okay, tap the like button. Thank you so much, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here. Retro Asher is here. Hello, Retro Asher. How are you doing, Retro Asher? I feel like I haven't talked to you recently, Retro Asher. How are you doing? Everything going well in your life? Okay, Mayflower Kid. Louise. Hello, Louise. How are you doing, Louise? How dare you, Matt Guy? How are you doing, Louise? Everything going well over there? I saw the cookies you posted. I love Nutella. I'm very jealous. Okay. Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. I already said hello to you, Sir Bart. You don't get a second one. Hello, Burnjabi. Hello, Burnjabi. How are you doing, Burnjabi? As always, so glad to see you here. We got Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? Everything going well? Is your schedule changing soon, Dolly Boy? Didn't you say you were going to have to start working at night? I'm just curious. I know I sound like a stalker, but I have a really weird memory for random things about people. Okay. That also sounds stalkery. Whatever. Okay. How dare you, Gwen? I swear to God, Gwen, how dare you say it came too quick? How dare you? Okay. Okay. Not much, Retro Asher. How about you? I'm not much, just, just kind of chugging along. Let's see here. You're right. Hello, LaCroix. Hello, LaCroix. LaCroix, so glad you're here. EDM is really good. I love EDM. I know you're an EDM stan, LaCroix. So very glad you're here. How dare you, man? It's like, I swear to God. Fair, it's either EDM or Oasis and Nickelback. That's true, Mithril. That is true. Okay. Oh, spring cleaning. Lovely. Gotcha, Dolly Boy. Hello, Louise. Okay. We got everyone. It looks like I said hi to everyone. So let's get started. Hi, guys. Hello. Your friendly neighborhood jester here. Now, we have several stories to discuss, and then I struggled to fit. I had such an ADHD morning. I had hell of a time deciding what to actually present on to all of you education wise. So I have like two things, and I might do one of them or both of them, or one of the other or both. I don't know. But I also wanted to. I keep getting tempted because so many of the new people in our community haven't been here since the beginning. There were like some pretty important lessons I did at the very beginning when I started streaming that I would like to do again sometimes, because I shouldn't, because that's not fair to the people who have already seen them. Because I was really bad about clipping them out of the prior streams, and I've gotten better at producing these, doing these segments. But regardless, there is one presentation I might do that I've done before, but a really long time ago, that most of you haven't seen. Okay, about the Rwandan genocide. We'll see if I'm in the mood to do it later. And I would feel bad for the people who have already seen it, but most of you have not seen it. So, like the vast majority. Regardless, okay. And then I can clip it out so that I don't have to do it a third time. Hello, virtual violence. Where have you been? Where have you been? Oh, Retro Asher, I see. Probably feels like, I got you, Retro Asher. Okay, I got you. Okay. Hope everything is doing well with you. Okay. Virtual violence. How have you been, virtual violence? Has been a minute. How's it going in our hell? It's going terrible, virtual violence. Everything is hellish. How's everything going, virtual violence? Everything okay with you? Been busy recently? Hello, Druzilla. How are you, Druzilla? So glad Druzilla's here. Druzilla's here. Druzilla is I love Druzilla. Druzilla's been here for a very long time. Let's put it that way, okay? Druzilla was here when the Vikings were still on launch ships, okay? Virtual violence. I've been conquering Narnia because this place sucks. Oh, are you the Snow Witch, virtual violence, or are you Aslan, the lion? Or are you both? Or are you like, I don't know, a hybrid of both? I don't know. But virtual violence, I don't blame you at all. Okay, I don't blame you at all. All right. Okay. How's everyone doing? So we got a lot to talk about. Only heard we might. Druzilla, do you remember when I presented on the Rwandan genocide previously? Were you here during that? Anyway, regardless, let's get started, guys. We got a lot of stories. I will say, guys, I want to warn you in advance because I spent like 3 hours yesterday going through all the settings on the computer, trying to figure out why the damn thing keeps crashing, why the OBS keeps crashing, and I made some changes, and I don't know if it'll work because it tends to just stop working, like, partway through the stream. So, just a warning in advance, if it does suddenly stop working, stay around, I'll just quickly get back into it, okay? I'll just quickly get back into it, but I tried a few things, so hopefully it won't stop this time. We'll find out, though. Okay, Mayflower Kids CR doing genocide propaganda. How dare you? Okay, hello, Macon. How are you doing, Macon? You doing well, Macon? Hi, everyone. Been watching fascists cry about the current Minnesota flag. Oh, I love that, Macon, because they think it looks like the Somali flag. Hilarious. Okay, how dare you, virtual violence? Okay, Matt Saigai says, still eating Mayflower bribe food? I am, and it's delicious. Okay, I did share it with my family, Mayflower Kid, but there was a lot of it. My father ate a whole bunch. This is the last little bit of it, okay? They ate a lot of it, but there's still a little bit left over, and I'm very happy because I haven't had to cook a lot. I just eat a bunch of Indian food. Okay, so thank you, Mayflower Kid. Okay. So. We got a lot to talk about. Let's get into it, shall we? Now, weirdly enough, folks, there's actually some good news. Okay. I did, Matt Saigai. Of course I heated it up. I didn't eat it cold. I'm not crazy. Okay. Okay. So there's actually some good news. Not now, of course, guys, barely any, because as virtual violence said, we're living in hell. Still, how dare you, Mayflower Kid? Still, there's some good news. All right. Raccoon Boyo, I swear to God. Hello, Raccoon Boyo. So glad you're here, as always. So let's look at some of the news items, shall we? Now, okay, where should we start? First of all, here is a let's start with, I guess, the sort of news item that came out today. Now, this is interesting. I am not an expert on OPEC. I am not an expert on international oil markets. So I did as much research as I could to understand what this means. But please do your own looking into this because I may have missed stuff. This is so today, the United Arab Emirates, how dare you, Brazil? The United Arab Emirates announced it's going to be leaving OPEC, which is basically an international oil cartel. It's an alliance of a bunch of countries that are oil producing, and they sort of work together to set oil prices and make sure they're not overproducing or underproducing oil, things like that. Okay. And the U.A.E, which is, I think, the second or third largest producer in the OPEC, has announced that they're leaving OPEC. Yeah, they are leaving OPEC. They're gone. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And this is interesting. Okay. They claim that it's because of disagreements they've had with Saudi Arabia. So there are multiple ways to look at this, okay? This is like a headline news story because it is very important, okay, for international economies and things like that. There are two things here. Okay, I know, Drizel. There are like two different things going on here. One, the U.A.E feels that it can't produce as much oil as it wants to because Saudi Arabia and other OPEC members, keep preventing them from producing as much as they'd like to produce in order to keep oil prices high. Okay. So them leaving might actually be good for oil prices, and it might actually be good for for Trump, because Trump has kind of wanted the U.A.E to leave OPEC because he feels that the OPEC countries are underproducing. And he wants them to produce more because he wants oil prices to go down because of his stupid war. Okay. I mean, neither, Raccoon Boyo. And this is why, Raccoon Boyo, I'm like unsure of how I don't really know how to frame this in either a negative or positive light. Okay. Like it's kind of a mixed bag as far as I know. And the U.A.E, I do not trust the U.A.E government. I can't stand the U.A.E government. But so it could be a positive in terms of lowering gas prices, and it might be a win for Trump. At the same time, it's also a sign of that this was partially sparked by the Iran war. It's also a sign of the disintegration of some of the global relationships. And the Iran war is causing this disintegration, partially because UAE, the UAE is also saying that its OPEC neighbors weren't able to protect it from Iran, which is just further evidence that it needs to break away. So this is like, could also mean the United States wasn't able to protect them because we weren't. So this could also be a sign of sort of a changing world order where countries that previously were aligned with different groups are moving away from those groups because, uh, yeah, no, I agree, Raccoon Boyo. But I guess I'm talking Raccoon Boyo, the like political ramifications of this. So it's sort of a mixed bag. You see what I mean? It could be a sign that the American empire is on the brink and that the Iran is winning and that there's a lot of other issues. Okay. Um, but it is a big thing. It's important. And obviously, guys, I don't want to have to even talk about oil. Okay. I don't want to have to even talk about oil. I want to have green energy. The fact that we still are talking about how much oil is being produced and who's a member of OPEC and shit is a big goddamn problem because the world's on fire. So this, I like in the end, who the really fuck cares about the oil? Of course, unfortunately, given that we haven't transitioned fast enough to green energy, oil is super important still. And so, okay. Yeah. Okay, a global solidarity. Think of Monopoly game with new rules that favors the owners. Yeah, that's a fair point, Global. Hello, Freddie. So this is interesting, and I am not sure how to interpret it. Okay, I'm not too much of an expert on it, and everything I've read about it has not been clear about what this means. So I think it's from my basic thing. Yeah, virtual violence, kind of, kind of. What'd you say, Matt Saigai? Subscribes only chat. What do you mean? What do you mean subscribes only chat? So it's just okay. Trump said the problem is the UAE isn't going to really put a dent in oil prices overall. They would have to up their production by at least double, and that's impossible. I got you. Okay. What's members only, guys? What is members only? Is something members only? Freddie, yeah, it is, isn't it, Freddie? I agree. And so that's the whole nothing. Okay, it's sort of a because it's a cartel that works together to regulate oil prices to their own benefit. So yeah. But anyway, so it's just interesting thing here. We'll have to see what this means if other countries start leaving, or alliances start changing in the Middle East, which I actually expect to start seeing at some point, because this war is really clarifying power in the Middle East, and might see a lot of these countries start moving away from America. Because we haven't been able to protect them, which is one of the reasons why they're loyal to us, is because we say we'll protect them. So this is very interesting. Okay, yeah, I hope so, Freddie, and I hope so. We need so that is the hope of this, guys, is that this might be a sign of the breaking of American power a little bit. But I don't know. I just don't know. So just something to think about. Okay, to see where this goes. All right. Okay. So there we go, guys. So that's the first big story from the day, is the United Arab Emirates leaving. Yeah, exactly. No, Lacroix, exactly. It's the idea here is that we can't protect our own protectorates, which is, and as I said before, guys, before a war breaks out, the global calculations about who has power and who people should be scared of and who people shouldn't be scared of is sort of all an illusion. It's all based off perception. People perceive the United States as being very powerful and being able to protect countries in the Middle East. People perceived Iran as not being that powerful, but war is always clarifying. It always reveals the true power relationship of countries. And what we're seeing now is that this war is massively clarifying that the United States, it does not nearly have the power people thought it did in controlling the Strait of Hormuz or affairs in the Middle East, and that Iran has a significant amount of power. They can control a lot of the world's economy through the Strait of Hormuz, and they can attack the countries around them without the United States protecting those countries. It has, yeah, exactly, Freddie. Exactly. Okay, if the U.S. had spent more on defense than offense, it wouldn't have had trouble defending. Yeah. So this is really clarifying power relationships. So as Dolly Boy said here, Dolly Boy, who I know is a student of history, At least, I don't know if you studied history, Dolly Boy, but I know you know a lot about history. Yeah, it's really interesting to see power balances in the Middle East breaking up because of this war. Okay, the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz, Raccoon Boy. Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah, Raccoon Boy. The Strait of Hormuz. Yes. That moose is a whore. Okay. She went to the club. Okay, never mind. Okay. Um, so watches Mr. Okay, so excellent. Trump failed. So is there anything you want to add to that? Trump failed, since I am not an expert on this. Oh, okay. I got you. I didn't know, Dolly Boy. You have a degree in history and politics. Fantastic, Dolly Boy. Okay. I didn't know that. Maybe you told me that before, Dolly Boy. Forgive me, but that's fantastic. Okay. I agree, Mr. King K. The United States is is very overdue to be slapped in the face. Okay. You disgust me, Crawl. Crawl comes in here and says, "Did I miss some hot moose action?" You disgust me, Crawl. Welcome, Crawl, by the way. All right. Yeah, so that's what Mayflower Kid says. I love the whore moose in Vermont. All right, you guys. So, hilarious, Global. You have a master's degree in slacking. I love it. Okay, so that's just a side story there. It's not. It's actually not a side story, but I got to tell you, I don't want to overly comment on it because I'm not an expert in how this affects global oil markets or anything like that. Okay. Okay. Maybe go to Trump Failed's channel if you want to learn about that. I don't know if Trump Failed has posted anything. Okay, next thing here. All right. So there's that little side thing, and I know it's not that fun. Meanwhile, speaking of oil and energy production and shit like that. Okay. Speaking of oil and energy production and shit like that. Okay. Here we have U.A.E, which is a organization that basically well, it's a local news organization, but it does a lot of analysis of like clean energy and climate change and stuff. And the Trump administration, meanwhile, the Trump administration literally, and I just can't, yeah, true, Freddie. I just can't. All right. The Trump administration is literally paying, I'm going to say it again, paying tax dollars to wind power companies to prevent them from building wind power turbines. So the Trump administration is literally paying wind producing companies to not produce wind power because they're trying to suppress the green energy. Literally, they are literally trying to suppress it. It's not that they're not doing anything to build it. It's that they're openly trying to suppress the production of wind power. Okay. Now, right, virtual violence, literally throwing money to the wind. Yeah, that's great. I literally, it's insane. Thank you, Doug. Thank you for that. Whatever. It's not like we're in a, climate catastrophe or anything like that. So meanwhile, while all this oil shit's happening, okay, it makes me think of cigarette CEOs someday. Totally, Freddie Ean makes me think of cigarette CEOs testifying decades ago that saying that nicotine isn't addictive. Right. So just, then this is not the first time they've done this, but they've been paying. Okay. Okay. I know, I'm sorry, Gwen, but okay, Matt Saiga, you said, I looked through the coal conversion as an anode for electrochemical reactions and electrical energy production. Sounds fascinating, Matt Saiga. That's cool. So, there's that. Another fun thing going on. We love that, right? By the way, meanwhile, China is actually trying to reduce their carbon emission and is doing a good job. We talked yesterday how they still produce a lot of carbon emissions, but yesterday we talked about how they produced a battery that is coal powered, but doesn't doesn't directly release any carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Okay, cool, Matt Saigai. So, China at least is trying. Of course, the United States way behind on almost every metric. It is Fetty Spaghetti, and I know at Fetty Spaghetti, I know you used to be a former wind turbine climber. That's so based, Fetty Spaghetti. You used to be a former wind turbine climber and maintainer. That's amazing. Okay. Did you have to be super strong for that, Fetty, or is it do you have a harness? I'm guessing, of course, you have a harness, but is it hard to climb up and down those things? I feel like you would have to have insane grip strength and crap. Okay, that sounds like I'm being weird, but literally, I'm just curious because climbing takes a lot of energy. And I've always worried that if I had to climb that high, I would end up getting weak and fall apart. Okay. Anyway, So is wind power effective? Honestly, I don't know shit on it. It's more effective than coal power or whatever. Okay. Also, China sent a ton of solar power equipment to Cuba. Fantastic, Freddie. Okay. Um, okay. Oh, geez. Okay, Freddie. Yeah, Freddie. I'm not a big fan of heights, so I would not do that. That's awesome. Okay. So, all right. Raccoon Boyle, I hate you so much. Okay. So there you go. That's good. United States still being an angel, angelic, not evil at all. Okay. Not evil at all. Not, speeding the world towards climate catastrophe, illegally attacking other countries, murdering school children, funding a genocidal state called Israel, overthrowing regimes, bombing wedding parties. I mean, little things like that. Very lovely country here. We love freedom and democracy. Okay. So, let's go on. So that's another cute little story there, right along with the coal shit. Here we have a meanwhile, and you can tell that there's sort of a trend to some of the things I'm talking about here. Donald J. Trump. Oh, what to say about Donald J. Trump? I'm so sick of talking about Donald J. Trump. But I really should call him Donald Epstein Trump because he always says Barack Hussein Obama, so I should add a moniker to him. Anyway, so yeah, literally, Gwen. So Donald Trump decided, basically unilaterally, to randomly fire all the members of the U.S.'s National Science Board. All of them. For those who don't know what that is, the National Science Board is a bunch of scientists on this board, a national science board, who makes decisions about funding different research projects in the United States, where to send federal funds for research, how to allocate resources for various research projects. It helps fund universities for science and tech and things like that. And Trump has decided to, since Trump has basically decided to fire all of these scientists at one time. Okay. And listen, guys, listen. I know that I'm being American eccentric, right? Oh, I know, Gwen. I know that that's Obama's middle name, but I'm gonna make something up about Trump. I know I'm being America-centric right now, but like this just is one more massive sign of American decline. Okay, it's just another. Hello, Barbara. How are you doing, Barbara? It's just another massive sign of American decline that we're not even like we're just firing all the scientists. Uh, and by the way, apparently they weren't even warned that they were being fired. Okay. They received a message. They just received an email one morning. The termination email was brief and to the point with the thank you for your service. Okay. So like it was just a, really just randomly fired all these top people. And by the way, like it's not going to be easy to replace these folks. And I do wonder what the what the end goal here is. Who are they gonna replace these people with? Are they gonna replace them with like a bunch of RFK people? Okay. Are they gonna replace them with a bunch of like RFK type people that are like, vaccines are fake? Yeah, we should go drop a bear corpse in the middle of Central Park and then brag about it on national TV. We should, creationism is the most important scientific thing to think. Like, what are they going to do? So, hey, I got to tell you, at this point, it is Raccoon Boyo. At this point, Raccoon Boyo, you said that you've watched unrelated, but since I don't always tune in, I've noticed that your style of content has evolved significantly. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Raccoon Boyo? And what do you mean? I'm curious. I like feedback. Okay. So yeah, climate deniers, you know, good stuff like that. Okay, love that. Yeah, right, Mithril. Joe Rogan will be the new head of the science board. And guys, I am not. You guys know I'm not a raw America person. But I'm going to say this: when you have an empire, not a compliment towards an empire, you often have a lot of resources, so you're able to do a lot more scientific output. Modern day. Okay, it's not necessarily that it's not people are smarter or anything like that. Okay, it is. Thank you, Wrecking Boyle. Not the whole time Matt Saiga, it's not going to be. Well, I'm an American Matt Saiga. What do you expect? Okay. but you're able to put out a lot more scientific stuff because you have more resources. You typically have more people that are educated because you have more resources, etc. Like when the British Empire was around, there was a lot of interesting science developed within the British Empire. Okay. That is not complimenting empires. It's just a fact of like resource allocation. Okay. And, you can definitely see that the empire is falling here, right? Where like, we're not even like trying anymore to do the science shit. Okay. Which, okay, whatever. If it's a good sign to me, I don't like the science. All right. I mean, I don't like the empire. So bye bye. All right. So, okay. Meanwhile, China's a growing power, and they are doing more of that. How dare you, Dolly Boy? How dare you, Matt Saga? Okay, so that's just a side note. Cutting off the science funding, another nail in the coffin of the American empire. I say good riddance. It's also kind of sad because science is good for a lot of people. No matter where it comes from, as long as it's not patented, I guess, and not sold other places. Regardless, oh well. Okay, whatever. Shit hits the fan. Okay. Um. Let's go on, shall we? Let's go on to I don't like science. How dare you, Mayflower Kid? Okay, Mr. King K, you heard him, folks. I don't like science. I do like science, Mr. King K. I didn't mean to. I slipped. I said I don't like empire. How dare all of you? I hate all of you. So let's go on to something. Science has never done anything to improve my life. Oh, right, look, hilarious. Okay, okay. So here, let's talk about some positive things now, right? Like I said, there are a few positive things. It's funny. I basically said to all of you, there are no positive things out there. Like we have all these. I mean, I basically said we have all positive things, and then I told you negative things. So let's get to the positive things. First of all, now this is positive and negative, but it's I think mainly positive. So there was a report that came out recently that Israel, our favorite state in the world, right? We all love the state of Israel. Angelic, and it has a right to exist, I swear. I swear it has a right to exist. The angelic state of Israel, the best state on the planet, the angelic IDF, who never did anything wrong and is perfect in every way. And if you say otherwise, you're trying to do a Holocaust. So the angelic state of Israel was actually buying grain from Russia that had been appropriated from Ukraine. Okay. I'm joking. That's like, okay. So who would have thought that one genocidal maniac, Netanyahu, okay, one genocidal maniac, Netanyahu, is purchasing agricultural goods from another genocidal maniac, Putin. No one clipped that, by the way. I'm joking. I cannot. Well, you all know I'm not being serious there when I say I like Israel. So one genocidal maniac purchasing the ill-begotten gains of another genocidal maniac. And if this goes through, it's a good thing. I don't know if it will. I think it might be more of an intimidation tactic. I know, right, Mr. King K? He does have, at least he did have cancer. Does he anymore, Netanyahu? I didn't throw a party because I wasn't sure if he still had it. But anyway, so the EU has announced that it is ready. It is ready to sanction Israel over a Russian vessel carrying Ukrainian grain. Now, this is good, but a few things about this. Okay, it is good if the EU does sanction Israel, just because. There you go. Yeah, Raccoon Boyle. Just because we want Israel to suffer as much as we can. Okay, we want Israel to suffer as much as it can. I know I sound like an asshole when I say that, but I don't care. We want Israel to suffer economically right now. We want there to be sanctions on them. We want there to be stress on their society because, I'm not a fan of fascist genocidal states. And not only would it be vengeful and I like that sort of shit, but also it'd be good at putting pressure on their regime to stop doing bad shit. Okay? Maybe. At the same time, what is funny about the EU suggesting they might do this is that of course, the only time they're actually considering putting a sanction on Israel is when Israel is buying from Russia, right? So it doesn't matter that they're doing genocide against Palestinians. All that matters is that Russia they're buying stuff from Russia because they really only care about Ukraine and not because they care about the Ukrainians, because it's fear of Russian imperialism, which is valid. But, so I really wish they would have done these sanctions if they do these sanctions, I really wish they would have pushed for this previously, during the genocide, which is still ongoing. And for that reason, But, you know, you take some, you lose some. Okay. You take some, you lose some. All right. You win some, you lose some. And, okay. So, okay. Yeah, exactly. Look, well, I can forgive genocide, but I draw the line at buying grain from Russia, the EU. Right, right. You know what? I'm okay with sanctioning people that buy grain from Russia, but like, I wish they just would have done it also for what was happening in Palestine. Okay. Yeah. No fear of a Palestinian empire, right? And Ukrainians are also, you know, they're white. And they're a Christian. And okay, there's a lot of things we could think about here. I don't blame them for doing this, but I also do blame them for doing it only for this. Okay, only for this. Uh, Mayflower Kid, Doug is joking. Doug doesn't actually mean it's anti-Semitic. Okay, okay. So, all right. So there we go. I do hope the EU goes through on this, although I'm not holding my breath. I'm not holding my breath. It might just be a symbolic thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Drizella. So you guys have to understand real fast here. Ukraine is called the breadbasket of Europe. It is an extremely important area of the world for the production of grain. It has something called black soil, which is some of the most nutritious and productive soil in the world for grain. One of the reasons why Hitler wanted to conquer Ukraine and the Soviet Union was to gain access to all of that very important farmland and grain. Okay. So, yeah, might that be part of Russians' motivation for taking Ukraine? Possibly. That wouldn't be their main reason at all, but it's certainly a benefit. They now have access to some of the most productive farmland in the world. They already had some of that access, but they have more of it now. So now they're stealing that grain and exporting it. Yeah, Mithril. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, Raccoon. So just something to think about. All right. Okay. So that's interesting. I do hope they follow through on this because I want as many goddamn sanctions on that little disgusting country as possible. Okay? Yay. All right. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that rude? I need to be more careful with my words. Oopsie. I'm such an innocent little jester. Hoo 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 hoo. Okay. Because the Israeli state is a Nazi state. Oops! Oh no! Did I say that? The Israeli state is a Nazi state. Israeli settlers are Nazis. They do Nazi things. They're very much like the Nazis. I've shown multiple examples of how they're like Nazis. I'm not. You guys know. Hopefully by now you know I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic. I've shown you exact examples of where they've done things that are almost exactly like what the Nazis did. So anyway, okay, moving on. Thank you, Matt Saga. Matt Saga says you're anti-Semitic. Hilarious. All right. All right. So moving on. And I'm going to lose my mind about that whole situation, but moving on. So let's go on. Here we go. Let's go to a different story, shall we? Now, this one, you know, from the accusations of the Anglophiles out there. How dare you, Drizella? I know, right? I never will be, Matt. It's like I wish I would be though, because apparently, when they do nominate people for anti-Semitic of the year, it's people who are heroic. From what I've heard, the people they've nominated for anti-Semitic of the year are people who are anti-Zionist, which is funny. This is you right now. Hilarious. I'll take a look at this, Raccoon Boyo. Okay. What's this?
Oh no! All the dinosaurs are loose in Jurassic Park! Oh, I hope it doesn't get me! Shirley Temple!
Exactly. Yes. Yep, that's basically me. Correct. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Trump failed. Okay. Like the best streamer on Twitch. Who's that, huh? Yeah, like Candace Owens, right? Like the best streamer. Who's the best streamer on Twitch, Matt Saigai? You better say the right answer, Matt Saigai. You better say the right answer, Matt Saigai. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Louise. Yeah. Gwen Garnett, when the war started, the UK took in a lot of Ukrainian refugees, but not Palestinians. Things that make you go, yep, yep. Yep, Louise, and so are the Americans a lot. Okay, I'm sure, Matt Saigai. How dare you, LaCroix? Okay, so going on here. Hello, elevator lady. So let's go on. Next story here. Next story. Okay, just a little side note here. Not a side note at all, actually. This has to do with the UK. I've been trying to. How dare you, Mayflower Kid? Yeah, Drusilla, you better apologize. So this is a story about the UK. Oh, I know, Raccoon Boy. So we have to understand, guys. The UK has been struggling tremendously. There is massive wealth inequality, especially between London and the sort of the surrounding countryside, all through the country. There is, I'm sorry, virtual violence. There is a lot of people who the housing is very expensive. There's been an uptick in sort of neo-fascist populist movements like Reform and Restore, and all those lunatics. Okay, which we commonly see when an economy is struggling. And because we've talked about that 1,000 times in this on these live streams, so exactly how fascism works by this point, and how economic struggling opens the door to fascism, especially when it's used as a sort of a distraction from the failures of capitalism. Okay, so what we'd also typically see, guys, is in late stage capitalism, you see a decline in life expectancy. Okay, you see a decline in life expectancy. That is especially when there's economic struggles. Obviously, you see a decline in life expectancy. And in the UK, that is starting to become very apparent. The life expectancy for especially women has dropped significantly. And the reason I want to talk about this for a bit is because there is this idea, and I've said this before, there are many kinds of violence, all right? When we think of violence, we typically think of like someone physically hitting, harming, doing damage to someone else, literally like one person hurting another person, bombing another person, beating another person. Okay. But there is also structural violence. And that is the violence that is hidden and is perpetrated by systems, right? The American prison system is extremely violent. Okay. That is like it is very violent to communities. It rips fathers away from children. It rips children away from parents. Okay. It does a lot of damage to people. It reduces people's life expectancy. The amount of sugar that we have everywhere reduces people's life expectancy. It's a form of structural violence that there are so many companies that are allowed to produce so many goods with sugar in them that are addictive and things like that. Okay. Racism is violent. It means that Black people get more punished for things. They get worse medical care, so they die more frequently. They are Paul Squaw. Hello, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw says the hidden structural violence of watching a CR stream. How dare you, Paul Squaw? Thank you for the donation there, Paul Squaw. And that is what we're seeing in the UK. The wealth inequality is causing massive structural violence where people are losing years off their life and are dying sooner because of the wealth inequality. Okay. So to give you an example, literally, the study shows that the decline has been large for women than for men. Okay. A finding the report says raises concerns about the worsening trend of women's health. Of 21 high income countries, the UK has fallen from 14th to 20th. That is a massive drop. Okay. On this measure over the same period, only the US now ranks lower. So to be clear, I wanted to definitely make sure you guys heard that last part. The US is dead last. Okay. The US ranks below the UK. So the obviously that the UK is only one above the US. But what shocks me is that drop, that massive drop from 14th to 20th. The aggregate matters, but so does the distribution. The gap in healthy life expectancy between the most and least deprived areas of England is now 20 years for women. 20 years. You will live 20 more years if you're in a high income area of England than if you are in a low income area of England. That is insane. And I don't know what the what do you okay, think about it. A girl born today in Hartlepool, excuse me, I don't know if I pronounced that right, guys, can expect to live just 51 years of good health. So I guess not life expectancy until you no longer have good health. Okay. In Richmond upon Thames, 70 years. So literally, you will get sick earlier and have a much less happy life. You'll suffer a lot more if you're poorer And if you're in a wealthier neighborhood, you get 20 plus more years of health. And that I d it blows my mind that these sort of stats aren't, like, blown up all over the news all the time. Okay, hilarious, Doug. Uh, like, because this is mass violence. This is not like but because it can't be visualized, it's not like you can't, like, walk out and see someone on the street taking the life expectancy down of someone else, okay? It's not really good for optics. It's a lot easier to convince someone that direct violence is happening, and it's also, but it's violence, okay? It's a form of violence. Jonas, Richmond upon Thames, a location where everyone has a tennis court and a pool, right, Jonas? But isn't that disgusting? To be clear, and this is the same in America. The elites and their hoarding of wealth and wealth inequality is killing us. We, the working class people, okay, are being killed and having to suffer because of their actions. Our lives are not viewed as, we don't have to live good lives. Okay. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if we live good lives or not to them. They get to live nice, lovely lives. The rest of us get to suffer longer and then die sooner. Okay. It's like the Hunger Games, right? It's like the Hunger Games. It's pretty gross. Raccoon Boy, another point of this is you might not consider as being able to afford private. The NHS is not much better than a lobotomy clinic. In some ways, Raccoon, yes, but like the partly it's been massively injured by conservative programs and stuff. But I will say, England, though, it actually surprised me that they're this low down because at least they have universal health care, whereas the United States doesn't. But yeah, maybe the conservatives have gutted it a lot, and it doesn't really help with everything, I guess. Lacroix, do you know how in the time machine there was that underground race of people that were a metaphor? Yes, Lacroix. Um, you're absolutely right, Lacroix. Okay, exactly. And they were kept underground and suffered terribly and had to eat people. Okay. Drizella, James O'Brien talked about it some time ago. Really interesting, Drizella. Louise, Hartpool is more of an industrial area than Richmond. I mean, it has a Royal Park and and Hampton Court is there. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So Richmond's very wealthy. All right. So playing football competitions against Jonas says playing football competitions against certain schools was depressing AF. Imagine going to a school 30 minutes away and it makes your secondary school look like a dump. Wow. That honestly, Jonas, that sounds like America. I'm not downplaying it, but like that's like in America, the same thing happens. Like you're in a suburban school, you go to play at a school that's in an urban area, like an urban downtown area, and suddenly, like both of our countries are really suffering under capitalism. Okay. Mithril, I'm not complaining about, yeah. So I know that's what I'm saying. The NHS is good in a lot of ways. But again, there's only so much that like socialized healthcare can do if you have massive wealth inequality. Okay. That's insane, Jonas. These guys get indoor swimming pools and running tracks. Crazy. Trump failed. Ask anybody about austerity across the pond. They'll lose their shit. Right. Well, of course, Nigel Farage, though, wants to do some austerity, doesn't he? Doesn't he, guys? Doesn't Nigel Farage want to privatize a bit? But you're right, though, Trump failed, okay? Matt Saga, UK should okay. Matt Saga says UK should move towards an insurance-based healthcare. Matt Saga, you're a lunatic, and I know you're joking. How dare you? Okay. Okay, James O'Brien talked about this yesterday. I listen to him every day. Interesting. Fetty Spaghetti, same with rural schools traveling to, exactly, Fetty, okay? Or even like suburban schools traveling to rural schools, all right? Doug, half of my classes were in trailers in high school. Yeah, Doug, okay? They keep talking about privatizing the NHS. They do. Okay, right, Lacroix, austerity did so well in the U.S. You're right. Oh, my God, you're so right, Mr. Kincaid. The elites weaponize civility. They do. They do. Okay? But, guys, that's the thing, right? If I were to get – so, Mr. King has it right. If I were to get I don't know, if I were to go to CNN or some shit and I were to start like saying how the elites are killing us, how the people ought to take action to stop how their life expectancies are being cut, they'd be like, that's rude. Don't talk that way. Okay. We have to come together as Americans. Yeah, they would weaponize civility even though we're literally being killed. Okay. Or having very suffering a lot because of that. Okay. So again, real disturbing fact there. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So Mithro, average earnings in Richmond is 72,000 pounds. At UK average is 35,000 pounds. Wow. Drizzle, that's funny. Okay, so just something to keep be aware of. How do we fix it? So, Doug, there are multiple ways to do this. Okay, obviously, guys, I'm a socialist. If you want me to say what the most radical solution would be in my eyes, it would be to socialize the economy and to not make it capitalist. But I know that that's not going to happen, at least not anytime soon. So, if you want some ways to solve it, move towards a more highly tax the wealthy, implement more social programs, socialize selected industries in the United Kingdom, like electricity and things like that. Okay, become more like Norway, Sweden, or Finland. Lots of spending on social programs. Make sure all people are unionized and have representation. Okay. Union representation, and again, selectively nationalize certain businesses and have them owned publicly, like utilities and things like that. So that would definitely help fix a lot of the inequalities of life expectancies and stuff. Yeah, exactly, Freddie Ian. And that's my point, guys. That would still exactly, Freddie Ian. Freddie Ian says, greetings from Norway. Things aren't perfect, but it's okay. Correct. And that's the thing. Like, that's why I'm saying I think it would be much better if we actually went to socialism. But I acknowledge that that is not likely to happen soon. But in the meantime, we could at least move towards um, a social democracy model, which is better than this kind of crazy dog eat dog capitalist model, which is worse in the United States, which is really bad in the United States, and pretty bad in the UK as well. All right. Um, here we go. Gwen, I heard a gut complain. A gut complain he is poor because he only makes 230K in London. Hilarious, Gwen. Union membership is going up in the US. It is a little bit, Drusilla, but not much. We still have massively crushed unions. Labor does not have a lot of power here. And a lot of the unions that do exist are massively corrupt and in bed with the Democratic Party, and they don't do much. So, yeah, Mr. Kincaid. I agree, Raccoon Boyo. The fact that it's 2026 and mobile network / the internet is still controlled by private companies is mind-blowing. I agree. Okay, I agree. So anyway, yeah, exactly, virtual violence. So I highly recommend. Totally, Paul Squall. The AFL-CIO is a joke, in my opinion. It doesn't do a damn thing. I really shouldn't say these things. My sister, I'll have her back on stream again sometime. She works for the AFL-CIO, and she's great. And she's trying to change things I can't say a lot on stream here. The point is that not everyone there is horrible, but yeah, the AFL-CIO really needs to get its act together, and it's not doing a damn thing. Okay, and it drives me crazy. And she, yeah, I have a twin sister, Raccoon Boy. I'm a twin, actually. But yeah, I do not like the AFL-CIO, and I cannot stand how much they support Corpo Dems because they're all mixed up with corruption. Okay, it's all bribery and corruption and payment and things like that. Okay, all right. They're very libbed up. Let's put it that way. They're very libbed up. Yes, the AFL-CIO, Mayflower Kid. So, Mayflower Kid, the AFL-CIO is the American Federation of Labor. And what's the second one? I can't remember what the second one stands for, but it is a conglomerate of labor unions. It's a very big organization. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. All right, you guys. So that just something to think about. Like our life expectancies are going down. We should be angry. Okay. I wish more people were more angry, but it's kind of like one of those scenarios where like if you put a like lobster into boil, if you put a lobster into water and you slowly raise the temperature till it's boiling, the lobster won't notice it's being boiled. And that's kind of what this does, is it doesn't really directly affect people until it's too late. You see what I mean? So it's hard to notice. Okay. So virtual violence. What are my thoughts on populism? Well, before I answer that virtual violence, let me just move over to a different slide here. I think I mentioned, let me make sure I got through everything. Okay, we'll go to this next. So now let's talk about populism. We have one last story here. Okay. So, but yes, populism, I'm perfectly fine with populism if it is done, if it's left-wing populism. Okay. perfectly fine with left-wing populism. Not a big fan of right-wing populism because right-wing populism isn't populism. Right-wing populism is, in my opinion, is astroturf populism. So yeah, okay. But yes, I'm okay with left-wing populism. Now, when it comes to running governments, this can get more complicated. It depends because sometimes populism is not good for running parts of a government. This is complicated. Sometimes you want experts and not populists. Um, but like, okay, it depends. I don't like populism. So Raccoon Boyo, but I think you do like populism, Raccoon Boyo. I know that doesn't make sense. Me saying like you do like populism, right? But I think the word gets misinterpreted. Okay, like populism, left wing populism is the idea that like if people want their wages to go up and they want universal health care and stuff, despite what the elites want, they should get that, right? And we should form a movement around the popular idea of like universal health care and things like that. Um, you see what I mean? But the word populist is often associated with the right wing, so it can sometimes be translate into racism, Nazism type things, okay? But it can be either way. Uh, okay, if that makes sense. I know I might be wrong there, Raccoon Boyo. Um, okay, so too violent towards the wrong people, yes, especially right wing populism. Okay, okay. So no, I get it, Raccoon Boyo, but that's what I'm saying. It depends on the situation. Okay, uh, right. So moving on, guys. Do, 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 do. So let's go on here. Yes. So let's go on here. Let's go on here. So this next story here, guys, this is another positive. I know I'm jumping around a bit here. I went to the UK. Now I'm back to the USA. I have said previously that we need more than electoralism at this point. That does not mean that we still shouldn't participate in electoralism. That's up to all of you, but we can do both at the same time. We can mitigate damage currently being done, and we can also try to create major changes, which we need. We can't just rely on electoralism. Whatever we do, we cannot just rely on electoralism. We need much more than electoralism to make the major changes we need. And I think I've said that. I've said that very obviously, right? I've said that very obviously, okay, over and over again. That being said, it is okay to look at elections because we need to understand political realities. And if we do vote, vote strategically. Okay. So it does appear, and this is good news, that the Republicans are going to do terribly in the midterms. Every single metric I've seen have shown that the Republicans might be losing the House and the Senate because of how deeply unpopular Donald Trump is. And I don't know how long this will last. Okay. I don't know if this will continue. God, no, leave it up to the Democrats to ruin something like this, probably. But right now, the elections are 6 months off, but it is looking bad for the Republicans. Okay, they are not doing well in the polls. People are enraged at the Trump administration. The gas prices are upsetting people. Of course, people don't care as much about the genocide and shit like that. It's the gas prices, regardless. So it is looking very good for the. It's looking very good for the United States. I don't want to praise that it's good for. Well, it's not good for the United States. I don't like the Democrats, but it's good that we might get rid of a lot of Republicans. Okay, Gwen says Friday is supposed to be National Strike Day. It's also Beltane, so build a bonfire, wear a flower wreath, and dance around a maypole. That's amazing, Gwen. Jonas, they are just going to start gerrymandering. That's another issue, Jonas, is that the Republicans have done all they can to limit votes. Okay, to limit votes and things like that. Okay, so yes, it might be hard for the Republicans to lose given how much they've suppressed democracy. Okay, yes, hot take, but people disliking Trump is just civility politics. Not entirely. Yes, a lot of it is Raccoon Boy, but a lot of it isn't. A lot of it is that they hate him because he's a fascist piece of shit and he's deporting people and he's supporting a genocide. And I don't not like Trump because of civility politics. I actually like a politician that's a fighter. I don't like Trump because he's a fascist POS who's murdering people all over the globe and things like that. But yes, a lot of liberals don't like him because they think he is rude and uncouth. Okay. And a lot of right wingers don't like him for that, which isn't enough, in my opinion. Um, Freddie Ian, I'm 45 years old and I hated Trump for 30 years. There you go. Good, Freddie Ian. Me too. Though actually I was 6 years old when 30 years ago, but so I wouldn't have, but okay. So anyway, um, so this is good news. All right. That it doesn't look good for the Republicans. And the main reason this looks good, guys, is not because I care about the Democrats getting into power. If the Corpo Dems get into power and they don't change anything, we're fucked. Okay. I'm sorry. But like, I don't know how many more times this country is going to think it's okay to vote for Corpo Dems when clearly doing that in the past has only resulted in the creation of Trump. And we need, if Democrats get in charge, we had better put pressure on them to do some shit or put Democrats in there that will do some shit, which I highly doubt will happen. Cause yeah, but I doubt he will, Gwen. I doubt Bernie will run the Senate, but well, you know, maybe. So, you know, to be clear, even if the Republicans lose, we cannot go back to the status quo, which I've said multiple times. We cannot go back to the status quo. The status quo created Trump. The status quo allowed Trump to be reelected. Okay. And the Democrats are morons who are not doing what they need to do to stop fascism. Okay. They're better than the Republicans. But you guys see what I mean? So anyway, one of the other positives to this is that this limits Trump's power to a large extent. Okay. Partially. He will be more nervous to take repressive actions if he's worried there'll be an uprising or people fighting back. And what we're seeing is people are very angry. And if he does try another suppressive action, it'll radicalize more people. Okay. So hey, he's kind of effed himself over with how much people hate him. And I suspect he won't be able to do a crackdown after this latest assassination attempt because of how much people are pissed. Okay. That's just a theory on my end. But it looks good. The elections look good, but we need more than that. Does that make sense? Okay. We got that. I lost several people when I started talking about how the Democrats are awful and we can't go back to the status quo. Multiple people left the stream, but I'm used to that, but that's fine. Okay. I just like telling you all the trends I see. Jonas, we just need to fix how hateful and violent the left are. So sick of the political hilarious, Jonas. There you go. Virtual violence. I would much rather, literally virtual violence. I would much rather have you as a candidate for president than almost any of the Democrats that are saying they're going to run. Maybe AOC, I would be okay with AOC, but definitely not Gavin Newsom. Okay, definitely not Kamala Harris. How dare you, SoCal? Go get a detention slip. Definitely not Pete Buttigieg. Okay, no thank you. Or Cory Booker. No thank you. All right. Okay. So, all right, we got that. Hey, politics, how are you doing? You doing well, politics? So there you go. That's my last little bit here, is that it's looking bad for Trump, which is a good sign. But you guys know I don't sound optimistic because it's me. But hey, I'll take a win where I get one. Apparently, people don't like Donald Trump and don't like the Republicans, which is a good sign. All right. Those are the major news items for the day. What's this, Matt Saigai? Let's see here. Thank you, Matt Saigai. This is great. So this says that if congressional ballot voting intention, if the election for Congress was held today, who would you vote for in the district where you live? So the majority are saying, yeah, 45% say the Democrats. Is that what this says? 45% say Democrats, 40% Republicans. Is this YouGov? Oh, this is a very small number of people that were asked. Well, I thought it was better. One second. Let me check to see what the stats actually say here. Okay. So the Senate is up for control. And private Republican political strategists are grimly trading synonyms to describe the darkening environment: sour, ugly, bad, bleak. Okay. The war, the sense of affordability in gasoline, some of that has been cleared up in order to win. I'm trying to see here where the stats are that they have. Of course, the Republicans have more money than the Democrats, of course. Jesus. So 58% of Americans disapprove of Trump, only 39% approve. That's still way too high. But anyway, so things are looking bad for the Republicans right now. Very bad. Okay. All right. No, Matt Sagai, I don't know, but so I just know what I mean, Matt Sagai, is that I misread the sample size, to be honest. I thought it said a few hundred, but it actually said a few thousand. I just didn't say that out loud. This is the YouGov is definitely not the most reliable source. It's not imperfect, but YouGov isn't always the best at doing these things. Regardless, it doesn't matter. I prefer I prefer, what is it called? What are they called? Like polling averages or polling. What are they called, guys? Someone tell me the word. I'm having a mind blank. Polling conglomerates, polling somethings. Okay. Where they take a bunch of different polls and put the results together and average them out. So this is one poll, but I've seen it higher than this. Okay. No, Matt, I'm saying like one poll, not necessarily. Let me rephrase that. Not necessarily YouGov, but like YouGov, it's by itself. I'm very careful with polls. Let's put it that way. All right. Aggregators. Thank you, Paul Squall. I like poll aggregators. This is not a poll aggregator. This is one individual poll. So I would need to see what other ones are saying, but yeah. Okay. But this still looks good. I'm not criticizing you, Matt Saigai. This looks good though. This is still 5% above. Okay. Thank you, guys. So let me quickly see. Are there some poll aggregators out there? I wish that poll aggregators, generic ballot. So here's I don't know about this one. Yep. So this one is also got about the same as the YouGov poll. So it could be that the YouGov poll is doing well. Yep. So most of them do say it's about 5% ahead. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, well, absolutely. Yes, 5% above when lovely Trump is in power. That you're right, Matt Saigai. Well, Matt Saigai. Wait, you mean isn't a good thing for who? For Trump? Because so once the guys, to clarify, you have to understand, Matt Saigai, who wins in these things. These are averages. These are averages across the country. What matters are the individual districts, and Republicans are looking like they're going to lose in a lot of individual districts. Okay. So it's more complicated than just the percentage overall of who's voting. All right. So we will see. But everything I've read, Matt Saigai, is that it's looking really bad for Republicans. Even the Republicans think it looks bad for them. Okay. So, and I would need to look more into these polls, but everyone is saying it's not looking good for Republicans. Okay. So, Florida's about to dummy manner themselves. Right. Okay. A lot of these groups are being limited, et cetera. So we'll see what happens. But there are good signs. Let's continue. Okay. Let's continue. So, all right. Ugh. I don't know why my back is killing me today. I must be getting old. All right. Let me quickly, excuse me. All right. So, no, Matt Saigai, I know. I agree, Matt Saigai. If 40% of the people are still wanting to vote for Republicans, that's lost cause. Oh, I know. But I can't say that, Matt Saigai. If I say it's lost cause, then what? So, it does look like the Republicans are going to lose a lot of power. Okay. They're going to lose a lot of power. Okay. So, all right, moving on. So, politics. What's going on, politics? Sorry, guys. I know I'm pausing a lot here. What's wrong, politics? Are you okay? You doing okay, politics? Politics, are you there? Politics. You still here, politics? Politics, are you here? You still here, politics? Guys, sorry, I'm just trying to reach out to someone who made a comment. Is politics on Discord? I don't know if politics is on Discord. I'm sorry, I didn't see politics messages. Are you here, politics? Say something, please, politics, if you're here. Okay. We'll keep going, but let me know, politics, if you're still here. We love having you here. All right. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Moving on. I just got worried about politics there for a second. Moving on. Okay, guys, so let's go on to talk about some other things. All right, let's go on to talk about some other things. Okay. Oh, totally, Mithra. I would love to cover the Peterloo massacre. Mithra, I know you weren't here, but I've been trying to cover more things about the UK. I'm still not doing that great at it because I don't know as much about UK politics as I do about American politics and stuff. But yes, I will gladly cover the Peterloo massacre at some point. Okay. All right. So let's go on, shall we? I wanted to do a brief little presentation for all of you. Okay, a brief little presentation for all of you on brain biology, and right, Mithril, brain biology and political ideology. Okay, now I will say this: there are a lot of problems with these kind of studies. Okay, and I'm not actually a big fan of these studies because these studies are flawed, and I don't kind of like the sort of eugenics kind of implications of this, I guess you could say. You'll see what I mean here, but I do think some of them are interesting. So there have been multiple studies in the past, okay? There have been multiple studies in the past where they've compared the brains and psychologies of people who identify as conservative or liberal, okay? And they've compared to see if there's anything going on in people's brains that might make them think one way or the other. You can automatically see by me mentioning this how there's some problems with this, okay? Obviously. But there have been some things that they've discovered that are some correlations to different things. Okay, Raccoon Boyo. Technically, it's not brain biology from a history teacher. It's brain biology from a biological anthropologist. Okay. Anyway, exactly, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw is correct. Which came first, the politics or the brain shape? Because we don't know if the politics makes your brain develop in a certain way or if you have a certain brain and then that creates the politics. So we don't know the causation, the cause and effect relationship here. Okay. We don't know the yeah, exactly, Matt Sai guy. But there have been some correlations found that are interesting. And it's our brains are very plastic. And all of these studies have just been snapshots in time, which means that the people's brain might eventually change. Okay. Like people's biology, like people might eventually change. Their brains might change over time. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? So let's watch this. Okay. Jonas, what kind of biology do anthropologists study? Bio, dust, and bones? Partially, Jonas. But anthropologists aren't just archaeologists or paleontologists. Anthropologists are also primatologists who study primates. They also study like human biology and human adaptations to the environment. They have to know a lot of science because of all the different science you use to study ancient bones and stuff like that. But like most like high-tech investigative units have forensic anthropologists who study bones and do science on remains to discover when the body died and things like that. Yeah, it's super interesting, as I will say. So, no, yes, Matt Saiga, exactly. And correlation is not causation. This is my point, okay? So here we have this first study, which has some flaws. The first time this study was done, it only had like 90 people in it, which is a very low sampling number. Um, but but a later study that replicated it with like several thousand participants showed that the people who identified as more right wing had larger amygdalas overall. Not all of them, but there was a correlation between having a larger amygdala in your brain and being more right wing. Okay. So what does the amygdala do? The amygdala regulates sensory input for threats. Exactly. The fear center. Okay. It's the part that triggers rapid involuntary physiological responses. So like guys, when like someone jumps out of you from behind a door and you jump, that's your amygdala kind of causing an involuntary response. When you jump and you don't really think about it, you just do it. So it also was what raises your heart rate and cortisol release when when you're afraid, when you experience fear. Okay. And it also plays a very important role in learning and changing your behavior based off emotion. So, like if you experience a trauma, if you have a bigger amygdala, that trauma is going to have a much more significant impact on your future behavior. Okay. Because it's going to, the amygdala is going to signal to your brain, oh, we're going to need to change our behavior in the future to prevent this from happening again. Okay. So, the idea here is that on average, and again, not all right wingers, and this is only a snapshot in time, tend to have a larger amygdala. Okay, this sort of fear emotional response center. Next thing, okay, the amygdala also is responsible for memory formation, and it makes it so you're more likely. It's more likely for you to remember emotionally charged events. Like I said before, if you have a larger amygdala, it's going to trigger, okay, you're going to have much stronger memories associated with strong emotions. Okay. Also, decision making. The amygdala influences decisions by assigning, okay, emotional value to a stimuli, influencing how we interpret social situations. Okay. So what this means is that if you have a larger amygdala, you can feel a lot stronger emotions about certain social situations that you're in, right? So like fear, disgust, joy, you experience kind of all those things at a more extreme level. So, okay. Gwen, a lot of fear. Now, again, there are lots of problems with these studies. I don't want you guys to take this at face value, but there are some interesting correlations, and we don't know. It is unclear. Does your amygdala get larger after you adopt, um, as you adopt these ideologies, like because it kind of is like working out your brain, or do you have this brain set up this certain way and then you adopt the ideologies because of it? It's unclear. Okay. So just to show you, this is your amygdala. Okay, probably a mix of both. This is the amygdala right here. It's a little tiny bit of your brain. Okay, a little tiny bit of your brain. Um, yeah, no, yes. So the second study wasn't as bad virtual violence. The first study was bad, but this second study had thousands of participants and was better than the first one. Okay, so it's just an interesting thought. Okay, so that's another. Now some other things that they've discovered. These were psychological studies, okay? So various studies suggest that there are measurable differences in the psychological traits of liberals and conservatives, okay? And this is problematic, guys, because obviously this liberal conservative divide does that mean lefties? Does that mean it's unclear if these psychologists even know what they are talking about when they say liberal and conservative, right? So there's issues with this, but basically the idea here, more left versus more right, okay? Various studies suggest measurable differences. Conservatives, so I'm going to read this to you and then I'm going to give you a slight correction. Conservatives are more likely to self-report larger social networks, greater happiness and self-esteem, and greater happiness and self-esteem than liberals, are more reactive to perceived threats and more likely to interpret ambiguous facial expressions as threatening. So conservatives tend to report more happiness and greater self-esteem, while they also are more likely to be reactive to things they perceive as a threat, and they're more likely to interpret very unclear facial expressions as being threatening. All right. On the other hand, liberals are more likely to report greater emotional distress, relationship dissatisfaction, and experiential hardship, okay, than conservatives. And they show much more openness to experience as well as greater tolerance for uncertainty and disorder. So, this is interesting to me. I suspect that liberals, a lot of the time, are more economically disadvantaged. A lot, not all the time, but a lot of the time. So they are lonelier and have more issues because they're resisting the system. I don't know. So that's interesting. But this is what's really interesting. Okay. The next part of this is that they did a follow up study and they found this out. One 2025 research paper found that regarding the previous study we were quoted regarding that study, the reported mental health gap between these two groups, they instead they asked about overall mood instead, and they found out that there actually isn't much of a mood difference between the two groups, but the paper suggests that the concept of mental health had become increasingly politicized in the USA rather than a genuine mental health divide. Conservatives may inflate their mental health ratings when asked due to stigma surrounding the term. Another possibility is that ideological differences persist for some aspects of mental well-being for not than others. So it is likely that a lot of these reports of high mental health or good health, mental health amongst um, is that the conservatives might have been over-reporting their mental health being good because of social stigma attached to saying that they're not happy. So that goes back to the amygdala thing because conservatives are much more sensitive in social situations. So they might be afraid to be viewed as weak or having a mental health issue. So they're going to lie about it left and right. So guys, my point here is that conservatives are very emotional. They're very sensitive. Okay. And yeah, especially in conservative communities, Fetty Spaghetti, they're very sensitive. And again, these studies are not perfect at all. There were a bunch of other studies I could have talked about that I didn't because I don't trust them. Okay. I don't think they're good. These are the best ones. But yeah, conservatives are more likely to be like hypersensitive and like lie in order to make themselves look better, to pretend to be happy when they're not. Okay, to be really afraid and not be good at adapting to change. You notice how it said liberals are much more open to experiencing greater tolerance for uncertainty and disorder. We are great at like uncertainty and disorder, right? We thrive in that shit. Okay. Um, okay. So anyway, that's just a little bit of brain biology there in regards to left and right. Don't take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. But I thought that was interesting, right? There might, and we don't know what causes what, but still, all right. Now, one last fact I'm going to tell you though. It is estimated amongst neuroscientists that something like 40% of political ideology can be linked to genetics and brain. Okay, 40%. So most of it is not linked to that. Most of it is linked to, education, like where you grew up, the people around you and stuff. But there is a significant portion of this stuff that could be linked to genetics and to brain chemistry. All right. Anyway. Okay. So hilarious virtual violence. All right. We got it. So just a little note there. Newer studies at OSU in 2022 with fMRIs. Really, let me take a look at that real fast, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid studies. I don't know why I put up Mayflower Kid. Studies 2020 OSU brain science. Wow, you're right. Okay. So a key 2022 Ohio State University study, which is where I went to school, by the way, found that brain scans can predict political ideology with approximately 80% accuracy. Huh. Matching the predictive power of knowing a person's parents' politics. Interesting. Published by PNAS Nexus, PNAS, oh my God, that sounds hilarious. Okay, PNAS Nexus. This research shows that brain connectivity patterns during various tasks, particularly those involving emotion and memory, act as strong signatures for political affiliation. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. What'd you just send here, Louise? For some reason it won't open. Oh, here we go. Parliament oh my God, hilarious. So wait a minute. The Parliament has been using I know, but Louise, I still opened it anyway because it looked interesting. Parliament drug use claims to be raised with police this week. Hilarious. Oh my God, it's like our Congress. I love it, guys. We really are separated by a common language, right? We're like very similar. That's hilarious. So the Sunday Times reports all but 12 lavatory areas in Parliament were tested showed traces of cocaine. Hilarious. It's 2021. Hilarious. So wait, all but one of 12 lavatory areas in Parliament that were tested showed traces of cocaine. Oh my God, that's so funny. Jonas, Sam, they're known for getting drunk prior to casting votes. Oh my God, that is so funny. Oh my goodness. Okay. What? That's hilarious. All right. Oh my God. When Parliament provides extensive support services for any staff or members who may need help with drug misuse, I would encourage anyone struggling with such issues to take up. Oh my God. Jesus. That's horrific. Parliament has a pub, really? Oh, of course, yeah, the Quad. Don't worry, guys. Our for the Americans out there, don't worry. Congress has tons of coke addicts and shit. There were traces. Hilarious, Drusilla. Hilarious. I love. Okay, I mean, I guess it makes sense. All these politicians, they want a stimulant, and they're addicted. Hilarious. But like, oh my God, that's really funny. That's really funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's dark. But hilarious. Okay. Jesus Christ. That's no good, folks. That's no good. All right. Okay, guys. Give me a second, guys. I need to use the restroom. And then I'll be right back. Okay. So give me a second to pee. I need to take a pee. And then, yes, I said pee because I thought it would gross you all out. And then I'll be right back. So give me 1 minute. We have more to talk about. We got more to talk about. Give me a second. 1 second. All right. I heard your call, Drizilla, and I answered the call. I changed the music just for you, Drizilla. Just for you. Because I see everything, Drizilla. I see everything. Anyway, how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? All right. So, yes, Drizilla. Okay. How's everyone doing out there? I still am eating this. It's cold now, but you know, Jonas is going to yell at me, but it's cold. I like it. All right. Okay. So, good. I'm glad. Thank you, elevator lady. LaCroix. Yeah, I do watch you, LaCroix. You don't need it. Okay, that sounds awful. Okay, you're awful, LaCroix. I hate you. Okay, anyway. Lurking snow leopard. Okay. Lurking snow leopard. By the way, guys, if you're over on Twitch, we have a bunch of new emojis you can use. Mainly they're dance emojis. But Lurking Snow Leopard sent me a site where we could find to find more emojis. And Lurking Snow Leopard recommended I added a bunch of emojis for dancing for our After Dark stream. So now I added a bunch of different dancing emojis. So you guys can like do all kinds of dance emojis in the chat now of different little animals and shit dancing. So Lurking Snow Leopard actually just in the chat now used one of the new ones. It's skill issue. It's a little, you know, Pepe with a skill issue sign. So if you are on Twitch, go in and look at the new. You don't see it. Oh, how do you do that, Lurking Snow Leopard? How do you access those? I don't even know because I've never tried it. Which extension is it? What is the name of the? I'm terrible at this. Lurking Snow Leopard, do you know what's the name of the extension, or like, is there a way to do it? It might be. Yeah, I think it is Better TV, isn't it? BTTV. BTTV. That's what it is. BTTV. Okay. So, okay. So you see here, Lurking Snow Leopard has a little dancing. I don't know, bird now. There's a little dancing bird. So if you get, you have to get the extension, the BTTV, BTTV extension, because anyway. So, all right. So again. Oh, Jonas. Good luck, Jonas. Jonas. As your gay wingman, you know, be yourself. I have full faith in you, Jonas. Do us proud. Okay. All right. Represent the community well, Jonas. All right. Anyway, I don't know. See, I always make it about us. Okay. Elevator lady, I have that extension. They aren't showing. Oh no. Oh, really? Have to be on a computer? Oh, well, that's sad. Okay, well, whatever. We tried our best. Okay. Regardless, if you are on a desktop, you can access the BTTV little dancing things that are fun and cute and shit. Like, I don't know. Can I do it? Can I show you guys some of the dancing things? Twitch hype chain unlocked global. I don't know where. Like, I don't even know I'm supposed to find it. Casual revolt. Argentical Twitch hype train. I don't even know. Well, whatever. There's a bunch I added. You can find them if you look, I guess, if you figure it out or whatever. I guess Lurking Snow Leopard's just smarter than the rest of us somehow. Who knows? Okay. So, moving on. Let's go on. Okay, as you're not gay wingman, introduce them to Casual Revolt. That's fair, okay? All right, guys. So, let's see what else we got to do here. So, okay. You know what? I don't think I'm feeling doing the Rwanda genocide thing right now, right? I feel like it's a bit too. Oh, really? Okay. There should be a little gear under the chat for you to click to install. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you very much for that. Emotes only chat, combo animations, review request. What requests? Did someone request something? Oh, I have to actually, that's interesting. I'm sorry, I'm learning a lot. Okay, I'll stop. I'll do this later. I'm being a bad streamer. Okay, moving on. So, what's this, Matt Saigai? What's this? What is this? What's this? Okay, we'll watch this. I don't know what this is, but let's watch it real fast. Alcohol in Parliament? Okay, let's listen. God, God, I hate Instagram. Okay.
On a hot day or a night out, forget it, no chance, love it. But there are seriously MPs who are trying to tell us that they have a right to get pissed at work. And that is why they are so out of touch, because the vast majority of us could not get away with that. Imagine working in a school or being a cleaner or driving a bus or doing an operation or working in a lab or working in a care home. If you turned up to work reeking of booze, you would get sacked. That is how the vast majority of us have to live our lives.
Totally agree.
Why is it different for MPs? I don't think it's much to ask that MPs are sober whilst they make the biggest decisions that affect all the rest of us. And any of them telling you that they have a right to get pissed at work, they're taking the piss, babe. Remember that at the next election. Now, I love a blue wicked.
Dear God, this is insane. Yeah, bloody, I know Jonas, so Farage was attacking Hannah, acting like it was an attack on British culture. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Dear God. Okay. That's horrific. Yeah, it's insane that they can get away with that and that they're trying to protect it. Okay. Okay. Politics. Now you listen here, politics. Are you listening, politics? Everyone here in chat, how do we feel about politics? Do we feel that politics is not being fair to anyone else? Because my perspective is that we love you, politics, and we love the comments you make, and you always make me laugh, and I love reading them. So don't you dare, politics, say you're not being fair. You're being very fair, and we love your comments, politics, okay? You get, you know what, politics? You get a boop. You get a boop. Boop. There's a boop for you, politics, for all the great, look at that. Mayflower kids sending all the hearts in the world. Okay. Okay. Politics is great. All right. We love having you, politics. And politics, you've been coming for like the last few weeks or so, and I've loved seeing you here every single time. I've loved seeing you here every single time. Okay. I'm always very happy to see you here. All right. So I do hope you staying around, and I do hope you continue commenting and stuff because I love your comments. All right. I may not always read them or see them because there's a lot of chats to look at, but I love your comments, politics. All right. Okay. Moving on though, guys. So Weird Amorphous Blob, the fact that so many countries, thank you, Mayflower Kid, the fact that so many countries have that is such a funny embodiment of the role of parliamentarian. God, I can't say all these words. Yes, yeah. Weird Amorphous Blob, yeah. The fact so many countries have that is such a funny embodiment. I got you. Okay. Of course, if you want to politics, you don't have to politics, of course, right? You don't have to politics. But politics, you should join our Discord. You should join our Discord. Okay, it's linked at the top of the YouTube and the Twitch stream. Okay, I think you're already in there. Okay, good luck, Jonas. We got you, buddy. I hate the word buddy. I'm sorry. What's the straight guys? What do you say to a bro that's heading off to a date with a woman? What do you say? Like, good luck, bro. Good luck, buddy. Good luck, man. What is the... I don't know. How the fuck do you, what's the language? What's the appropriate language for this? Good luck, dude. Is that it? Good luck, dude? Okay, good luck, dude. That sounded very gay when I said that. Okay, I'm trying. But good luck, Jonas. Okay. Good luck, homie, bro, dude. Gotcha. Sir Bart says, Cowabunga, my home slice. How dare you, LaQual? I'm ignorant. Okay, I'm not being weird, Drizella. I'm trying to speak the language. Okay. All right. Whatever. Good luck. We appreciate you. All right. Moving on. Okay, guys. I'm sorry. I know I'm being a bad streamer right now. Let's go on, shall we? So there's a few things. Okay. There's a few things here. Let's react to some shit. So we have some stuff over on, what is it called? On that one site that everyone goes to, Discord. And, all right. So let's watch some of this shit, shall we? Do to love it. What's this? Oh, that's cute. Let's see what else we got here. Let's watch. So let's just watch. This is from Fetty Spaghetti.
What, conservative?
Let's watch this first, and then we have several videos that people have sent. So we'll watch some of these. I have some things lined up too. Okay. You're not some other life form. I am, Druzella. Okay, fine, Druzella. You're right. I might be slightly exaggerating. Okay. Let's go on. Go to YouTube and give him a thank you, Gwen. So let's watch this. Okay, this is Conservatives Produce Weak Men from Fetty Spaghetti. All right.
Culture produces the weakest men in our society. There's a psychological reason for that, and it explains everything. Psychologist Brene Brown at the University of Houston spent decades studying shame and what it does to the human brain. When guys are taught that vulnerability is weakness, they do not become strong. They become emotionally paralyzed. They lose the ability.
Honestly, guys, I think Twitch is better for live streaming. Thank you very much, Matt Saigai. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for the contribution. Politics, you say, is Discord more secure than OSRS? Scared nonetheless.
To process
I'll
pain.
let a Bright Love answer that, but I think it's
failure and fear. They functionally freeze in life and don't know what to do.
But practically nothing is secure. I'm not sure what you mean politics. We have a lovely community over on Discord. Okay, we have a lovely community over there. Like most big things like that aren't particularly secure in that like governments can look in on them and things like that. But it's not. It's a lovely community over there.
She called it shame resilience theory. In progressive homes, therapy is normal. Talking about your feelings is encouraged. Asking for help is smart. In conservative homes, therapy is weakness. Authoritarian parents tell you to suck it up or you get emotionally or physically hurt. So conservative men learn to bury their emotions. And buried pain does not disappear. It turns into rage. Rage is the only emotion conservative culture allows men to express without being made fun of for being weak. That is why the loudest men at a Trump rally are always the most emotionally unstable men in the room. They were never taught how to handle any of their emotions. So when life gets hard, they fall apart. When things around you change, they don't know what to do. And Trump gave these fragile, broken men a target for all their buried rage. Not a solution, not a policy, just someone else to blame. Progressive culture did not produce weak men. Conservative culture did. They tried to convince themselves that suffering in silence was strength. It was never strength, and all it produced was the weakest men in our society. Why conservative culture produces the weakest men in our society. There's a psychological reason for that, and it explains everything. Psychologist Brene Brown at the University of Houston spent decades studying shame and what it does to the human brain.
Okay, that's very true. That's like one of the worst things that men mentally are always told. They have to suck it up, don't express emotion. Yeah. Okay. Like suck it up. Don't express emotion. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Fetty Spaghetti agreed. AAA, I've been telling my family that for the past few years, suffering in silence helps nobody. Fetty, by the way, you don't have to tell me now, but maybe on the Discord, how's the stuff going with the teenager who was saying things about trans people and gender? So I'm curious. Maybe just, you can tell me on Discord. You don't have to tell me here if you don't want to. Yes, men can cry. Absolutely. And suffering in silence helps no one, correct? Mithril, have you seen Matt Walsh's new project, a rewrite of the Trail of Tears? Oh, no, Mithril, no. Oh, God, we already watched Matt Walsh's attempt to say that slavery, like his thing about slavery, which was bullshit. Okay, we're going to have to watch that, Mithril. That's horrifying. Okay, sure, Fetty. All right, so, all right. More Palantir maxing. Yeah. Okay. So let's go on here. That's really true. That's one of the things that men are expected to do. You better keep your emotions to yourself, which just makes it worse.
Why conservative culture produces the weak.
Just makes it just is very bad for your health. Okay, let's put it that way. And it can come out in very dark ways. All right, this is from Louise. Louise sent us this. Russell Brand humiliated after he fails to flaunt God on TV. Well, you mean like, what do you mean? Well, I guess we'll find out what it means. See here, virtual violence. I'm not a psychologist. However, I think my conservative family probably played a role in the manifestation of my, forgive me, virtual violence. What is SZPD? Is that a acronym for a mental illness, or not a mental, like a mental disorder, or what? Not, what's the word? I'm sorry. I have mental illness. Okay, I have ADHD and clinical depression, major depressive disorder. But what is SZPD? I'm just curious. Is it schizoid personality disorder? Is that what it is? Okay, I thought so. Okay, so virtual, yeah, that exactly, and that it can virtual violence, like conservative, like being in a high stress environment, and things like that can cause. Oh, you know this can cause manifestations of different personality disorders. Even schizophrenia, which I know is completely different, but it's like schizophrenia can appear randomly. Clinical depression. Like, yes. So totally. Okay. It's very bad for people's mental health. All right. Fetty Spaghetti, it also makes sense why conservatives attack trans people so much. They can't stand to see someone living their lives in the way that they want. When conservative values make you hold everything in. Correct. Oh, correct. So true. So true. It's like a jealousy. Okay. All right. All right. So, let's go on here. So this is okay. Russell Brand humiliated after he fails to flaunt God on TV. Let's go.
You're thinking of taking it into court, and what you were seeing, looking at some passages. What were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me. It's this.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to find a? Is he looking through the Bible? Is this going to make me start ranting about the Bible? Is he trying to find a part in the Bible to react to? Is he trying to? This is embarrassing. He's trying to look at verse that he likes. Okay, interesting. This is humiliating. He can't find it.
No, I'm not going to mark it before.
Oh my God, this is embarrassing. This is hello, inverted panda. Welcome. This is humiliating. Oh my God, this is embarrassing.
It says here.
Oh my God, this is embarrassing. Yeah, I know.
This was
I know
actually
Russell Brown.
a masterful bit of broadcast performance by Piers Morgan, because he knew that his silence was so much more powerful than anything he could say. And the punctuation of like the look to camera and to the gallery was...
That's hilarious. Piers was letting him flail. That was humiliating. You know, it's funny because, okay, obviously I can't stand Russell Brand. I think we all know why, a lot of different reasons, but can't stand Russell Brand. But weirdly, and I don't like Piers Morgan, but he has moments where I really appreciate the work he does. Like, you know what I mean? Like, randomly, Piers Morgan will do something where I'm like, okay, Piers, okay. And anytime you need to humiliate Russell Brand, I'm all for that. Okay, I'm all for that. Let's keep watching.
in itself incredibly articulate. Because what you've got is this, like, you know, the pages, you know, rustling. You can see a little bit of the handshake. And I think Russell Brand filling the sound of his own exposure with just completely nonsensical mumbling under his breath.
Yeah, grumbling, mumbling, yeah.
And just what I found so telling about the whole sequence is that Bible is full of Post-its.
Yeah, politics.
Yellow Post-its and purple Post-its.
Everything underlined, literally everything underlined.
Everything's underlined. So what were you highlighting, if not a passage that means something to you? And it's the same way Andrew Tate uses the Quran when he's had to, you know, show up for his court dates.
Yeah.
It's a way of flaunting a kind of religious affiliation to an audience of men who are themselves religious, because they interpret that religion as giving them a carte blanche to behave in any way they like.
Oh, it's so true. It's so true. It's just like, yeah, I cannot stand, okay, I can't hate him. Not the guy on the screen, Russell Brand. That was good. I don't know what else to add to that. That was beautiful. Thank you for sending that, Louise. That made my day. Okay. Russell Brand is such a monster. Okay. Hey, me too. I've never liked him either. I've never liked him either, Weird Amorphous Blob, to be honest with you. Okay. So, you know what? Let's watch this. This was sent to us by Gwen.
And
this is looks like a compilation of comedians making jokes maybe about Israel and Palestine or something. I'm not sure, but it looks funny. No, exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. The stuff about the mysticism always rubbed me the wrong way. You know, and you can guess why. I don't trust people who start doing the weird mysticism stuff. It was, well, and with how he did it, Not that I don't trust people who do mysticism, but when they like sell it and shit. Okay, moving on. So this is going to be fun. There's a cringe moment here. Oh, good, Gwen. So let's watch this. I'm kind of excited to see what this is.
Right, man.
Paul Squaw, I swear to God, Paul Squaw. By the way, Paul Squaw, I saw you join the Discord, okay? I saw you join the Discord, and I'm so excited for you to harass me on there too, Paul Squaw, okay? I'm so excited for that. Actually, I am very happy that you're there. I was very happy when I saw you join, Paul Squaw. Anyway. One of us. No, Gwen, I just hate you. No, I'm just kidding, Gwen. I love you. All right.
Do you do? I'm an investigator. You're an investigator? What kind? Like for the police? War crimes investigator. You're a war crimes is that true? Is that true? Oh my God. Jesus, we really went up a notch, didn't we? Until then, it was just all fun, like, oh, first date in the front row. And you're like, I'm here to investigate war crimes. What are you working on at the moment? What's your... Ukraine. You're working on investigating war crimes in Ukraine.
Okay.
Fuck me, man. I thought when you said infrastructure, it was like going to kill the energy, but fuck. you came to win. I like it. And are you from the UK? No. No, where are you from? Israel. You're from Israel?
Oh my God. Oh, this is getting complicated. He's a war crimes investigator from Israel. That's looking at war crimes in Ukraine. Maybe he should have just stayed home. There are probably some things he could have looked into there. All right.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Of all the places you could have said, you're a war crimes investigator from Israel looking at Ukraine. I think the call may be coming from inside the house.
Comedians are having a field day with this.
What was the defining
Hilarious. Okay, what are the I know, all right, Alyssa?
moment in your upbringing?
War.
War?
Yeah.
Oh, dark.
That's true.
Where are you from?
Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia. That's not even a place anymore, is it? Wait, you grew up in Soviet Yugoslavia?
I'm sorry I keep pausing it, but I know. I'm way too, you guys know, I'm always like, yeah, you know Weird Amorphous Blob. Yugoslavia was not owned by the Soviets. Okay? It was a non-aligned country, theoretically. It was non-aligned. Tito, it was not, okay, whatever. You know, it's fine. Soviet Yugoslavia, that's very funny, okay?
No, it's not Soviet, it is Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't care about Yugoslavia at all. What was the conflict? Who was fighting who?
It was internal war. It's separated in 5 countries.
Yugoslavia did.
Yeah.
So what are the 5?
Exactly.
Okay, fuck you guys because you're shaking your heads at me. If I asked you what 5 countries Yugoslavia split up into,
I mean, he has a point. That's fine.
God, I saw like a Syracuse graduate, just like... I'm like, you work in PR, there's no chance. It's Slavia and it's Yugo now. Shut the fuck up. There's not a snowball's chance in hell. You fucker, you Jewish camp-going women. Slovenia. Croatia.
He must be Jewish.
Serbia. Montenegro.
Macedonia.
Macedonia?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why mansplained that. I was like almost close. So that was a 5-state solution?
Yeah.
Maybe Israel-Palestine should do that.
Oh, God.
Because I have like more religious Jewish cousins and I wouldn't want to be in the same country as them at all. Could we do like an Israel and then like an Israel light, you know? I really think we should do a 5-state solution. Is that crazy? Why are you shaking your head no? You ask any Jewish girl, they're like, I went on birthright. That's why not. Because I got near the Western Wall.
Oh,
why
my
did
God.
they do the 5-state solution? Religion. Oh. There's literally a precedent.
That's funny.
It can't be worse than the current situation.
Yeah.
Except for the Jewish girls are like, what's bad about the current situation?
That's true. A lot of, yeah.
Maybe, if I put that online, maybe. Netanyahu, the really right wing, he's gonna see it and be like, God damn it, he has a point.
Jewish comedian Lucas Zelnick. This is a must-watch, man. He nails all of this. I love.
I really like this. I will say that humor wasn't transgressive enough in my opinion. That segment I don't think he was being transgressive enough. I don't really know, like he wasn't being subversive enough to make a joke about that. I feel like, okay, I know, it's comedy, whatever. I couldn't really tell what perspective he was taking there on it, even though it should be very clear what perspective you're taking. You should be clearly taking the perspective that genocide's bad. I know, I'm sorry, I know, I'm a Debbie Downer. But that segment, I think you could have done better.
Love it. Meanwhile,
I actually don't believe that Palestinian films should win any awards ever, because they only know how to play one role, victim.
Cringe.
You know? It's like my family is so starving. They only got 5 trucks of humanitarian aid.
Oh.
Please donate. Link in the bio. No, okay.
That is super cringe. Super cringe.
They know how to play one more thing. Fake dead baby.
Okay. That's funny. That's not funny. That's what I meant to say. That is not funny. That is disgusting. And that, you know it, Lurking Snow Leopard. Very punchable face he has. That is disgusting. Okay. That I'm trying to calm down here. That is enraging. Okay. I really hope they really ought to. Yeah, you're right, Macon. They really ought to kick him off the stage and scare him outside, right, Sarah? They ought to, get him out of there. Disgusting. Okay, disgusting human being. He should never work in comedy again. He should be scared off of every stage he's ever on again. I know. Me too, Sir Bar. I'm trying to not start cursing. Like I feel my eyes welling up. Okay, I'll continue.
You want to see me win a Palestinian Oscar right now?
Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody. And the Oscar goes to Muhammad. Thank you.
Wow.
Honestly, sometimes I wish I grew up in Gaza, because I would be like a Hollywood superstar. You guys saw that performance right here, right? It's incredible.
American-Israeli comic Yoni Kletz shows us everything we need to know about the art, or lack thereof, of punching down.
What do you do in Israel?
Disgusting. I am trying to stay calm. Okay. Yeah. So that was a really good. The rest are probably going to be funny. I mean, I love these clips. I agree, Sir Bart. That is so disgusting. Okay. All right. So let's see what else we got on here.
You're a musician. What kind of music? Progressive rock. So it's like Free Palestine. That's progressive. No.
He has a heckler.
I mean, yo, this set peaked just then.
One of the best out there, Nimesh Patel, had fun with this one.
I don't really have any material about Israel-Palestine. I do think with everything going on with Israel and Palestine, it is the first time my black friends have ever been nervous to talk to me about something. They're like, hey, shalom. And then they start stammering. They're like, and I'm like, whoa, that is cultural appropriation. I have some tough conversations with my more conservative parents. When you talk about Israel-Palestine, it makes you miss those kind of like easier to swallow debates like trans women playing sports. I mean, compared to Israel-Palestine, that was a cakewalk, you know? Now when my transphobic friends are like, do you see, this trans woman played volleyball, took out a little girl. I'm like, only one?
Oh, God.
I have an Israeli barber. He does my beard. And while he was cutting my beard, he was asking me about my thoughts on Israel and Palestine. And I noticed that the closer the blade got to my throat, the more I became pro-Israeli. That's how it feels talking about that conflict while wanting to succeed in Hollywood. Tough, because even if you want to critique Israel. The problem is
he's Jewish, right, guys?
there are anti-Semitic people out there. They say all sorts of things. They say the Jews run the banks. People complain about the Jews so much. You know what? They sound like Jews. They say the Jews run the banks. Then take your money out. But they never do. They never take the money out. You know why? They don't trust their money will be protected by the cops, because the cops are not run by the Jews. We would, but we're kosher.
Fellow Jewish comedian Gianmarco Cerezi said this after 10-7. Hilarious stuff.
I want to bring this joke back. Shout out to country, I tell the capital.
Oh, elevator lady, I'm jealous.
Azerbaijan, Baku, very easy. Kazakhstan, Astana. Cameroon, Yaoundé. What'd you say? America, Jerusalem.
Yep.
Then there's Jeffrey.
Yep. Well, technically, I'd prefer to say Tel Aviv because I refuse to acknowledge that the capital has been moved to Jerusalem. But still, yes, Jerusalem. Hilarious.
He's just killing it off the cuff here. Back to Zelnick.
Clap if you liked it when the healthcare CEO got his shit rocked. Clap if you liked that. Not in the front. You didn't with that? No response. Okay, appreciate it. Are you American? No. Where are you from? Israel? So far, this is tracking to be the most frightening set of my life. Yeah. I'm like, are you down with killing innocent people? She's like, no, I'm from Israel. Hey, I'm Jewish, okay? And that's something I just said to ease the tension of their reaction. You live in Israel still? You go to Columbia University. Oh, shit. Boy, was I trying to ask one simple question that quickly spiraled into an entire... Were you there during the... Okay, sure. She gave an immediate yes.
Yeah.
Boop. Okay. What is there to say to you? What shall I say to you? I have no idea.
This is so unbelievably good. Then...
Speaking of getting cancelled.
Did he just boop? He did a boop. Did you guys hear that? He gave her a boop. He gave her a boop.
Who are you guys supporting?
Israel.
No, India or Pakistan. Israel or Palestine? Palestine. Anyone else? Palestine? Round of applause. Israel, anyone? Why Israel?
Palestine started first.
Palestine started it first. Oh, we're talking about October 7th?
I know it's going on for a long time, but...
You're just watching from this season. I also watched Game of Thrones midway. And I was like, this King Joffrey is good, yeah?
Daniel Fernandez makes a really incredible analogy. If you can or...
That was pretty funny. That last one was hilarious. I love that. Yeah, you're watching from midway through the season, from this season only. Yeah, okay, hilarious. That's good. Also, the Pakistan India joke was funny too. It's like, what side are you on? Israel or Palestine? Palestine? No, I mean India or Pakistan. Okay, anyway. All right. Okay. So, let's go on. That was really good, Gwen. Thank you. That was amusing. Let's find another good one here. All right. You know what? This was sent to us by
500 million people in
Le Croix Bois, the Marquis de la Croix Bois of I don't know, of Saint-Étienne de Paris. Okay, whatever. I don't know. I don't speak French. Okay. Though French food's quite delicious, I will say. When I've been to France, the food is delicious. The service is kind of assholey, but the food is delicious. Anyway, well, not all of it. A lot of French people are very nice. Some are not. But I guess that's the case everywhere. Anyway. Okay. So Le Croix Bois sent us this, and it is a video here. Because this is, it's called You Were Training AI While Catching Pokemon. Now, this is funny because apparently, if anyone ever played the Pokemon Go, all right, apparently it was training AI while it did it. So this is just, guys, a short video, basically. I haven't seen it, but it's a short video on how nothing is sacred, okay? Even a game of Pokemon that is supposed to be fun is really just a way to train a sentient AI Skynet monster to eventually kill all of us and take us all over. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, it's not that bad, but it is training us to, it is training AI. And guys, don't worry, I used to play it too. I used to play Pokemon Go too. It was very slow though, and it kept glitching, so I got annoyed. But still, I can't even Pokemon Go to the poll was hilarious. Weird of blob. Okay, so I know. So let's watch. That's okay, SoCal. SoCal says sorry, but Pokemon makes me want to poke my eyes out. That's okay, SoCal. That's okay. I do ruin everything, Mayflower Kid, but still, let's listen to this. I'm excited. Everyone thank LaCroix. Boo. Ah! Okay. All right.
Installed Pokemon Go within 60 days of its launch. At its peak, 143 million people were walking around parks.
Okay, wait a minute, LaCroix. You say you prefer it pronounced the Web du Bois way? Isn't that how it's pronounced, Web du Bois, as opposed to Web du Bois? Okay, right. So it's I pronounce it correctly, don't I? LaCroix, Bois, right?
Parks, sidewalks, and parking lots, pointing their phones at buildings.
Sir Bart, I swear to God! Sir Bart, I actually don't like Pokemon that much, but it's very fun to play. It's not like I'm obsessed with it. I do really like Rick and Morty, though. And only degenerates would not like Rick and Morty, okay? So, to be clear, Sir Bart, all right? To be clear. All right, moving on. Oh, yes, it's W-E-B. Yes, exactly. Yeah, SoCal. But I've always said web because I don't want to have to say W-E-B du Bois. Anyway, so I say web du Bois. All right, whatever. Who cares?
Buildings and statues trying to catch digital creatures layered on top of the real world. That was 2016. It's 2026 now, and Niantic just revealed what all of that was actually worth. Recently, Niantic Spatial, the AI company Niantic spun off after selling Pokemon Go, announced a partnership with Coco Robotics, a startup that runs delivery robots in cities across the US and Europe. Those robots—
Philly Cheese, I'm not like a huge— oh my God, see, you guys are getting off track here. I'm gonna start handing out bonks. Philly Cheese, I am not like a big Rick and Morty fan. I'm not like a huge, big old Rick and Morty fan, but I do enjoy Rick and Morty. At least I did. The most recent seasons have been awful. I liked original Rick and Morty. All right. I found a Squirtle at a urology center. Thought it was fitting. Hilarious. Elevator lady. Hilarious. Okay. Why are you— okay. Do not pronounce. Where the hell did I find this? Do not pronounce Dubois. It's Dubois. It's racist. You know what? Paul Squaw, I'm not listening to you anymore. That's it. I'm done. I'm done listening to you. Okay. And LaCroix never answered me about whether I'm pronouncing that name correctly or not. Whatever. You know what? LaCroix's a traitor. Okay. I don't care. LaCroix's a traitor. Okay. Moving on.
Are now navigating—
LaCroix's a social democrat, not even an ML.
Sidewalks using a visual positioning system trained on 30 billion images. 30 billion. And those images came from you. Those images came from your phone while you were catching Pokemon. Players thought the only thing at stake was a shiny Charizard at the local gym, but these players were actually building one of the largest real-world visual data sets in history, and nobody told them. So let's talk about what Niantic actually built, because the technology is genuinely—
Yes, Weird Mormons Blob. I should have done that to you. I'll say it to you too, Weird Mormons Blob, and I'll say it to you too, Elevator Lady. Never defy me, or I'll call you a social democrat publicly.
impressive, even if the ethics are questionable. Niantic's visual positioning system can pinpoint your location on a map to within a few centimeters, not using GPS, but by looking at photos of nearby buildings and landmarks. You feed it a handful of pictures of your surroundings, and it tells you exactly where you are on Earth, down to the centimeter. The way they got there is kind of—
that's not creepy at all. Yay. Yeah. No, Fetty Spaghetti, I don't know anything about the Rick and Morty community. I have heard that, though. Okay. CR, I will actually pipe in here and say that mispronouncing Web Dubois is kind of a bad look. It's Dubois. No, it's not. So literally the French is Dubois. All right. And I have read all of Dubois' stuff. Okay. And he was okay with being called Dubois because that's the original French way of pronouncing it. Because I've read his stuff, and but most people would say Dubois because it's easier than Dubois or Dubois because that's the French. So it doesn't really matter. But yeah, okay.
Brilliant.
All right.
Pokemon Go placed Pokestops and gyms at real-world landmarks, things like churches, murals, public sculptures, storefronts. That meant millions of players were constantly pointing their phone cameras at these specific locations. Every photo came tagged with rich metadata, exact GPS coordinates, camera angle, phone orientation, movement speed and direction, time of day, weather conditions, and more. But it goes further than that. Niantic introduced augmented reality, or AR, scan tasks. These are missions that rewarded players for scanning real-world locations to create 3D models. By 2024, they were collecting up to 1 million new scans per week. Players did this because they got in-game rewards. Niantic did this because each scan was a data point in a massive spatial model. And here's what makes this dataset so uniquely powerful. The same locations were photographed by thousands.
Guys, I literally don't care. I don't care. I'm mainly joking here, okay? I've read like all of Dubois stuff, or Dubois stuff, however you want me to pronounce it. But I was mainly, I'm mainly talking about Lacroix Bois' name, right? Which, Le Croix Boy, or Le Croix Bois, that's how you pronounce it in French, and it rhymes, okay? Yes, see here, of course it matters like calling you Castle Hole for casual revolt. It's not disrespectful to, Dubois, excuse me, was, if that's the way he wanted to be called it, is, it's, all right. Moving on here, I just use it as an easy way to ask, but right. When having the name is right. Hilarious. Okay, let's see here. All right. So, trying to see what guys. You see, you guys don't like us here. That we like Rick and Morty. We hate gun. I like Rick and Morty, and we hate. I know, right, elevator lady. So, like, I don't know much about the Rick and Morty community. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. No, Brightlev, I believe you. I could very well be wrong about that. Okay. I have read a lot of his stuff though. Okay. So. All right. So going on here, I'm trying to see here. Did I miss? I thought I saw something I wanted to read here. 170 name right, easy way to use person. I just used it as an easy way. Somewhat like Rick and Morty. Yeah, I like the first seasons of whatever it is. Okay. All right. Okay, I got everything. Let's continue. There was just a lot of comments I had to go back and read.
From different angles, at different times of day, in every weather condition. Google Street View sends a car down your road once every few years with a roof-mounted camera at a fixed height. Pokemon Go had millions of people capturing pedestrian-level imagery of sidewalks, building entrances, park paths, and alleyways, all places that mapping vehicles literally can't reach. And they did it continuously for 8 years. Brian McClendon, the CTO of Niantic Spatial, said it plainly, quote, "We know where you're standing within several centimeters of accuracy, and most importantly, where you're looking." That's not creepy to say at all. No mapping company with a fleet of vehicles could have replicated this on the same timeline or budget at this scale. Niantic got it for free. Actually, they got paid for it. Players were buying Pokeballs while generating the training data through in-app purchases. Now here's where it gets more complicated. Let's talk about who actually owns all of this data, because it's kind of a mess. In March 2025, Niantic sold its entire games division, which included Pokemon Go, Pikmin Bloom, and Monster Hunter Now, to Scopely for $3.5 billion. And Scopely is owned by the Savvy Games Group, which is the Saudi Royal Investment Fund's gaming arm. So Pokemon Go, the game that is still collecting scan data from players right now, is now owned by Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Niantic kept the Spatial AI business and the Ingress game, rebranding the enterprise side as Niantic Spatial. So the AI model trained on 8 years of historical Pokemon Go data belongs to Niantic Spatial. And the delivery robots using that model belong to Coco Robotics. 3 different enterprises, 3 different countries, 1 dataset, built by people who thought they were playing a game. And Niantic's privacy policy? It covers all of this. Their terms of service grant broad rights to use submitted data and pass those rights to other companies.
God.
The AR scan feature was technically
good.
voluntary.
I love that. That's not weird and authoritarian at all. Guys, I'm going to sit down. Give me a second, okay? Need to pull over my chair. All right. Ugh. Of course we can't, elevator lady. Nothing can be enjoyable. Nothing can be enjoyable. Right? Because under capitalism, capitalism makes everything bad. Yay. Isn't that fun? Don't we love that? Yay. The one thing capitalism makes good is exploitation, because if you exploit, you'll do fine. Right? If you under capitalism, exploitation is encouraged and it makes you rich. So, a great system we have here.
Nobody forced you to scan that statue, but it was gamified with in-game rewards, embedded in the normal flow of gameplay and presented as a fun feature, not a data contribution to a commercial geospatial product. The privacy policy itself doesn't exhaustively list what data is collected or all the purposes it's used for. It uses language like, quote, legitimate business objectives, which legally covers just about anything. And the uploaded AR imagery is reportedly anonymized during processing, but that almost doesn't matter. The valuable asset isn't your identity, it is.
Thank you, Louise.
But it's
Louise, thank you for the contribution, really. Thank you, Louise, for the contribution.
Location data, the centimeter accurate, weather tagged, angle diverse, metadata rich location data. Now, let's zoom into the technical side for a minute, because I think this is where it gets really interesting if you're...
Alyssa, I think you accidentally... Okay, that's hilarious. Alyssa, you accidentally timed out Mayflower Kid. Oh, that's funny. I know you didn't mean to. Your daughter took the phone. We'll fix it. But Mayflower Kid, can you hear us, Mayflower Kid? This is funny. Okay, I'm sorry. How do we fix that? Does anyone know how to get Mayflower Kid out of jail? That's hilarious. That's so cute. Yeah, come to the purple side. Mayflower Kid, can you hear us? Mayflower Kid, you should come. So Alyssa's daughter accidentally blocked you, which is okay. It's so cute. That's funny. But we apologize that we can't see you anymore, Mayflower Kid. It's okay, Alyssa. It's not your fault. I'm trying to figure out either how to fix it or let Mayflower Kid know to come over to the other channel. Gotcha. So now Mayflower Kid has been timed out for 10 seconds. Okay, good. So hopefully you'll be back up and ready to go, Mayflower Kid, in like 10 seconds. Okay, I'm sorry. That's hilarious, Alyssa. That's so funny. Alyssa is out per our pet hegs of hilarious. Okay, that's so funny, Alyssa. Okay, we'll continue. Sorry, guys.
Developer. What Niantic Spatial is building is what they call a large geospatial model. Think of it as the spatial equivalent.
Thank you, Alyssa. You said it's been a good stream. Not that the others aren't, but tonight was entertaining. Thank you, Louise, really.
Equivalent of a large language model. Instead of predicting the next word in a sequence, it predicts your location from visual input. You show it a photo of a building, and it tells you where in the world that building is with alarming accuracy. The reason this works is because of how the training data was collected. Traditional mapping data sets give you one image per location, taken from a fixed height at one time. Pokemon Go's dataset gives you thousands of images per location, taken from every conceivable angle across every lighting and weather condition over the span of 8 years.
That is horrific.
That's the kind of diversity that makes machine learning models robust. A model trained on this data...
No wonder it took up so many resources. It took up so many resources to play that game because my phone always struggled with it. Okay. Mayflower Kid, try saying something, Mayflower. Mayflower, can you hear? Mayflower Kid, say something. Say something, Mayflower Kid. Say something. Say something, Mayflower Kid. Are you okay? You alive? All right.
Doesn't just recognize a building on a sunny afternoon, it recognizes it at dusk. In rain, partially obscured by temporary structures, from across the street, from the entrance, from anywhere. And the applications extend way beyond delivery robots. AR glasses need this kind of positioning to overlay...
There's Mayflower Kid. Okay, everything is back. Everything is back. Everything is good with the universe, right, Mayflower Kid? All has been corrected.
Digital content on the physical world. Autonomous vehicles need it for navigation in urban areas where GPS bounces off buildings. Construction companies need it for site mapping. Urban planners need it for infrastructure modeling. And if you're thinking this sounds a lot like something that would be very useful for surveillance, you're not wrong. Popular Science flagged exactly this in their coverage. A system that can identify your precise location from a single photograph of your surroundings has obvious appeal to law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Niantic hasn't suggested any plans to provide this data to authorities, but the capability exists. And the precedent for government access to commercial data products is...
You know, I always thought it was funny, guys, how like we're okay with like government. We're not okay with like government spying on us, even though we are, because we let it happen all the time. We're always complaining about like China spying on its own people and shit, but then we're perfectly fine with like these big companies getting all of our information. So we're okay with a bunch of private tyrants having the information, and kind of we're okay with the government having it, but we're not okay when China does it. Then it's authoritarian, right? If China does it, it's authoritarian. When we do it here, it's just, you know, well, that's just the cost of business. You have to sign a contract. I mean, you signed a contract to allow it, so it's okay. All right.
Well established. This also isn't the first time we've seen
exactly where it was the glorious private sector
pattern. Google's reCAPTCHA had you clicking on traffic lights and crosswalks to prove you were human. What it was actually doing was training computer vision models for self-driving cars. You were doing free labor for Waymo every time you identified a bicycle in a grid of photos. Same playbook, useful task for the user, but the real purpose is dataset generation. Niantic just ran it for 8 years at a scale of 30 billion images across 143 million people at its peak. And this is the part that should actually...
Mayflower Kid, are you sending me more food? God damn it, Mayflower Kid. You said it'll be delivered in 1 hour. Oh my God. Okay, well, thank you. I guess we'll find out what it is. Thank you, Mayflower Kid.
...make you uncomfortable. Not the technology, because that's kind of impressive. The consent model. When players opted into AR scans, they were presented with a game feature. Scan this statue, get some items. Nobody was presented with, quote, your scan data will train a commercial AI product that will be licensed to robotics companies to navigate delivery robots on public sidewalks, built on a platform now partially owned by a Saudi sovereign wealth fund. The purpose changed, but the consent didn't. And this matters because of the precedent it sets. Every app on your phone with camera and GPS access is sitting on the same potential goldmine. Your fitness apps knows your running routes.
Ew.
Your photo app has...
Ew, God, this is so creepy. Oh, this is so creepy. Trump failed says, CR is going to get another package here in about a couple weeks from Mayflower. And it's just going to be lotion with a notepad saying, put it on the skin. Oh, that's creepy, Trump failed. It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. Okay, you all know what that's from, I hope. And if you don't ask.
Geo-tagged images of every place you've ever been. Your messaging app also has your location history.
Ew.
We've already seen what happens when this data leaks or gets repurposed. In 2018, Strava's heat map accidentally revealed the locations of secret military bases because soldiers were tracking their runs. The US Marine Corps had to issue guidance to
put the fucking lotion in the basket.
Marines who played Pokemon Go about the same security implications. Can you imagine that conversation? The question isn't whether other companies will do what Niantic did. I can almost guarantee that other companies are doing this today. No one person can scroll through all the terms of service that they blindly accept, so it's easy for things like this to slip by. This is especially true because legal departments write the terms of service in legalese, making it nearly impossible for the everyday person to understand it. That means the question is actually, will they tell you when they do what Niantic did? Because stuff like this works. Gamify the data collection, bury the terms in a privacy policy nobody reads, and by the time anyone notices, you've got 30 billion images and a $3.5 billion exit. The most valuable AI training datasets in the world aren't being assembled in data centers. They're being built by people who have no idea they're building them. But tell me what you think. Did you play Pokemon Go? Did you do the AR scan?
No, Drizella, it's Silence of the Lambs, which is a very famous American movie. It was the first American movie to win Best Picture. That was a horror film. And it has some weird transphobia kind of stuff in it, but regardless, it's still a really good movie. Actually, the creators later apologized for the transphobia kind of implications of it. But it's a really good movie, I will say.
Let me know in the comments if this changes how you think about it. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Exactly, Weirdomorphous Blob. It's textually not transphobic, but there's some like functional transphobia, accidentally, I should say, in it. But yes, okay. All right, that was terrifying. That's terrifying. Yep, it's all our fault. Isn't that great? It's all our fault. So that's good. Thank you, Le Quabois. Are you here still? I don't think Le Quabois left us. I think Le Quabois left all of us, and now we're here and alone, and we're sad. Okay, Weird Amorphous Blob. It feels more thrillery than horror-y. Okay. So scared. Why are you scared, politics? Don't be scared. Don't be scared, politics. You're good, politics. Everything is okay, politics. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll keep you safe. Doesn't that make you feel better? Okay, I'm joking. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty freaky. Silence of the Lambs, guys, is a very good movie. Anthony Hopkins is really good at that, at the role of Hannibal Lecter. So is what is her name? Plays Clarice. God damn it. God damn it, what's her name? Jodie Foster, thank you. Jodie Foster is amazing playing Clarice. There's a whole bunch in the movie that's about like how it feels to be a woman in like a man's world. There's a whole bunch in the movie about psychology and how like trauma affects people's behavior. And it's really good. Okay, just put it this way, it's really good. All right. Thank you, Marzipan, for that. All right, let's see what else we got here, guys. You know it, Weird Amorphous Blob, the scene where she sees all the men staring at her, and like it's oftentimes the movie is presented from this woman's perspective, and the idea of the male gaze, like how men are always looking at her, and like it's always something she's experienced, is that experience of men looking at her as an object and shit. It's really good. Me too, Weird Amorphous Blob. I agree. Even though it's like the FBI is in it, it's still a really good movie. Okay. Exactly. You're right, Paul Squat. Every man in the movie is disgusting towards Clarice except for Hannibal. Correct. Okay. Which is weird because he's a really bizarre guy. Okay. He's a cannibal and a serial killer. So it makes all the men look really gross. And it really kind of does show how like close it is. How close what is it called? Sexism, misogyny is to like horrific serial killing crimes, right? Like, yeah, they were Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on here. Yeah, Trump's hero Hannibal, which is bizarre. Let's see here. Yeah, let's watch this. Doug, are you here? Not Doug, G-U-D-U-G, Doug, D-O-U-G. Whatever it was, okay? Doug, D-U-G, okay? I'm sorry, Doug, D-O-U-G. Doug on the left, okay? I don't know if Doug on the left is also called Antifa. Are you here, Antifa? Nope, this is, wait for it, say, Sir Bart. No, this isn't something Trump actually said. This is something Caroline Leavitt said. I just thought it was funny, guys, for us to hear this. This, I'm sure you will appreciate. This is Caroline Leavitt, telling us something that is fascinating. Yeah, he did. Yes, Sir Bart. He said that he really liked Hannibal Lecter. I forget exactly what he said, but he literally said that, like, Hannibal Lecter, he's said it multiple times. He has an obsession with Hannibal Lecter. It's really fucked up. Okay, it's really effed up. Okay, let's watch what she has to say, and let's watch the dystopia occur.
We can and we should have fierce disagreement in this country. As you all know, we disagree often, myself in this role and all of you in the news media, but those disagreements must remain peaceful. Debating, peaceful protesting, and voting are how we need to settle disagreements, not bullets.
Again, guys, remember that how the state is allowed to do as much violence as it wants. It's allowed to do as much direct and indirect violence as it wants, basically. So the Trump administration has been shooting people, has been throwing people into camps, has been, killed a bunch of children in a hospital in Iran, went to war with Iran, invaded Venezuela, killed a bunch of people and removed their leader. The structural inequalities that the Trump administration has perpetrated will result in the death and lowering of life expectancies for millions of people. But guys, don't you dare do violence. Bad violence. Bad violence, right? Yeah, shame on you. Shame on you guys for doing violence, okay? That's bad. You're bad. Okay. Says the woman who probably has blood all over her hands, from helping, okay. Right.
Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump.
I mean, okay, it's beyond parody. Obvious. Okay, isn't that hilarious? That, yeah, it's not working anymore, guys. People do not like the Trump administration. But isn't that funny? I guess Trump has been the biggest. Yeah, literally every Palestinian. Isn't it funny how, like, this is like, Trump is the biggest victim, right? Trump is the biggest victim. Okay, Trump is the biggest victims.
This political violence stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media.
Don't worry, guys. Trump has never called for violence. Trump has never called for violence. Trump's supporters have never called for violence. Trump's supporters and himself are not currently doing violence right now. They're perfect little angels. Okay.
This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at
politics,
President
you're
Trump,
right, gross.
day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence.
You're welcome, folks. You're welcome. You're welcome. I accept the compliment of being told that I fueled this attack. I'd say that I take credit. I definitely have called Trump a fascist because he is a fascist. And I've compared him to Hitler because he's a lot like Hitler. So no problem with that. No problem with that. None at all. I'll take it as a compliment.
The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again this weekend.
There we go. That's it. I just, guys, thought you'd find that kind of fun. I thought that was kind of cute and fun. And it's not going to work. I got to tell you. You're Weirdo Morphous Blob. You are right. This is why I've said, this is why I have said, that you said back after Kirk, they could get away with blaming people describing reality rather than reality itself for inciting violence. They can't. Yeah, people don't care. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, they have really screwed themselves over. If they wanted to crack down, they should have done it before this, but they're out of time because people hate them and don't care anymore. Yeah, it's gonna get worse, Sir Bart. I got to tell you, I'm like, to me, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. I don't care much because they're flailing. They're losing the argument right now. Okay. Politics. I fell asleep to a video that was 2 hours long. It was about South Korea's plastic surgery problem. Oh my God, that's messed up politics. Fedian in Norway, the news are like, this is unheard of in a democracy. Of course it is. Of course it is. Because you mean the violence, Fedian? Is that what you mean, Fedian, or like what Trump is doing? Okay. Yeah. I got you. Freddie. Yeah. How many state leaders did Trump take out? I mean, this is called karma. This is called karma. Yes. Very true politics. Yeah. And okay. Yes, Alyssa, I saw something that said, be careful before people become desensitized like they did with school kids. Yeah, you're right, Alyssa. And admittedly, we're kind of to that point under Trump. There's been so many assassination attempts that it's kind of like, here's another one. But at the same time, there's like yeah, right, Freddie Yeen. Absolutely, okay. But at the same time, the Trump administration they're so hated and it's just not working. Okay, their attempt to strike back, they're not going to be able, they have their hands tied in a lot of ways. And I do hope that they make a mistake and they do try to crack down. Yeah, no one cares, Paul Squaw. No one cares. Because if they do, I think people will snap. We're already seeing people snap left and right. Okay, okay. So, Cal, you say, notice how these attempts always come right at the time the GOP and MAGA are about to lose power. Is that so, SoCal? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I do not think, guys, I do not think it was staged. I do not think it was staged. Let's put it this way. I have no evidence to suggest it was staged. I don't have great evidence otherwise. But I don't understand really like the purpose of staging it when it makes sense to me. Yeah, no, right, Freddie. Regardless, okay. Regardless, I think it's only good. There's only good here. It's only good here. So I would guess, guys, someone just came in here with the German name Waffle, Waffel, ZZZZZZ7, which I suspect is coded language that means Waffen, SS, because the Z could be a lightning bolt. So just to show you guys, this troll that just came in here that says Waffel ZZZZZ, which probably is a symbol for Waffen SS, said Trump 2028, JD 2032, and 2036. So this person, just to show you guys that that a lot of Trump supporters are in fact outright Nazis, I think this proves the point. And I am going to get rid of that person now. Don't worry. I just wanted to say that beforehand. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay. So moving on here. In Your Groove says the purpose of staging would be to rise up, rally around the flag. People dislike the president for that anyway. Yeah, possibly In Your Groove. But like the risks are much worse than the risks are much worse than the positives of that. Okay. Okay. Sir, but yes, that's true, Freddie. And a lot of our presidents have had assassination attempts against them, or most of the time they're stopped way in advance. Okay. You are Matt Saigai. Okay, we need to balkanize the U.S. So, Freddie, this is complicated, right? If we you mean balkanize as in have it break up into a bunch of independent political units? That would be disastrous for the people living here. I think that would cause massive war and civil war and conflict. I want the American empire to fall. I would like America to become this little state, this state that is like a hippie state that stays in its lane and is like doesn't interfere in the world and kind of are a bunch of hippies. Okay. I don't know that it is like possible to break up the United States into a balkanized situation. Okay. That would be, I think historically that has always been disastrous. It would just be disastrous in a lot of ways. That would also mean a lot of states would suddenly be landlocked and deeply impoverished. Okay. Powerhouses of the U.S. are in the, so Freddie Eaton says, no, I know, guys. Guys, listen, I know a lot of us are not big fans of America, etc. But there are a way, and so I guess maybe because I'm an American, I don't want to live in a scenario where the country balkanizes. There'd be civil war everywhere. It'd be death and destruction. Okay, I would like some major revolutionary change, but there are ways to do it where America is neutered and then no longer able to be the power it is. Okay. No, we don't have to, Freddie. What do you mean we have to? I don't know what you mean, Freddie. You mean we have to what? We have to balkanize? Oh, Freddie, and I would love that. But don't worry. I already have another Norwegian person in here named Drusilla who has offered me her shed. Okay, I would love to. I would love to go over there. But Freddie, my point is that there are other ways to bring about, okay, there are other ways to bring about the that would be Drusilla. Yeah, literally Drusilla, who is from Norway too, offered me her shed. Okay, I know you're partially joking, Drusilla, but there are other ways to bring about. And listen, yes, yes, agreed. I would want American power to collapse. Oh yeah, of course, Freddie. Drusilla's a Norwegian friend of mine. Poor Freddie, hilarious. Freddie is angry now that I have another Norwegian friend. Okay. So anyway, all right. Yeah, no, you're right, Weird Morris. But the thing though, guys, too, also, the other thing, guys, too, is that if we balkanize, if we break into our states, yeah, they have slightly different culture regionally, but they are basically the same cultural group. As in, like, they are very they are more united than they're separate at this point. So what would happen if there's a balkanization is you'll probably end up seeing a divide between sections of the country. Like you'd see the South maybe uniting together in like a neo-confederacy situation. You'd see the North uniting together. And you know what would end up happening? The North and New England and stuff would likely be much more powerful than the South and would end up going to war against them and crushing them and then just reuniting the country anyway. And so there's a lot of things that would be very problematic, I think. Okay. So anyway. No Norwegian in the chat. You guys might be making fun of me, and I have my feelings are very brittle. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right, let's see here. I'm joking. You can speak whatever languages you like. I love you all very much. All right. Drusilla. Okay. All right. That's okay. So balkanization, guys. Balkanization. Yeah, exactly. Outer signal. It'd be the Yeehaw Reds versus the Freedom States versus the Great White Nation versus the Communist States. It would be a horrible error. Okay. No, Freddie, I completely agree with you. The United States is way too powerful. Okay, the United States is way too powerful. But there are better ways to limit America's power than balkanizing it. That actually might make it more dangerous. Because if you balkanize it, who's going to control the nukes? There's like, it's already dangerous that we have nukes. That means there might be multiple different segments of the country that have access to missile silos. And okay, not to say that it's not dangerous already, but all right. What faction would the Midwest fall in? I don't know. That'd be really hard, Alyssa. I don't know. Okay. All right, guys. So oh, I'm sorry. Balkanize, guys. Balkanize. So let me explain the origin of the word. There's a region in Europe called the Balkans. All right. I'll show you a picture here. The Balkans, the Balkan states. Oops, I did I spell that wrong? Anyway, so these are the Balkans, right? This is like right north of Greece and Greece, I guess you could say. Right up here, all these states right here, and they have often been. There's been a lot of struggle. There's been a lot of struggle between these different countries in history, fighting each other. There was also imperial control of this region. You had the Ottomans taking it over. So this is a region that has always been very politically divided into all these little ethno-states, mainly ethno-states, not completely. Balkanization is where a country ends up breaking up into a bunch of smaller independent political units. Like it collapses and breaks apart into smaller political units. So in the United States, that would probably look like a bunch of American states becoming independent countries or regions becoming independent countries. I don't see that working. I see that being disastrous, not only for the U.S., but for the world. Because also when countries balkanize, guys, you know, who do you think ends up, do you think they stay balkanized? Or do you think there ends up becoming a power competition? And in which case, who do you think ends up winning in a power competition? Do you think it's the people that are good people that aren't authoritarians and who don't want to use their military and who are kind to their neighbors? Or do you think the people that win in that situation are the most brutal of the states who beat up everyone and who go to war and conquer everyone around them and shit like that? I suspect that is what would happen. Okay, you'd end up having one group or two groups that take over everyone else and then fight it out amongst themselves. Yeah, the men with the guns, right? Outer signal. So I don't think it's smart to balkanize. We need major reform. We need revolutionary change. We definitely do. Okay. Okay. All right. Balk America. There you go. So that's where the word comes from. It's a phrase talking about this. It's the same in the Levant. Correct, Fedayeen. And that didn't go so well. Okay. That did not go so well. Initially, it didn't go so well. Now, it's a bit different in the Levant. Well, it's not that different in the Levant, but yes. Okay. Yeah, you know it, Weird Amorphous Blob. Yeah, in your groove. They ended up having a horrible genocide there. Not a good path. Right. Exactly. Okay. Weird Amorphous Blob and revolutionary change. Yeah, it does. Okay. So, okay. Oh my God, all this weird Norwegian love in the chat. What's going on? Why are there why are all the Norwegians in chat loving each other? It's disgusting. Ugh, gross. Okay. All right. We should do trades which would work best at the federal level. Yeah, exactly. Weird amorphous blob. And Gwinnett, we should do trades like Texas for Puerto Rico and Florida for DC. I know I'm being an asshole, Freddie. I'm joking with all of you. I hope you know. Druzilla knows I'm joking with all of you. I'm not a horrible racist against Norwegians or whatever. I'm just joking, okay? Can we ban the word Norwegian? How dare you? Okay. So I'm gonna ban any talk of the word what is it? Damn it, I can't speak now. LaCroix or LeBois or whatever the fuck it is, so that I don't get called a racist or whatever for making that mistake. Okay, anyway. 10% Norwegians is weird. That's true. Trump failed. The Norwegians are obviously woke queers. God, get with it, CR. That's true. Yeah. Anyway, 2 Norwegians walk into the chat. Anyway, I love you all very much. Okay. Okay. So outer signal. That's why I'm so invested in Nigerian unity. If we divide, 90% chance we balkanize. Extremism rises. Ability to stand up to global challenge. 100% outer signal. Guys, you know what the last country was that balkanized? And it was only, well, right now there's a country in the middle of balkanizing. Okay. Do you know what country that is? Sudan. Sudan already balkanized into South Sudan and North Sudan, and it might end up balkanizing again into Darfur and North Sudan and South Sudan. And we all know how that's going. All right. Like, my point is like, you got to be careful. Like, balkanization can get out of control. And it can be bad, not only for the people there, the innocent people there, but also others. All right. We could talk, there's other group places that are balkanizing as well, likely. I'm going to put my face up, guys. I'm just kind of chatting right now. It's a very interesting topic, Mayflower Kid. Exactly, Paul Squall. I don't think we would. Okay. Freddie Yeen, good question. Freddie Yeen's asking, this is the Freddie Yeen stream today. Freddie Yeen says, what are your thoughts about OPEC? I got to tell you, Freddie Yeen, I presented about OPEC at the beginning of the stream, but I don't know. I'm not an expert on OPEC or oil. So I don't have set thoughts on it. I got to tell you, I need to, thank you, politics. I need to read more into it. Okay. So I don't know. My general thought here is that it might reduce oil prices. At the same time, it might be a sign that American empire is faltering, which is also good. But it is also kind of a victory for Trump because he wanted this. This is complicated. There's a bunch of different things to think about. Freddie, possibly, but America has a lot of power over OPEC. I mean, even though it's complicated, but yes, okay. Even though they're separate, I know that, right? In your groove, would you consider the collapse of the Soviet Union balkanization? As far as I know, it didn't go horribly until recently. So in your groove, yeah, exactly. Word amorphous blob. So yes, to some extent, in your groove, the collapse of the Soviet Union was balkanization. This is complicated. So. Yes, and that was pretty disastrous for a lot of reasons. I guess it depends on how you look at it. Yes, Venezuela was part of OPEC. This is complicated in your groove. So it was bad in some ways. It depends on who you are and the perspective, right? Some people liked being free of the Soviet Union. Others did not. Overall, I don't think it was that great. And a lot of the countries that were freed had their living there you go, Weird Mars Bob. You got to it before me. Had their living standards collapse. There was also there's a bunch of issues. Okay, a bunch of issues with this. Okay. But I will say that balkanization wasn't as disorganized because these states ended up deciding to leave. Okay. And the Soviet Union, without going into too much detail, let them leave. So it wasn't like a random chaotic breakdown. It was sort of, they decided to leave and they left, which made it less chaotic, but it was still pretty disastrous in some ways. Yeah, the amount of child trafficking in post-Soviet countries is atrocious. Correct, and you're right in your groove. So in a lot of ways, you're right. It worked out well for Germany and Poland. It did. Okay. This is why I'm not sticking to a set line here in your groove, because it depends on where you are and who you are. Right. I'm trying to be unbiased by saying that. Okay. Yeah. So Germany and the Soviet and Poland really appreciated it. Okay. Sure, but no, but also the Middle East got balkanized apart from Iran. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, exactly, outer signal. Okay. So, all right. So I'm sorry, guys, I'm just chatting at all of you. Let's just chat a little bit. And then we can watch another video here in a second, but I'm enjoying talking. Do you have any questions or any comments about what we're talking about here? Do you want to keep talking about it? Okay. Yeah, Weird Amorphous Blob. Some East Germans might disagree with it turning out well. You're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. But I would say overall, the East Germany's living standards did go up. And Weird Amorphous Blob, I'm saying this from the perspective of like not looking at it ideologically. So if I'm just looking at numbers, yeah, I guess for some people in Eastern Germany, living standards went up. We could talk about the reasons for that. They also didn't have to deal with the Stasi anymore, which was a lot of people really liked that they didn't have to deal with the Stasi anymore. And Poland was definitely, but this was exploited by the Soviet Union, et cetera. This is complicated, but yeah, it's a mixed bag. So, okay. Okay. No, I know. I'm trying to be unbiased, LaQual, right? I mean, I know I'm using losing my ML points, but like, it's just true that, depending on who you ask, it depends on what answer they'll give about the Soviet Union. Putin famously said that the Soviet Union was the worst geopolitical disaster in history. I'm not saying that because Putin said it, but he is right into that in some extent. Like, a lot of suffering started occurring in those countries after the Soviet Union fell, but it depends on the country. And other things. All right. Yes, Freddie, ML points are Marxist-Leninist points. So guys, let me explain something real fast. All right. I am very unclear. Yes, he would have preferred it to be intact, but I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying Putin is pro-Soviet, is somehow associated with the Soviet Union. He's not. He is not Soviet in many ways. Yeah, he used to be in the KGB, but he's not like a communist or anything. Okay, I'm just saying that was like one of the rare right things he may have said. Okay, exactly. So what I was going to say, guys, is that I don't really identify as any particular branch of socialism, and which is problematic. Okay, I know. I just call myself a socialist, and sometimes I say I'm like a libertarian socialist, a democratic socialist, but none of these really fit what I am. I am just generally a socialist in that we need to move beyond capitalism and find a better way of doing it. So I agree with a lot of what ML say. I agree with some of the things anarchists say. I agree with some of the things that democratic socialists say. But I don't know. I don't try to pretend to have a perfect idea of what the future should look like. So I am ideologically, but I don't necessarily have a set vision for what a socialist future would look like. Does that make sense? All right. Yeah, Putin is massively an imperialist. I can't stand Vladimir Putin. And he's bad for the Russians, by the way. Yeah, Weird Amorphous Blob. Weird Amorphous Blob, this is why I love you. Correct. Okay. Weird Amorphous Blob says you have the Marx approach. Yes. Marx was not dogmatic. Marx's whole idea was that we have to constantly argue with ourselves. We have to constantly critique our opinions. We have to constantly change our opinions or change our view based off reality, what the current realities are. He was not dogmatic. He invented a system of thinking about things. And I do think some people get kind of dogmatic about it, which to me kind of misses a lot of Marx's point, right? Okay. But yes. So if anything, I'm a Marxist. I'm definitely a Marxist. But yeah. Okay. So generally socialist. Exactly, weird amorphous blob. And I will say, guys, a lot of MLs are. That's how a lot of MLs view it. That's where I agree with MLs. And I will say, guys, different Marxist-Leninists. And I've told you this, guys, before. I have some issues with some people who identify. That's fine, Freddie. I have some people who have issues. I have some issues with some MLs who are very dogmatic, but there are lots of MLs who are not that way, who are actually more Marxist leaning. And the idea is, well, yeah, we need to. It depends on the conditions at the time and stuff like that. No, me too, LaQual. I love Lenin. Lenin's writings are amazing. Okay, I love Lenin. I love Marx. Okay, so that is my general view. Hello, Sylvie. Sylvie's here. Yeah. Yeah, now Weird Morphous Blob, filthy radical left Marxist. Hey, I'm all for that, okay? I would say I am a definitely radical left, which I approve of, and I'm definitely a Marxist. I literally did Marxist history, okay? Or like I approached history partially from a Marxist perspective. And I love Marxist anthropology and stuff. So not only academically do I appreciate Marx, I also politically appreciate Marx. But that is, by the way, guys, so that is also, though, why I am, there you go, outer signal, because Putin, yeah. AJ, welcome, AJ. You say you're not a socialist theorist, bro. You like socialism. Like Marx, and we ain't there yet, so we ain't reasonably gonna have a plan to get us there yet. The world ain't ready. So yeah, I mean, this is theoretical, AJ. I think the world could be ready, but we're not right now. The conditions, unfortunately, haven't reached the point where there's revolution. Let's put it that way. And I think we need to push towards it. Okay, so yeah, that's fine, guys. And I hope you know. I want to be clear, guys. That's okay, Gwen. And let me point out, guys. I want to point something out. I know we're talking I'm talking theory and different lefty things. If you guys haven't noticed, one of my big things I want to create is that I want to create it like an eldritch horror, multi-headed monster of the left, whether it be anarchists, whether it be MLs, whether it be SOCDEMs. I want there to be a united front, which I know is almost impossible because the left likes fighting with each other. Oh, gotcha. You're evil resident. Thank you. Okay. So that's why we, in this, in the community we have here, we have anarchists, we have MLs, we have some people who are progressive or social democrats. All right. And I want to point out, guys, a lot of socialists are social democrats, and then they become democratic socialists, and then further. So let's also not try to scare away people who are still pro-capitalism. And I don't think it is useful a lot of the time. Okay, no, I know, Elevator Lady, but okay. But I will say, though, Elevator Lady, there are some ideas in anarchism that I really appreciate. I agree that I don't think anarchism can be implemented. Okay. Can be implemented like in practice, but I like a lot of the ideas of anarchism. For example, I love the idea of, fighting against hierarchy, okay? Like unjust hierarchies and things like that, all right? And being very critical of hierarchy and being very critical about power structures. I love that. I love that. Now, and it's okay, though, guys. There are a lot of people that are anarchists that I know there's anarchists in here, okay, and we may disagree a little bit, but I think most of us generally have an agreement that that capitalism is bad, right? And that there are ways, or at the very least, needs to be majorly improved if we don't want to get rid of it. Okay, I'm where you are and have been there for 20 plus years. I want the world to have a chance for people to do more than just survive. Anarchism is great for me, a 6'6" giant, but not everyone else. Right, and I'm okay with that. So we all want the same outcome. And I will say I will bring the iron fist of the state upon anarchists and make you take shot. Oh my God, Paul Squaw. So, but if you guys have noticed, like there are a lot of like a lot of MLs will oftentimes be demonized by some left creators, okay? And I know I do a little bit too, but I do that. I can demonize a part of every part of the left because I'm not any part of the left, okay? But you know, so I don't want to demonize MLs. I don't want to demonize anarchists, even though I disagree with them on some things, because in the end, we need unity to some extent, at least, okay? And then we can bicker later if we need to. All right. Okay. Yeah. So in your groove, don't forget we have the third way corporate people. They're like a millstone, or hilarious in your groove. Okay, hilarious groove in your groove. Let's just start with getting rid of exactly, elevator lady. I think the main goal here is we need to get rid of capitalism, and we can debate how we do this, guys. There are some people, most people would say, okay, that someone found anarchists. I learned that someone found anarchists that are imperialist. How? There are imperialist anarchists. Is that a thing? Like how the hell do you do that? Okay. Weird Amorphous Blob, anarchist revolution tend to be successful if it betray their anarchist sentiments. Yeah, Weird Amorphous Blob. And okay, guys. So guys, listen. Let's not. I know. Let's not, guys. And it's okay. I want us to argue about these like side notes, okay, about like these. I want us to debate these issues, like the anarchists and MLs. But I do hope we all do ultimately understand that in the end we're all on the same side when it comes to capitalism, right? Okay, I know Trump failed. Oh, I got you, Weird North Blob. Okay. And caps, no, and caps don't count. And caps don't count. Making good question. No, we're not going to do this. And caps don't count. Is anyone here an ANCAP? An ANCAP? ANCAPs aren't real anarchists. I'm sorry. I don't know how you could be an ANCAP and be an anarchist. Am I right about this, Freddie? Like, ANCAPs are just anarchist in name only. They're monsters. I'm sorry. Anarcho-capitalism is insane. Okay? It is, you should, Gwen, okay? Gwen, how do you identify? Would you say you're a left liberal or like a progressive? Gwen, you don't have to answer this, but because I want there to also be some progressive folks in here. Yeah, it really is. So guys, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, okay, who don't know what I'm talking about, ANCAP means anarcho-capitalist, and anarcho-capitalist is that is someone who believes basically in capitalism, but without government interference, which to me doesn't make sense because capitalism is a system of power. Okay. It is a system of power where you have a private owner who's basically an authoritarian leader over a corporate entity. That is not freedom. Okay, that is not anarchism. That is trading one form of oppression for another. Like, I don't get how ANCAP is, anyway, it doesn't make sense. It's like the worst form of capitalism. But anyway, yeah, exactly. And your group sounds like sucking big billionaire dick to me and liking it. Yeah. Okay. Yo, you're right, Paul Squaw. So I'm not a fan of ANCAPs. Remember, guys, when we had that guy who came into the stream who was a Satanist, like from I think it was the Church of Satan, whichever one is the bad one, the satanic church that's all about like power and like attacking each other and shit. Okay, he was an anarcho-capitalist, okay, and he was a monster. He was like everyone should fight each other and just kill each other and shit. Exactly, Mithril. Okay. But guys, like, I got to tell you, I have a lot of trouble. Please tell me, what do you guys think? I don't think that anarchism, like Mithril's form of anarchism versus communism, is much different from each other at all. Now, yes, the way we get there is very different, okay, is very different in terms of the approaches to it. But in theory, communism is a stateless, classless society. Right? In anarchism, the end goal is a stateless, classless society, is it not? Of free individuals, depending on the kind, right? I guess. So there's like, to me, there's a lot of overlap there. Now, how we approach that is very different. Okay, the approach to achieving that is very different. Okay, but like we have a lot in common. All right. All right. So I'm sorry. You said. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you very much. Okay, and Gwen, you said you're progressive, and that's great. I want you to know I don't want you to feel like if I don't want to make it sound like I'm trying to exclude people who aren't far as left as the rest of us are. Okay. So similar to feudalism in some ways, correct. All right. Yeah. Okay. So no. So a bright love. So this is complicated. A bright love. It's a good question. A bright love. You said I'm pretty sure communism definitionally includes a state apparatus. It does not. Now, yes, to achieve communism, one way to do that is to have a powerful state apparatus in order to transform society. Okay. Socialism has a state apparatus. Okay, automatically. Communism, if you go to perfect communism, it is a stateless, classless society. Okay. So I do call myself a socialist, not a communist, but because, yeah, would I like communism? Yeah, I don't know if it's possible to get there, right? Anytime soon, but I'd like to get there as close as possible. Let's put it that way. Mayflower Kid, did you say it's here? Did you say the gift is here, Mayflower Kid? Yeah, exactly, Paul Squaw. Exactly. Socialism is everything between now and communism. Exactly. Exactly, Matt Seig. I am communist in ideology, but I'm socialist in practice. And part of the reason I call myself socialist is because I feel like that word is more understood by people than communism. All right. Hey, nope, Nightfall. Okay, Nightfall. So guys, do we think that Nightfall says, if I may add, this is going to be a bit controversial, but I believe that if we want to get rid of capitalism, we need an armed revolution in Minecraft, of course, right? Nightfall. That's what I believe. I know that CR prefers a national strike. I hope that that can work, but ultimately I think the realistic way is armed revolution. So to be clear, Nightfall, for the people that have been here for a while, do you think that's what I believe? So guys, you have to understand. Do you think I believe that a national strike is the best and only way to do that? Yeah, guys. Thank you, LaCroix. To be clear, guys, I can only say so much on stream. All right. And I am not saying, my point is that, yeah, I can talk about a national strike, and boy, would I prefer a national strike, because that would be a lot less controllable, a lot less deadly, and things like that. But yeah, there are certain things I can't say on stream, and literally, I try to use coded language with a lot of the things I say, and a lot of the names on my channel. Okay, so for example, I'm called Casual Revolt. That's okay. And there's some stuff I can't say. But I also have a sword on the wall behind me called Chainbreaker. Okay. All right. So, but we can only talk so much about that. Okay. So, yeah, guys, we need some we do need some merch, don't we? I can become a capitalist pig. Hey, no, literally though, guys, if we end up making for those who don't know, I'm planning to make this that's okay, Gwen, and that's okay, Gwen. We can disagree on how to do it, Gwen, and there are non-violent ways to do it, but I just think they're very unlikely to work. But that's the safest thing I can call for. Weirdmers Blob, I don't think a national strike alone is capable. Yes, yeah, there you go, Weirdmers Blob. So anyway. And Gwen, that's okay. We can take different approaches to this. Okay. I agree, Liquid Alcorn. So eventually, guys, I am going to turn the channel. I've only been, guys, how long have I been doing this? I'm sorry, we're having a cute little community conversation now. I've been doing this for about, how long has it been? 11 months? It's probably almost been a year now, hasn't it? I think it's been like 10 or 11 months. I've been doing this less than a year. And we've built a pretty big community for doing it that long, right? I have, what, over 11,000 or so followers on YouTube. Now, that is shrinking because I haven't posted anything on YouTube. So I need to actually post videos on YouTube. But yeah, 8 months on Twitch, 10 on YouTube. Yes, thank you, Louise, because you've been here practically the whole time, Louise, if not the whole time. So, and we have over 300 and some people over on Twitch. I would like to grow faster, but we're growing pretty quickly. Yes. But eventually, once the community gets large enough and stuff, and we have enough, I have enough income, and yes, I'm being selfish a little bit. Once I have enough income coming in that I can survive off of it without relying on other people to help me out, okay, I am going to turn it into a co-op where we can decide what to do with what to do with what the money we make and things like that. You know, when it comes in here, because if you guys know, I've tried to make the community a collectivist space, a communal space where people can contribute to the streams, and everyone can see what people write on the screen. Okay, you can see everyone's chats. We have 2 clubs that have formed. I know, Laquabwa. There are 2 clubs that have formed over in the Discord, independent clubs. I didn't start those clubs. Those clubs were started by other people. Like the book club was done by Elevator Lady. A Bright Love created a book club. We're like forming our own little community, and it's being done collectively. Now, if you guys want some deep lore here, for people that have been in the community for the longest, okay, there was a time where I tried to, London and I tried it, and London assisted. I tried to democratize the server, and it didn't work. So yes, Freddie, in here, it's posted in the at the top of the Twitch and the YouTube channel. So I actually had something called I did something called a court convention, okay, where I tried to hold a convention in the server to create a democratic government. Yeah, I know Weird Morvis Blob, but I think it can work in the future, but it would have to be done differently, and it was sort of an experiment, okay? And it didn't work because I don't think we had enough people, but I did try to democratize it. Alas, it didn't work. So right now it's still it's a soft dictatorship, okay? To some extent, it's a pretty soft dictatorship. Where I advocate for people to make fun of me and insult me all the time because I don't want anyone to take my power too seriously because I want to be a collective. But eventually I do want to try and democratize it in a way that works, okay? And eventually turn this into a co-op type situation. Yeah. So anyway, there we go. Mayflower Kid, did it arrive? Is that what you said? I thought you said 5 minutes. Okay. I know, Fall Squad. But guys, why do you think... Folks, why do you think I'm always wearing, I'm not right now, but a jester hat and constantly yelling at all of you and making and laughing and having you guys yell at me? Because I don't want you all to view me as like the, as like a cult leader or some shit, okay? I know you never take me seriously, Drizilla, okay? Because I wanted to be more collectivist, but okay. Yes, wow. Yep, you're right, Louise. You joined YouTube June 2025 and only had about 3 vids on YouTube when I watched you, but it went crazy when you and your dad, yes, that's what got me a lot of views. Louise, I got like 600,000 views on that video with my dad. Okay. Oh, thank you, Elevator Lady. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. I didn't see that you had subscribed, okay? Yeah, you subscribed when I was on, I'll put the costume on more. I got to tell you though, look at my forehead. Well, you probably can't see it. I have some acne and stuff. My acne has been kind of coming back a bit, so I've been avoiding putting on makeup because it'll make it worse. Exactly, Gwen. You're our peer who joined us together, right? Okay. Alyssa knows this. Alyssa's been around from the beginning. So has Louise. Louise knows. Okay. So Anyway, but my point is that I want this to be eventually a collective community. And because I've said all this to you, and hopefully I've used enough emotional blackmail, I do hope that all of you will spread the word. Try to get more people to come in here. The faster we grow this community, elevator lady, hilarious. The faster, okay. What's the term? The faster we get more people in here, the quicker we'll be able to create a co-op. And things like that. So Fetty Spaghetti, I just started watching and then chatting, and you were dumb enough to fall for that trap. Now I have to send you pet pictures. Fetty Spaghetti, I feel like I win out in that situation. Thank you. Evil Resident, to be honest, you don't come across like someone trying to lead far more community building. Yeah, thank you. I try, and of course I have to somewhence. Okay. Yes. Evil Resident, you don't come trying to lead far more. I don't need a leader unless he wants to start the revolution, right? No, Evil Resident, hey, I'm not saying I don't want to start the revolution, but I definitely need a community first, right? Okay, we need some kind of power base before that happens. All right. So in Minecraft, of course, in Minecraft. Okay. Hello, I am the man, 2222, from each according to his ability to each according to his need. That sounds good to me. I am a man. That sounds good to me. Okay, that sounds very good to me. All right. Okay. So moving on, guys. We have Mayflower Kid. Should I go pick up something from upstairs, Mayflower Kid? You just need to let me know if I have to let me know, so I have to go run and grab it from the nearby address. Anyway. Okay. Regardless. So okay, guys. Start it. I mean, oh, I got you, Evil Resident. Yeah, power from the bottom up. All right. So okay, guys. Boo-ba-doo-doo-doo. Let's see what we got here. Let's just watch another video or something. I think that, you know what? I'm going to go check. Well, you know what? No, let's just watch a video here first. Okay. Clip that power bottom. What do you mean? Clip that power bottom confirmed. What do you mean? Okay. Did I say, what do you mean? I said clip that, what did I say? I don't know what I said. I said, I don't know what I said. I didn't say anything about power bottoms, though. You're all hallucinating. You're all hallucinating. And we're never going to have a discussion about what that is. Okay? Never. We're never going to have a discussion about that. All right? Okay. Okay, while I'm finding a video for us to watch, I have a few pulled up here. Okay. Whatever. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. Okay, I hate all of you. So another thing here, guys, is that I think that the internet, while I'm pulling up a video, like I said, the internet can be very dehumanizing. There's been studies on this with the distance that the internet provides people. So if you were to, like, you know, when you're commenting online or you're talking to people online, there's a distance there, right? They're not sitting right in front of you. And we have all these psychological studies that shows how much that enables people to be cruel to each other, enables people to demonize each other or not cooperate with each other and shit. So I have been accused in the past of being parasocial, okay, or being too close to people in here and I've never met any of you, obviously. Like, I don't know what any of you look like, but like how I talk to you, like, how are you doing? Da, 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 okay, but that's a whole part of my gig here, right? Because you're all human beings, and I get tired of a lot of creators, you know, treating their chats just like, I don't know, not like people. Okay. Anyway, it might be my inner teacher coming out. That's what I'm used to doing, building relationships with people that I'm talking to every day. Okay. So I'm trying to see here. Okay. We have two options here, guys. We have two options for things to watch. Okay, he has two options. Yeah, I know. Okay. So big now. Did you say power buttons? How dare all of you? Is it even that parasocial if it's at this scale? That's yeah, no, it's not weird amorphous blob. It's not like I'm okay. Anyway. It's not like I am lying to all of you. It's not like I'm trying to trick you into thinking I care. Mithril, there's a reason I don't watch Vosh, okay? I've seen some of his stuff, but there's a reason I don't watch him. But I do care, and I like a lot of you, and I have a weird thing where I actually like meeting new people and talking to new people. Okay, that's hilarious. Elevator Lady says, my kids know who Casual Revolt is, so it is a bit parasocially up in here. That's hilarious, Elevator Lady. Okay, but like I do care. Like so anyway, I'm not just saying that. Anyway, moving on. Sylvie, the capitalists have tricked us into thinking any amount of parasocial is bad. I agree, Sylvie. I agree. Okay. Even his gain weren't confused. Hilarious. Okay, so guys, let's go on here. So we have a couple options. We have a couple options here. Okay. Here we go. Someone got gifted a membership. God, I'm doing a lot of uhs. I always do uhs, don't I? Okay, thank you, LaQuan. I'm glad. So we have two options. Do we want to? I will not forget you. Come on, Alyssa and Louise. You guys have been here from the very beginning. Have I forgotten you? Okay, Drusilla has been here forever. I do need a producer. So let me, guys, show you the screen now. We have Matt Saigai knows. Matt Saigai's been around. Okay. Enjoy your revenge. And guys, I have a very good memory for people. Okay, I do. I have a very good memory for people. So that's my teacher coming out. All right, so let's watch this. So we have a couple options. I thought we could watch. Okay. Oh, thank you, Eva Resident. Let's watch this. All right. We have two options. We could watch. Tell me in the chat what you guys want to do. Do you want to watch the evidence for Jesus is worse than you think, or the crazy shit Americans say from Reddit, episode 5? So the crazy shit Americans say from Reddit, or the evidence for Jesus is worse than you think. I just want to see what people want to do. Just yell it out. I know it's not like real. I know you've been here forever, Drusilla. Dear God. Episode 5, Doug. Okay. Anyone else? Boy, what exciting choices. I know. Crazy Americans. Okay, let's do the crazy Americans one. Save. All right, this will be fun. I'll go get my One second. I've gotta go get my package. I'll go get my package. Okay, I got you, Alyssa. No more Jesus stuff. I apologize. I'll go get the package, okay? Ugh. How dare you hate my atheism? Mayflower Kid. Ugh. Okay, Mayflower Kid appears to have gotten a bouquet of flowers, which I appreciate. Oh, no one's ever gotten me flowers before. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Aw, flowers. Is this for me, Mayflower Kid, or for someone else? Was this meant to be for me, Mayflower Kid? Because thank you. I love getting some flowers, really. I'm gonna put these in like a vase, and I'll send you a picture. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. I do like flowers. Oh, and they smell lovely. So thank you, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid also got me something else, which I'm showing last. Okay. So Mayflower Kid got me flowers. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. And Mayflower Kid got me a shit ton of tomatoes, because Mayflower Kid is an asshole and is trying to show that she wants to throw tomatoes at me. And you know what, Mayflower Kid? I appreciate that. I accept that. And I will gladly let you throw fruits at the fruit's face, okay? Because I am a fruit and I know what fruit feels like. So thank you for the insulting tomatoes. You disgust me. Thank you, Mayflower Kid, okay? I would gladly throw them back at you if I could, okay? Thank you for the random-ass tomatoes. Mayflower Kid, you disgusting human being. Okay, anyway. All right, thank you, Mayflower Kid. You're the best. Okay, thank you. Just kidding. I love you, Mayflower Kid. Really, thank you, Mayflower Kid. I actually could use that. I could make some sauce, or a bit fruity. I could make some sauce, or thank you, Mayflower Kid. I could make some sauce or something else. Yep, okay. let's go on, guys. So thank you, Mayflower Kid. I'm gonna, I need to put those flowers somewhere so that they don't die. I'll figure it out here in a second. Okay, so let's watch this. Let's watch this. Let's watch. This is a show, The Crazy Shit Americans Say from Reddit. Okay, so let's see what he has to say. God help us. This is going to be humiliating. Okay, dear Lord. You know it, the Ant-Man, in the name of Marx, Engels, and the Holy Lenin, right? Thank you very much in your groove. Thank you for praising my fruit, my tomatoes. Okay, I told them to get the rotten tomatoes. How dare you, Mayflower Kid? How dare you? Okay. I am your gay Quasimodo, okay? How dare you, all right? Thank you, guys. Okay, let's continue. So let's see what he has to say.
Our environment. Say no to sidewalks. Anyone outside the States is thinking the same exact thing when they see this image. That is some American shit, okay? If you're ever wondering...
Say no, save the environment, say no to sidewalks. What?
Why is there a certain...
Yeah, Mithro, he is an American migrant. He migrated from America to the UK. And does not like the UK, does not like America. He never wanted to go back.
Type of thing that is just prolifically just an American bit of content. Stuff that defies the laws of logic so that everyone else around the world looks at it and goes, what in the mental gymnastics is that? Well, I can explain. My name is Evan Ediger, and I grew up in the US. Then I spent the last 13 years of my life in London, the real one. And this is episode 5.5 of Shit Americans Say, a collective roundup of the best contributions to social media that Americans have made in the last year. So without further ado, let's jump in. Yeah, let's save our environment. Say no.
Bye-bye, Mayflower Kid. Thank you for the flowers and the tomatoes.
So, for those of you that haven't seen my video on why Americans don't walk to school anymore, you might be a bit confused as to why someone would ever have this sort of sign in their lawn. Why would you not want a sidewalk? Why would you want that? In most all parts of America, the paving, the maintenance, everything about a sidewalk is actually at cost to the property owner that has the nearest bit of sidewalk. And that means that if it snows out, you actually have to shovel that. And if someone gets injured, slipping and falling on your bit of sidewalk because you didn't happen to wake up early enough to shovel it, hey, they can sue you because it's the land of the free. And so a lot of Americans are just like, no, we don't want sidewalks. There's all...
Yeah, that is true. The context there, of course, you could get sued if it's your side, which is insane. Our laws are so stupid in some ways. That should be considered public property. Like the sidewalk should be considered public for the purposes of suing. Like I don't understand. Anyway, we're way too litigious in this country in a lot of ways, okay?
Also, more notorious reasons for why some Americans don't want sidewalks besides just the cost. You see, if your neighborhood is incredibly car-centric and there's literally no life on it unless you're in a car, what type of person can't walk around your neighborhood? That's right, someone that can't afford a car. So, easy way to keep the Pavos out, say no to sidewalks. What's next? What's next? Do you know Iran is pronounced wrong by mostly everyone, except Iranians. The I is supposed to be pronounced like Italy. Well, by mostly everyone, do you mean Americans?
Yes.
This is a very good example of like the American bubble where you literally only know American stuff. And so you're like, well, mostly everyone says Iran. So I mean, that's it. No, mostly.
No, you're right, Trump failed. There's like, the laws are weird about this. There's like a certain amount of clear, I don't even know. I'm not even going to comment on it. It's confusing.
Everyone in your country, yes. I will say, everyone I've ever heard in pretty much the UK and in any European I've actually met says Iran. But American says Iran. I will say though, I'm going to defend the Americans here. I don't really think that's too big of a deal. I think that it's just an accent thing. Pronouncing it differently is actually fine. No one in England is calling it Italia. We call it Italy. And that seems fine, right?
This is what I always say, guys, too. Like, there's a lot of people don't like Americans, and I get it. I get it. I really do. But there's a lot of a lot of times we use English, like people of different countries and different languages use their language's pronunciation of words. Okay, that's like everyone does that, right? Like Germany is actually Deutschland. That is the way Germans call Germany, Deutschland. We call it Germany. English speakers call it Germany, right? España, Spain, right? So to me, it's not always a big deal when people say things differently than how they are pronounced in the country. Like I think people take it way too seriously. Let's put it that way. Because I'm always one that has not been that big of a stickler for language in a lot of ways. In some ways, yes, in other ways, not, because language changes all the time. Regardless, okay.
The thing that makes this the shit Americans say that makes me laugh so much is mostly everyone pronounces it wrong. No.
Yeah.
Just mostly everyone in the
That's
bubble of
very
like culture
stupid.
that you actually understand because you've not really talked to anyone outside of the American bubble. That's the bit that makes it funny to me. Guys who left US dollars as a tip in Greece when the currency is euros. Well, for the local people, $1 is a lot of money. It's 86 euro pence that they can't use. There's a couple things I have wrong with this. Well, actually, we have a comment here. It says, my sister is a tour guide for wealthy Americans on their Europe tour and gets tipped hundreds of dollars in cash. I just cannot wrap my head around it.
No, you're probably right, evil resident. It was generally a Southern thing. Like Iran, we're going to war with Iran. We're going to war with Iran. Yeah. But like people in the South pronounced it that way already. And I'm not an American patriot. I'm just saying, yeah, that's just how people in the South pronounce shit. Okay, us Americans find it annoying too. Us Northerners find it. It's not annoying. It's just something we notice too. Okay.
Why the f do you take hundreds of dollars with you to Europe? And how do you get the idea that people in the EU would prefer them over euros? It's not really Americans' fault. There's a couple places that Americans do travel to in which they do accept dollars. A lot of Americans will just go to very touristy destinations close by, like Cancun, Mexico. You can actually exchange USD. It's accepted there. I know Cambodia, for instance, is a country I've been to recently in which they actually preferred in certain places a nice crisp US dollar. So it's not like it's.
Oh, that's beautiful. Is that Cambodia? That looks like Cambodia, those temples.
Completely out of place. But it's really the energy of like, oh, everyone wants our money. Our money is the default. We'll just give it to you. And it's that like permeating ethos and belief that, oh, whatever your money is, your fantasy money, your monopoly money, here you go, here's real money. It's ours. Even though it's just useless to us over here. Also, I will say, when I first moved to the UK, I went to my US bank and I said, hey, can I get £200 worth of money? I'm going to Britain. And she was like, what?
Sylvie.
I was like, British pounds? And she was like, oh, okay. This seems to be not a normal thing that people ask for in South Jersey, turns out. I think she ended up giving me 2 50-pound notes and then like 4 20-pound notes and then 2 10-pound notes. And I was like, okay, this is perfect, right?
No, you're right. You're right. Okay, that's a good point. And guys, again, I always feel like I have to say this. I am not like a rah-rah American person. I'm just talking about language conventions, like across cultures, including America. So like no one this time said some Americans mispronounce America. They do. Americans will say America, right? Welcome to America, instead of saying America. You see what I mean? Like, and so it's not like, and listen, I've noticed, guys, that people around the world, like I said, don't like Americans, and I get it. I totally get it. So they oftentimes will go after America for things out of anger, even though it's like not something that Americans really should be gone after for. Okay, I'll give you another example here. Okay, like it's okay. I don't mind it because our country has done horrible things around the world. But like, for example, we're often accused, like, you're so self-centered. Why do you call yourselves America? There are tons of countries over in America. Why are you the only ones that call yourselves Americans? Okay. Well, that's just a language convention, because what else are we going to call ourselves? United Statians? Like, literally the name of the United States of America is the United States of America. So to find a word that works for like identifying, like Brazilians are Brazilians. People from Brazil are Brazilians. People from Argentina are Argentinians. Cubans are Cubans. United States of America, well, there's not a really good word for that except for just taking the last word and saying Americans. And by the way, there are a lot of people in North and South America understand that, right? Like and now, Sir Bart, am I right about this? I've never heard a Canadian call themselves an American. They call themselves Canadians, right? I don't know what other word we would use. So if people want to come up with a word for Americans to use, it's not an arrogance thing. I want to put it that way. It's just like how we've been taught to speak. We are Americans, right? Because we come from the United States of America. I get it, though. I get it. I'm just saying, even though Americans are arrogant, that isn't an arrogant thing. Okay, that isn't like a thing that people do because they're arrogant. All right.
I fly to Britain. I land in London. I'm really tired. I'm really hungry. I see, this is a sin, I know. I see a Subway and I went, okay, I'm just going to get
I know Weird Amorphous Vlog.
And so I go to get one and I try and hand the guy my cat.
In your groove, they call us the gun people. Right, yeah. You know what? Fine. Why not, right? They call us the gun people. That works. Okay.
And he looks at it and goes, what is this? And I was like, well, you tell me. I just got here.
Right, no.
I go to the subway in England, like, hey, can I use this money here? I want a sub. And he's like, oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh my God, look at the Queen. I haven't seen money like this since I had a
There you go, Sylvie. That we should all just be called the active shooters. That's awful.
girl's voice. First of all, that's an interesting analogy. Secondly, what? And he was like, the Queen looks so young in this. Are you serious? And I was like, I don't know. Turns out, wasn't even legal tender. They gave me cash that was so outdated, it wasn't accepted in the UK anymore. Because it turns out so few people in my area of New Jersey in the US travel abroad to the UK.
Yeah.
They just had outdated notes and they hadn't actually cared to get new ones. So I had to take all that money to a UK bank and get it exchanged. There's a lot of reasons why we have problems traveling in the US.
Go,
it's really fighting an uphill battle. Next. France's new high-speed trains were just revealed and they look incredible.
Yeah, probably paid for by American taxpayers through overcharging tariffs to Americans.
Turns out the American taxes, they actually don't give Americans things like low-speed rail or pedestrian infrastructure or healthcare. But for some reason, the taxes Americans pay are paying for all the other foreign countries. That makes sense, right? The American exception.
Oh my God, I can't stand it. Some Americans are so stupid. Oh my God, I can't. I'm so humiliated.
That has been indoctrinated into you through school and through the news and through everything, that Americans are the greatest at everything, cannot coexist in your brain with news that other countries are actually having quite great benefits to society and having great qualities of life. So you can't actually accept those two things. And so the only way...
So what we do, guys, in America is like when you have these words, when you like talk about other countries, when you hear about good things about other countries, we in America, the state has to come up with a way to demonize that shit. Okay. So like, well, France has free healthcare. Oh, that's because they're communist or they're socialist and they have really high taxes. Yeah, high taxes that pay for their healthcare. And they pay less than we do for our healthcare. And they have better life outcomes. So like there always has to be, for almost every talking point about how other countries are better, us Americans in here know this, right? Us Americans in here know this. There's always a counter talking point that has been drilled into our brains. Oh, well, that's because their taxes are higher and taxes are bad and scary. Oh, like there's all these different pieces of propaganda that are drilled into our heads. The hilarious no one this time. In your groove, just saw a focus group. People voted for Trump to reduce their property taxes. Hilarious. I know in your groups. Embarrassing, embarrassing, embarrassing. You're right, Alyssa. We do pay a lot to Israel, so that is true. Okay. All right.
Both can exist is if America is so great that rather than give its citizens basic benefits, the taxes are paying for the other countries. That's also not how tariffs work, guy.
It is partially true, though. We are definitely helping Israel provide their people with universal health care, because all that money we send that goes to their military, that saves a lot of money for them to spend on their healthcare system. So yeah, it's partially true that we send tons of money to other countries who have universal health care and a budget surplus, which Israel did. Israel, for the longest time, had a budget surplus, and we kept sending the money.
So sorry to tell you.
Yeah, Trump failed. Exactly. China has a 90% housing rate, and Americans are like, communism. Whoa. Right? Yeah. Or another talking point about China would be, well, yes, but their economy's on the verge of collapse, and they're not free, and all this other stuff. Okay. We could debate whether we agree with China's authoritarian policies, but that doesn't mean that their policy on housing isn't a good thing, right? Like, you see what I mean? Anyway.
Experience with tariffs. Ordered a piece of equipment from Spain. Delivery is held until I cough up $450 of import fees. Whew. This is 22% of the purchase price. I thought the manufacturer from Spain would pay for this. Nah,
right,
I pay for it. How does this benefit me? Asking for a friend. And I will say, this goes both ways. Brits also are very stupid with this. The same Brits that were like, oh, Brexit means Brexit. Let's bring Britain back for Britain.
Oh my God. I got to tell you, like, when I was reading about the whole Brexit movement thing, a lot of those arguments sounded very similar to things I've heard in America. Like the same, how do I frame it, low IQ kind of approach there in a lot of ways. I shouldn't use that terminology, but I will. And it shocked me. And by the way, a lot that the firm, the big advertising firm, or what were they called? The one who really pushed Brexit and was paid to push Brexit, ended up also coming to the United States and helping Donald Trump get elected. Yeah, exactly, Philly cheese. The most common Google search after Brexit was, what is Brexit? Yeah. It's embarrassing. And I know that's not obviously not all Brits, but like, okay, pretty gross.
People, hey! And then as soon as
Cambridge Analytica, that's it, Matt. It's like Cambridge Analytica.
the Brexit happens and they get stuck off with these massive tariffs coming in from Europe, they're like, what? Well, I thought we were supposed to be taking Britain back. Why does it affect me now? Oh, because you don't know how to read a book, sir. Personally, I used to buy some film equipment from this company in Germany. I think they're called like Thomann or something. And, you know, I get a lot of like stands, different lights and things. I buy from different companies. There's this German company.
Yeah, Trump failed. Guys, as soon as Trump was elected, there was a massive increase of people searching what are tariffs? Because a lot of the people that voted for Trump didn't even know what a tariff was before he started doing it. Like,
buy from all the time. It was great. As soon as Brexit happened, I buy a light stand that cost me 100 quid. Turns out, oh, well, thanks to Brexit, I've got to pay extra costs for the VAT and extra for the shipping, and now it's got to go through the border, and oh, it cost me an extra 30 pounds. Oh, thanks. Great. Thanks, Brexit. And what's next? Oh, Queen is America's answer to the UK's Beatles. There's so much wrong with it.
No, you're right. Sylvie, that's why I said I shouldn't have said that. You're 100% right, and I will say it aloud. Sylvie says, how do I explain why IQ isn't a good intelligence metric, not genetic, and kind of racist without sounding annoyingly woke? You're just right, Sylvie, and that's why I shouldn't use that term. Intelligence tests don't really measure intelligence. They measure your ability to do well on the test. And what is intelligence anyway? It's a completely subjective term. On top of that, intelligence tests were largely developed along racial lines and are racially biased. If you look historically, literally, they were invented in a way that favored white folks, and were used to rank different races of different intelligences. And yeah, so you're 100% right, Sylvie.
When an artist or a celebrity gets really famous in America, even if they're not from America.
No, that is true, Matt. It's like that is true.
American culture just kind of absorbs it and goes, yes, this has always been American, even though
fair, Sylvie, but I'm okay with sounding annoyingly woke, all right?
Queen is so incredibly British. In fact, he went to like university or school somewhere down in Ealing Way, West London. Come on, guy. Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne, a true American original. Ah, yes, Ozzy Osbourne, the very famous man with a very American accent. I will give him some credit. Yes, it's incredibly silly to call Ozzy Osbourne an American original. That's the dumbest thing you could ever say. But, I mean,
so sorry to pause here. Like if let's say, I don't know if I've ever taken an IQ test. I probably haven't. But let's say I ranked really high on an IQ test. Do you guys think I'm smart when it comes to like pop culture? Do you think if I were to talk about pop culture, you guys would think I'm a brilliant guy, that I know a lot of shit? My point being that, like, even if you score high on an intelligence test, okay, or like, let's say I were to take a test on how to operate a computer, or like how to fix a crashing computer, I probably wouldn't do so well. Okay, I probably wouldn't do so well. My point being is that, like, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Like, you can score high on an intelligence test and be a fool and like in tons of different things. Okay, so Trump failed. CR, how are we supposed to segregate if we don't IQ test? Hilarious.
Ozzy did live in America for a very large portion.
Thank you, Mithril. Exactly. I would fail miserably at doing pop culture, right? Like, okay. Yep, Paul Squaw, if you starved a town on purpose and then measured how much everyone weighed and said, wow, skinny town people sure are skinny, must be inherent, right?
Of his life. And also,
that's hilarious. Absolutely, Sylvie. And Weird Morphous Blob says, I confused Mensa and Nambla. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Weird Morphous Blob. That's funny. Exactly, Louise. And guys, there's also emotional intelligence, okay? Which is not the same as I don't know, whatever the other kinds of intelligence are. Some people are very emotionally intelligent. They can empathize with people, understand how they feel, and know how to react in these situations. Okay, guys, like we all know this. Who here has ever met? And for the engineers out there, I don't know if a Bright Love is an engineer. I know that Fetty Spaghetti was somewhat of an engineer at some point, but if you've ever met like an engineer or like a computer scientist that are really bright, but who have not a lick of sense when it comes to emotional intelligence, okay? Like who could not work their way through empathizing with someone if their life depended on it, okay? And I'm not talking necessarily about like, I know like people with autism, for example, who have trouble sometimes with certain things. Like you should, there are different kinds of intelligence, okay? Yeah, Matt Saigai, and it's not like there are plenty of people of STEM people who aren't that way. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. A bright love. So like different kinds of intelligence, right? Different kinds of intelligence.
Had an American reality TV show. He considered himself an American towards the end of his life.
Yeah,
so like,
Matt Saigai. And Matt Saigai, you're right. Sorry, I keep pausing. Matt Saigai says, which is why they vote conservative. Yeah, there are a lot of STEM people, guys, who aren't that knowledgeable about social sciences. They aren't. I've had experience with this. I've had like PhDs. So I was once at a research conference when I was in grad school, and I had a whole presentation set up on something about the Nazis. And it was a mixed group of like people of STEM people, like social science people. And I had several STEM people come up and like act all superior, and this is not all STEM people, like, what is this research? And like had a very conservative approach to it and refused to acknowledge the research and didn't believe in it and had no idea what they were talking about because they had no idea about anything about the social sciences, and they thought that it was just something that you can idly speculate on and is all based on opinion. Okay? And it was really annoying. Okay. Like, so my point is, and the same thing with people in the social sciences, a lot of times they're ignorant about STEM. Okay. You see my point. All right.
Not an American original, no. Big gaff here. But next up, we've got America was not stolen land. Oh.
Actually it is. It actually is. Okay. It actually is. America is stolen land. The United States of America was land that was stolen from people that lived here. Obviously.
It was discovered and owned by the United States. It was secured through stages by the mid-1700s, 1500, 1783, and 1823. Oh, congratulations! You have won today's stupidest American comment of the day! You beat some strong competition, but in the end, you came through. Oh, wait, you beat off some strong competition? Whoa.
That sounds sexual.
Sounds like a quite competition.
Yes.
You know, I will say, the worst part about this is the snarky authority she has. Like,
yeah.
Actually.
Actually.
But I kind of understand where she's coming from.
That's what all of you sound like half the time. That is what all of you sound like half the time. You know that? Where like I make some mistake or I mispronounce a name, a bright love. Okay, no, you were right, a bright love. You were completely right about the name I mispronounced, etc. Okay, regardless. But like that's what you sound like all the time. Okay, you're always like actually casual. I'm like, okay, thanks, thank you for that. God, I hate all of you. I hate being corrected. I'm always right. I'm never wrong. Let's be clear. Let's be clear, guys. I am always right. Okay.
Because from her perspective, from her education, she's correct. The way that she was taught in America was, yeah, America discovered this area, and we kind of did these trades with the Native Americans, and we acquired the land. You know, sure, we had some trail of tears, and the Native Americans had to
Matt Saigai, I was a libertarian when I was like, what, 14 or 15 or 16 years old? So I doubt that really counts, Matt Saigai, but fair. Yes, I was a libertarian when I was like early in high school, all right? Thank you. I am the man. You need to come in here more often. Am the man says, casual died for our sins. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. I know, Sylvie, you do.
Give it up, but they lost the war. War. We traded it, guys. We acquired it. It's all fine.
I got you, Matt.
Anyway, they have this little small area of the U.S. in Oklahoma where they've got they can have casinos. It's fine. It's all good. Just don't think about it too much. Just found out that in 2021, the UN wanted to make food a human right, and only 2 countries voted no: America and Israel. Wow.
Outer Signal, I swear to God, Outer Signal says, actually, that's what you sound like all the time, CR. You know what, Outer Signal, I swear to God.
Ow. Damn. I think the thing that you could tell that this is an American that said this is because they just found out. Everyone else has heard about that. That's like years ago now. But they're like, yeah. Oh, what? Whoa, finally something pierced through the American exceptionalism bubble.
Don't laugh at him, Louise. Don't laugh at him.
My news sources, and I found out America bad guy? America bad guy? No, actually, the defense for this is,
well, yeah, because if America believes that human right is to have food, then we'd be the one paying for it. Our taxes pay for them French trains, and then we're supposed to be paying for them food for them Africans? I don't think so. We can barely feed our own.
You're right. You can't.
So is he talking about how there was a vote on making food a universal human right? And the United States and Israel were the only two countries I recall who voted no. Because that's the country we're living in, guys. We're the bad guys. Okay. Sylvie, yeah, you're a traitor. I know that. You're pretending to be HR, okay? You critiqued the IQ thing, Sylvie. You're a traitor. Okay, I'm kidding. You know you're right. But like, remember how? So it was only Israel and the United States who said no to that, because our country is angelic and is very moral, and is the only one who said that not everyone deserves food, and next to Israel, of course. No, I know in your groove, but it's like that's humiliating. That makes it even worse in a way in your groove, because why not then just vote yes? If it's not going to change anything, why not just vote yes to at least admit that people should have food, right? Okay.
Because you're spending your money.
Oh, I know, Doug. I know. Outer Signal sounds sultrier than that. I know.
Bombing other countries in the Middle East. Whoa!
I'm starting a new business of importing American water to Europe to slowly introduce Europeans to the concept of drinking water. I'll call it TAP, which is short for True American Pure Water.
How will we tell the difference between your beer and your water? American light beer is bad. Listen, I've genuinely never had a good American beer.
I'm sorry. We didn't vote it in as a law, right? I can't remember exactly. We just voted. We made a bad vote. We always make bad votes. So that's not surprising. Okay. We always make bad votes.
I will just throw that out there. I feel like it's so easy to get good beer in every country I've ever been to in Europe, especially Germany, Belgium.
I love German beer. Oh my God. I love German beer. I have told you guys this. I love German beer.
And also, England's got some great ale. America, I'm so sorry. The only things you're really exporting, at least culturally, is the light beer, which does taste like piss, and the craft beer. It's just not ubiquitous. I hate when people go like, you just don't know the real American beer at this small brewery down in Minnesota. F off. Guess what? You can have small breweries in every country. We're talking about the genuine quality all around. You don't say wine is great in England.
So we do have, like, in America, there are some good microbreweries, as he's saying, but like that rarely gets exported. And also, by the way, a lot of the microbreweries in the United States produce beer that I don't like very much. I'm not a big fan of IPAs, I got to tell you. I'm high class. I like imports. I like imported German beer. I love my beer imported from Germany, but still.
Just because there are some good wines, you go to France and then you weep because it turns out your wine is shit. 7 days in Europe. Croissants and pasta. 3-hour dinners. No gym. Aperol spritz and wine. Beach.
Oh, I love it, Sylvie. I love it. I'm not a big fan of wheat beer, Hefeweizen, but I do like German imports.
Gelato, desserts. Lost 5 pounds. Never felt healthier. Americans, when they start walking 15 minutes a day instead of taking the car to get to the toilet. It's crazy.
That's fair, Evil Resident. That's fair. Okay, that's fair.
Difference it makes to just be able to be fit by existing, just by living your life. You don't have to work out. You don't have to exercise. You just go to work. And to do that, it involves walking 10 minutes to get to the tube station, getting off, maybe walk another 10 minutes, and you do that back the other way. Guess what? You've just spent 40 minutes of your day walking. I know a lot of Americans are now...
Yeah, guys, that is another true thing. Like Europe, you can walk most places. So it's like exercise is built into your routine. Here in America, like that, so many more people in America go to gyms than go like in Europe, because people in Europe get a lot of their exercise just out in their their lives. Now, there are gyms in Europe and a lot of people go to gyms, but like in America, you almost have to go to a gym to get exercise, or walk, or like take a separate walk during your day, because we drive to work, sit for the day, drive back home, and now people who do manual labor don't. I agree though, Outer Signal. Samuel Adams is a really good beer. I forgot about that. Samuel Adams is fantastic beer. Okay.
Waking up to this and they're like, I know, but...
I've been to their brewery in Boston. It's amazing.
Don't have. You can do it. He's got to protest, all right? Learn how to protest the right way. Pupils use phone locking stations at Scotland's first phone-free school. That sounds like an interesting idea. I feel like I'd probably want a phone-free school for my kid in a way. It's just because they're so addictive. It'd be like, I don't know. It just feels like a big thing. So I feel like that makes sense. They're trying to make sure that people's actually focused. It's fine.
No, Crawl. Samuel Adams wasn't, but the beer is delicious. The beer, Samuel Adams, is fantastic.
If there's a shooting, how do they call for help?
Oh, that's humiliating. Did you guys hear that? That's hilarious. So it says at the top of this meme, pupils use phone locking stations at Scotland's first phone-free school. And then an American came into the chat at the bottom and said, if there's a school shooting, how do they call for help? Yeah, that's because not every country on the world are full of lunatics who are okay with their children getting slaughtered all the time in schools and having to hear about, yeah, exactly. There you go, Louise. We are the gun people. There you go. Yeah, this is so humiliating. I just hope I know the Americans in here know this, but obviously we do know that this is an American problem, right? That like most of the world doesn't have because we're goddamn lunatics and we're okay. We're okay with like people being slaughtered on a daily basis. There was, guys, how many mass shootings have there been this year? In what is it? In Mississippi, there was a mass shooting last week, and that was the 6th one they had this year, and that was one state. Okay? It's insane. By the way, you don't hear any of the right wing talking about how one of the reasons Trump was one of the problems with this attempted assassination of Trump was the fact that this guy got access to guns. You know? Dad, what's up? Okay. Oh, yeah, I got you. Okay, you can say it if you want to. Okay. Oh, my dad just wanted to say he heard us talking about that, and he wanted to say that, don't worry, everyone. We can just pray, and God will solve all the gun violence for us, which is like the American way, right? Yeah. That's why I said, yeah, God will solve it for us, right? He's joking, right? Because, like, as in the idea of, like, thoughts and prayers. All right, yeah. Okay. So, like, all right. It's just crazy. It's batshit crazy. Anyway, moving on.
Almost every other country has solved this problem that you guys seem to be plagued with, and schools in other countries aren't like dystopian horror films. Wait a minute, you can remove the phones? Yeah, you can remove the guns too. You just have to, you know, have some sort of moral backbone and a propensity to change things. All right, what do we got? An American arrested in Brazil, and once American rights...
Bears, I am man. You know just the words to use.
Rights and amendments, even in another country.
I have not yet met.
Eu posso ir junto? Não.
Se ele for mesmo ajudar, você pode.
Eu sou a companheira dele. Posso ir junto, Luca?
I don't get it. What's this about?
Yeah.
Like a dog in a cage. So this is how Brazilians treat American citizens. Got it? Listen up, Donald Trump. Do whatever you want. I'm a Trump supporter.
Oh my.
It's like Trump is this man's like God. He's like praying to him like, but I'm American.
Oh my God, this is such a. I know, lurking snow leopard. This is humiliating. Okay. Okay. So anyway, that's no good. That's not good at all. So yeah, I seen the arrest video. The guy was obviously joking. At least that's how I saw it. Oh, really? He was joking in your groove? Okay, well that's good at least. I didn't know that in your groove. So this has been misinterpreted. The guy is joking when he says that about Donald Trump, etc. Okay. I don't know what he said. I think he was, but guys, apparently he was joking. That's what outer signals, or I'm sorry, that's what in your groove says. So this has been misinterpreted, but I could see an American doing that, of course. All right. Evil resident, by the way, you should check up on how low UK knife crime really is. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course, it's much easier to commit murders, evil resident, if you have access to guns. You're less likely to do a murder if you think you might be stopped, and America allows its citizens to suffer a lot more with no health care and things like that, which is more likely to cause people to commit murder. So our socioeconomic reality causes more murders on top of the fact that it's much easier to murder because of having guns. Hilarious. Okay. Oh, I did, Matt Saigai. You know what? We'll do that here in a second. Let's finish this.
I'm a Donald Trump supporter. You can't touch me. Donald Trump, please help me. Oh, it's... God. Also, if you're feeling bad for this man in any sort of way, just know that he was arrested for supposedly being a sex pest and stalking and harassing some women. Yeah, there's too many clips online of Americans.
Oh, really? Okay, maybe he isn't a good guy.
Abroad and being like, I have the right to do this. It's like, no, before you travel, look up the rights to the countries you're actually visiting, a lot of times you'll find you have more.
No, I haven't.
And a lot of times you'll find, well, there's a little bit less leeway for being a If you can't tip your server, don't go out to eat. Of course. Your bill, 107.53. We got moved the decimal over 1.
Jesus.
Yeah. Times it by 3.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't joking. I don't know. I just was listening to In Your Group, but I don't know the context.
What are you on about? Jesus Christ.
What does it say? If you can't tip your server, don't go out to eat. What? Yeah, we have a disgusting tipping culture in the United States where basically restaurants have customers subsidize their lack of pay for their waiters and waitresses so businesses will pay waiters and waitresses like really small amount of money and then expect them to make up for it with tips, which then requires that individual customers pay high tips to servers. It's fucked up. It should be that the business is paying you the cost of your labor, right? Anyway, it's just a mess. Everything has a tip thing put on it. Yeah, exactly, Philly Cheese. In some states, restaurants can legally pay $2 to $3 an hour. It is messed up, okay? Yeah, it's messed up, Alyssa. And so then they decide to transfer the cost to the consumer. And also, that's what other businesses do. There's so many different businesses now trying to subsidize their low wages by making consumers do tips, right? It drives me crazy. It is insane. Yeah, and then they often will split up the tips anyway in order to... Anyway, so it's just insane to me.
30%. Listen, I've made an entire video before about how bad the server wage is in the US and why it is that way. But it is still $2.13 an hour. And it's been like 6-7 years since I made that video. And it's disgusting because the quality of life has been pretty much staying the same, if not going down in America, but yet the cost of living has gone up so significantly. So this bill is so much more than it used to be. So even if it were 15 to...
No, guys, you're right. Trump failed, and Doug, I want to be clear. You should definitely tip like your drivers and things like that because that's how they survive because our system forces them to do that, right? But it's a messed up system. These companies like Uber, for example, should be paying the drivers more, obviously. So, yeah, you have to tip because otherwise those workers won't be able to afford shit because the companies are monstrous.
20% or 10 to 15% like it used to be when I worked as a server. That percent would mean you were making more money as tips. But now it's just like, 30%, 40%. You know what might be a radical idea? Maybe just pay servers a livable wage.
I agree in your
right?
group.
No!
It should be a co-op. It should be.
Because that's bad for the business owners. Think about the millionaires in society. What will they do? Then they'll just take up all their jobs. Yes, that's what happened in every other country, right? We don't have waiters here. No. But we do? Wait, they're actually paid a livable wage? Wow! I can't believe it. Where in the world can you drink at 18?
Hilarious, Doug. As an American, you should love tips, Sam. They're great and amazing and more adjectives. Hilarious.
Like everywhere except America. Well, actually, let's bring up some interesting stuff. Look at this map, right? This is the legal drinking age around the world. You can see that America is sharing the age of 21 with Egypt and some other countries around there, but most seem to be 18 or below. But I'll do you one better, because this is actually...
Yeah, and I want to be clear, guys. I'm okay with you tipping like workers who are working for you, because they're probably being underpaid. The fact, though, that it is companies use tips in a way to not pay their employees enough is what bothers me. Okay, I want people to get tipped if they're doing labor for you. Okay, yeah. I mean, guys, I basically live off tips, right? Kind of when people donate, it's kind of a tip, right? But when companies exploit that, it's driving me crazy. Yeah, that's insane. That is insane, SoCal. Okay, Sylvia, just. I think you know what I'm about to say, Sylvia. I was about to say just the, and you can fill in the blank.
The legal drinking age in public in a very specific manner. However, this map of Europe might blow your mind if you're an American. Looks like there is no minimum in most countries. You can drink as long as you're in private.
That's
I will
amazing,
say,
Louise. Yeah, I'm okay with that, Louise. That's fantastic.
Now, how accurate this map is, because I know that in Britain specifically, you are actually allowed to go to a pub with your family and have an alcoholic drink, a low alcoholic beverage, with your meal.
But any restaurant, really, as long as you're with your family and you're under 18, that's fine. But I'm fairly certain you are not allowed to drink alcohol if you're under 5. I don't think there's many British 4-year-olds that are like pre-gammon going out to the spoons being like,
I'd like a Stella, please.
Yeah, me too, LaQuan.
Please give me a Stella. Give me some Peroni.
It's just...
Guys, there's a famous book by a sociologist, because I know I keep talking about tipping now. Okay, hilarious, Sylvia. I swear to God. Sylvia, I swear to God. You've been a menace today, Sylvia. You get a bonk. Bonk! You've been a menace, Sylvie, though I appreciate it. Okay. There's a famous book called Nickel and Dimed, and it was this, it's the story of this sociologist, and she is an upper middle class, white, academic sociologist. And I say that because she ends up trying to live working minimum wage jobs across the country for, I think she did it for a year. And she could not do it. Okay. She was unable to survive on minimum wage. She was unable to survive as a waitress. And she even in the book, she ended up cheating, and she admitted, she's like, I couldn't do it. I had to fall back on using some of my own money because I don't know how people do this. And like, so I do not understand how waiters and waitresses survive if that's their only job. Like, it's crazy how little we pay people. All right. I mean, you'd have to have some other kind of support in your life unless or work at a restaurant that pays a lot of money, which is not many. Evil resident, any child 5+ can drink in private property in the UK as long as the owner or lessee has given consent. Let me ask you guys a question. So I used to work at a religious school. You guys know this, which was an error of judgment on my part. Again, I'm not going to mention details here. There was a holiday celebrated by the people in the school where children were encouraged to drink. Okay, this was a high school, and children were encouraged to drink during this holiday. And so these were like, what, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, some 17, 18-year-olds too. Okay, now I know that that's not that young, but there would be kids. What would drive me crazy about this school is that after these kids would be drinking, literally getting blackout drunk as part of this religious holiday the day before, they would come in completely, what's the term? Paul Squaw, hungover the next day. And then the school had a culture, since it was this origin of the school was this culture. They would come in the next day, and the teachers were always told, you have to be extra nice to the kids these days. Just give them busy work. It's an official work day for the state. Like, we're supposed to be educating this day. So officially it's a work day, but just give them busy work because they're going to be a bit tired. And I didn't know what that meant until another teacher told me, oh yeah, they're all getting drunk because this is holiday. The kids get drunk too. And apparently, in Ohio at least, there are some amount of exemptions, religious exemptions to this, where like you can do this, you can let your kids get wasted and drunk if it's for a religious holiday. But I think that is really gross. I think it's gross and illegal to first of all, make these kids toxically drunk, okay? I'm okay with like some kids drinking a little bit of alcohol. Like, I get it. These were high schoolers, and I know, guys, I'm sounding conservative when I say this. I'd rather not say, Alyssa. I don't want to. I've said before the religion of the school, but I don't really want to get into it. And I just think that's gross. I think it's kind of like child abuse. And by the way, it's legal, or at least it used to be illegal. Okay, and it actually might still have been illegal. A lot of them were doing it illegally, because a lot of the kids are right on the cutoff line, and then there'd be young kids, even younger than that, who were doing it, and they also would come in drunk, even though that was illegal. But it really annoyed me how the school would then force us to lower our standards, knowing that the parents were getting all their kids drunk. Okay? So I don't know. That's just a side note there. I think the United States needs to lower the drinking age to 18. And if not 16, I think should be, well, it depends. 18 at the least, okay? Because I think it's stupid that you can go fight and die in a war, but you can't drink. That's stupid to me. And other European countries have much lower ages of drinking. and they're much more responsible with their alcohol than a lot of Americans are. And I think it's partially because they never learn how to consume alcohol safely because they never given a chance as a kid to learn how to do it. Regardless, that's not to say I want all the kids to be drinking, but there's problems with this.
Different culture, but I do think that the drinking age of 21 is crazy because you can go to war.
Yeah,
right,
okay.
At 18.
Hey, he's saying it.
U.S. is getting the draft back in it, but it looks like 21.
No, Matt Saigai, like if you look at stats, America has a big issue with like drunk driving and alcoholism and things like that. Other countries don't have as much of an issue. Now, there are some, like Russia has a big issue, Japan has a big issue, but I also think that I think part of it is a cultural thing in the U.S. and we need to reduce the age. Yeah, I know, Sylvie. It's crazy.
No, you can't drink till you're 21. That makes sense. Europe chose their little walkable cities. We chose.
Yeah, Doug.
To go to the moon. Please stay there next time you go. Listen, this is yet again a perfect encapsulation of shit Americans say. So when they say Europe chose their little walkable cities, think about what that means. Who gets to benefit from walkable cities? Let me see. Everyone.
Yes.
Everyone.
Yes.
Who gets to benefit?
It's socialist, kind of. It is a sort of a socialist thing to have walkable public walkable roads and things like that.
Wait, from walking to the moon? Well, how many?
It's not actually socialist.
How many people walk on the moon?
It is kind of.
Under 10? Yeah, you all get to enjoy really nice life, but we had a couple people that actually went into the sky once. Oh man, that's so good. The coast is beautiful. It's such a sad thing where they're like desperately looking for like, but the moon, it's the Super Bowl, World War II, it can't keep it up. Do European clocks go to 24? I'm referring to analog clocks, as anyone can set a digital clock to 24. I can't tell if you're joking.
Paul Squall, you're right, actually. So I will say, this is a really good point, Paul Squall. It is kind of anachronistic to say, so this is what Paul Squall says, anachronistic to say Europe chose walkable cities. They are just medieval and didn't have motorized transit when they were built. Yeah, that is very largely true, okay? It was a lot of European cities kind of already had small streets because the cars weren't around yet. So a lot of the walkability in cities was kind of forced. There are some cities, though, that were designed to be walkable. Barcelona is an example. A lot of that was designed to be walkable. There's some cities that were literally designed to be walkable in parts of cities, and they do it better. But yeah, a lot of European cities kind of were pre-made to be walkable. I remember driving through some of the streets in Belgium was really hard because those roads are very thin, and it's hard to drive down those roads. Yeah.
Just American. I will say, I actually think that's quite a good question. This American is clearly asking a question because he wants to know. He's like, I mean, if they do have the military time, do they have that on the analog clocks too? No, I just want to throw it out there. The clocks here are still just to 12. I will not say it is better or worse. I'll throw that out there. I have switched over to military time, the full 24-hour clock, but I still mess up with it all the time from my, I guess, more American brain. So I've nearly missed flights once because it was like, oh, yeah, I've got till 7 p.m. till my flight, so I'm just gonna get a little milkshake over there. No, it was actually 17, which is 5. So I nearly missed my flight, but I didn't. Never missed a flight. Out of all 255 flights or whatever I've been on. Not once. Almost many times, but not once. German police's quick reaction to a guy doing a Nazi salute. Literal fascism, LOL. No freedom over there. This is not.
I don't give a fuck. Arrest him. Who gives a shit? Especially in Germany, I don't give a shit. If you're doing a Nazi salute, bye. I don't care. You get arrested. If you wave a swastika, I don't care. You get arrested. You get publicly humiliated and arrested. Okay, you should be blacklisted in a lot of ways. Yeah. Oh no! Don't arrest the fascist. Oh no. Okay, yeah, he needs to be free. I don't care. Germany needs to do whatever it needs to do, okay? And I get it. It might not be perfect. There are things we could complain about this. I don't give a shit.
Something to celebrate. The government can just ban anything and disguise it under hate speech. That's a bad precedent. Isn't it just a Nazi salute is quite literally by definition just that is hate speech? Like what? Guys, just because he's doing a Nazi salute, and because he's saying death to the Jews, and because he has a Hitler mustache, and because he's calling for the extermination of a different genocide, doesn't mean he's a Nazi, guys.
Yeah.
It's a slippery slope. Think about
Insane.
it. This is just policing language. In America, we can... No. Fun fact, Americans do not have the freedom of speech that they...
In your groove. In your groove. I didn't say it, you did, but Weird in Your Groove says, honestly, we should do the same for the Confederate flag. I agree. I got to tell you guys, I like freedom of speech, but I think we need more limits on it. I do. I'm sorry, we do. Like the Confederate flag, if anything, I am not an American patriot, but why are we letting people, and so this isn't why I care about it, but imagine like we're letting people wave the flag of a group of traitors who declared war on the American government. I don't want it to be waved because it's a hate symbol. It's a violent hate symbol of white supremacy. But like that should be illegal. Get rid of that shit. Okay, it should be illegal to wave a Confederate flag, in my opinion. Weird Morris Bobby, right? I know that'll never happen. I know, and I'm going to be viewed as an authoritarian for saying we should limit this one thing. We should probably also ban swastikas and shit. Regardless, okay. Nazi swastikas, by the way. I know that'll never happen, and that everyone's and now if I ever were to run for office and someone were to play this clip, I would never win an election. But that's weird American culture, but still.
Think they do. I've made an entire video about that because Americans are like, oh, you can't send a tweet over there. It turns out, no.
That is fair, Doug. I guess you could view it that way. You could also say that, that's actually a fair point, Doug. If we let people wave the flags, at least we can see their ignorance. Okay? LaQual, that's my point, LaQual. We already don't have freedom of speech. You can't criticize Israel. By the way, even if you don't break the law, you can be litigated till you're in poverty by the wealthy. Like if you go after Trump and then he accuses you of slander or libel, he can keep you held up in court paying millions of dollars to lawyers, even if you didn't do anything wrong. So I don't know why, if we're banning anti-Israel speech, why don't we also ban the Confederate flag, okay, and shit like that? And if we can't talk bad about President Trump without him litigating, maybe we should do the same against fascists. All right. Anyway, and I know to be honest, guys, I don't know if I would implement that, or I know how to implement that. I don't think it's possible. So there's no threat of this ever happening. It's not like we can go start rounding up people that have Confederate flags. That would cause a violent revolt. It would. But if I lived in a perfect society, that would not happen. Okay. We would not allow that to happen. But okay, whatever.
Sucking up your propaganda that you get from your news sources. Why is it so difficult for people to love America? It's a good question. It's really hard to know. Even with
why is it so difficult for people to live? People from around the world, even Americans, list some of the reasons. Why is it so difficult to love America? I'll wait. Let's write it in the chat. What are some of the reasons why it's so difficult to love America? I have a long list, but I'll wait for you guys while I'm looking at my nails and trying to determine. There you go, Doug. America doesn't love you back, that's for sure. I might need to put on some nail polish while I wait here for a second. I think we have a lot of good reasons out there, right? Okay, I think there's a lot of good reasons. I think we can talk about reasons to love America is a shorter list. That's for sure in your groove. That's for sure. And there you go. Weird Amorphous Blob just sent a link to a Wikipedia article that is the United States involvement in regime change. There you go. A long list there. Okay. There's the imperialism, the economic imperialism, the military imperialism, the racism, the ignorance of a lot of people, the war, the overthrows, the genocide promotion. A lot of reasons not to be big fans of America. Okay, so, just saying. We get it, though.
We're still the greatest nation in the world.
There you go. The Weird Morris Blob just sent another link. That's American war crimes. There you go, okay?
Truly, that's it.
I love this. Even with our flaws, we are still the greatest. This is so, guys, this is really embarrassing for me. I know for the Americans out there, because Americans in this community don't feel this way. And we know that the Americans out there, when they experience people like this, the Americans in this community, when they experiencing someone like this, you know how cringe it is and how it's so embarrassing. Like I will literally, put my head down in shame when I hear people talking about it like this in public. I can't stand it. The idea that even with our flaws, we are still the greatest nation in the world. It's so cringe. It is so goddamn cringe. And so many people in this country still believe it. They still believe it. They still believe America is the best country in the world, that it's the #1 country in the world, especially older people. And it's just humiliating. Okay.
The most American thing you could say. Maybe it's the modesty that puts people off. Yeah, maybe. It's the overconfidence. Is 6 days off for 2025 excessive? I'm a contractor who doesn't get paid time off.
I agree with
I don't go in, I don't get paid.
That's true in your group. We also have the most school shootings. We have the largest number of people who believe that angels are real. Okay. We have the most gun violence. We spend the most on our military. What else? What else? We spend the most on our elections. I don't know. I feel like those aren't very good reasons to see that we're #1, right?
Asked how many days off I took this year, and I told him,
why? What is it? The Grand Canyon? We have the Grand Canyon. I guess that's kind of cool. Anyway.
6. He told me that was crazy.
LaCroix, why'd you say that? That was nice. LaCroix said, if angels aren't real, then explain casual revolt. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, we have legalized bribery. We have the most medical debt. I guess we are #1 in a few ways. Yeah, America, #1. Yay.
That is way too much. Am I in the twilight zone here? Is 6 days too much time taken off? I mean, I do work from home. I don't have anything to laugh at here. I'm just mostly depressed for this person. I mean,
yeah, you're right. We are very wealthy, Doug. As nationally, we're very wealthy. But as, of course, you know, Doug, that wealth isn't for us. That's for a very small portion of people.
Assuming they also don't work weekends, right? You wouldn't, like, be bragging to your friend, like, oh, you only work 5 days a week? What the hell? You take 2 days off on the weekends? What the hell's wrong with you? How are you supposed to build up our GDP so that the billionaires have more money to raise children?
Totally, Louise, it is for the ballroom, right?
What the f is wrong with you? Why don't you want to do that? Americans think
there you go, Gwen. #1 in terms of deaths of children by guns. I love that. Okay.
Have rights because certain companies gift them benefits rather than the actual rights being given to them by the government, such as it is in Europe. Just working all time. You're going to be an old person and wonder what you did with your life because you worked all the time. She was born in America.
That is so true, guys. This is one of the things that drives me crazy. We are so dehumanized. Like, we work until we're no longer able to work, and then we die. The best years, like the years that were free, are the years that were the sickest and least able to enjoy our lives. And there's like no, I don't even like talking about it. It's very depressing, okay? And it makes me feel trapped. Like, think about it. Right now, guys, I am on Medicaid because I can't afford health insurance through Obamacare. And I'm going to not have that much Social Security, and I'm not going to have that much health care for myself when I get to retire, because I'm spending so much time not working, like not having an official job, that I might not ever be able to retire, right? There's no, I'm barely going to get any Social Security. I'm barely going to get much health care, which is why you often see elderly people working at places like Walmart, which is disturbing and barbaric that we do that to elderly people. Okay, because even elderly people aren't paid enough because for anything that may have happened in their life, they're permanently punished. Okay, anyway, yeah, we have one of the highest retirement ages in the West, and they keep talking about how they need to raise it. Yeah, insane. Like, we also just treat elderly people like we're monsters towards the elderly in this country. We are. We're monstrous. We're monstrous to the people who have to care for the elderly. Yeah. All right. And a lot of places that care for elderly folks are monstrous also because of how much they charge for it.
She set foot on Irish soil first. Listen, I want to bully him, but I honestly think this is just a little sweet. Maybe that's the American in me, sure. I know, Americans get real over the top with—
Louise, that is true, but Louise, I would have to get rich. I don't see that really happening, but Louise says, can you not make up for the difference with your Social Security when you start— okay, bye-bye, Mithril. If I do start making a lot of money, yeah, I guess I could. If that happens, right? But yes, I suppose, Louise. So there's hope, but right now, it doesn't look good for me in that regard. But I'm okay with it. It's fine. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I enjoy doing this. So
origins, and then when you say something about it, they go, "Well, I'm actually just American. I've never been to Ireland yet." It's okay. It's okay. Let's just let them have their little time.
Insane. Sylvie says, I got really pissed when I was working at Walmart and my coworker, who's been working there for like 15 years, yelled at an old woman coworker because she wasn't able to do the job quick enough.
That baby's having a little nice time.
Gwen says her husband retired at age 67. Amazing.
I'm stepping on the grass from Ireland. It is, though, to be fair, some shit Americans say. Why does Italian pizza look so bad? It seems uneven and disproportionate.
Oh my God, no, Italian pizza is amazing. Oh, I got you. No, Louise, we don't have pensions. There are very, very, very few careers that have pensions. Almost no pensions. Does anyone here have a pension? Like, most people don't have a pension. Most people rely on Social Security, and there have been fewer and fewer companies that give pensions. Okay, me too. I would much rather have the pizza on the left. By the way, also, the pizza on the left has much worse lighting. Whoever put that up there chose a picture with horrible lighting. But the pizza on the left definitely is better. I can promise you, okay? The pizza on the left looks amazing.
American pizza is far more balanced for its design and texture.
What
Gonna have to have you Google ultra-processed foods, maybe, some UPFs. Sylvie. I can tell you they're eating an Italian pizza.
There you go. So, LaCroix does get a pension. State teachers sometimes get pensions. Those can be withdrawn, though, at any point.
Compared to an Italian American pizza, very different thing. Very different thing. I will say,
Outer Signal, I like how you phrased that. Outer Signal said, Italian food is designed for the mouth. American food is designed for the eyes. That's a good point. That's true. That's true.
Put me on the cross, Italians. I think American pizza, especially from New Jersey and New York, is so much better than Italian style. And actually, I wish I could get more than New Jersey style pizza in this country, but I cannot, because all they have is this Italian one, which is nice. But I will die on a hill, even with the UPFs. I think American pizza is better.
That's
okay.
Amazing.
Dip it in the ranch. I'll bring it back. You dip it in some blue cheese. This is my American hill I will die on, all right? This is my Sumter Hill, or whatever the fuck is.
Okay, I will say that. So to me, that pizza on the left looked better. I will say, though, there is a lot of really good American pizza, right? I'm seriously, though. Like, I'm not just saying that. We all agree there is some, like, really good American pizza out there. And some of it is better. I'm not saying this against the Italians, but some of it is better than some Italian pizzas I've had. And that might be a cultural thing. I prefer it, but there is, but those images, right? The one on the left definitely looked better to me. Okay. So like, if you guys like, there's all these, we have a bunch of really unique pizza styles, very unique pizza styles in the United States. Like, it's regional. I'm in Columbus, Ohio, guys. And that's not where I live. I'm near there. We actually have Columbus style pizza. All right. Like, there are different kinds of pizza all across the country, depending on where you're from, because we have a lot of Italian migrants that came here. A Columbus style pizza. And so Columbus style pizza is like this, okay? It is typically absolutely full of toppings. Look at that. That is a lot of pepperonis. Absolutely full of toppings, and it's cut in squares, okay? With sort of a thinner crust. Cut in squares, tons of toppings, with a thinner crust. Oftentimes, if you have, it is greasy, LaCroix. It is greasy. I was gonna say, but it's not soggy though. This is greasy because this has pepperonis. Not all of them have pepperonis, but if you have that many pepperonis, it's gonna be greasy. Yeah, you can tell that one is old cold. There's no exactly in your groove. And the way you know that a pepperoni Columbus pizza is cooked correctly is that there will be little tiny puddles of grease in the pepperonis. Now, I know that sounds gross. It does taste really good, though, okay? Let me give you another example. Then you have Detroit-style pizza. Detroit-style pizza. Yeah. Here we look at this. So Detroit-style pizza has very thick crust. All right? So it's like thick, almost bread-like crust. And you can see that very thick crust, a very like soft, bready crust with the toppings on top. That's delicious. There's all these different styles of pizza, and a lot of them are really, really good. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah. So I thought everyone knows the New York style pizza, but I'll show you guys New York style pizza. New York style pizza is one of my favorites, and it's one of a lot of people's favorites. It does. So New York style pizza is it sort of has very big slices like this, okay? Big wedge slices with a thick hand tossed crust where you literally toss it, okay? And it is ungodly good, okay? Very delicious, all right? I miss good pizza. Yeah, so America does have a lot of really good pizza. I got to tell you, I honestly do think it's some of the best in the world, and I'm not just saying that. It's not because we necessarily invented it individually. What we had so many migrants come over. I've talked to you guys before about American food. It's always taken from elsewhere, but then it's built upon, and different people make it. Okay. I have had square pizza. I have had that square pizza, right? So okay. Israeli pizza? Okay, Crawl. All right. Israeli pizza. What's the ew? What is that? Caprese pizza? I mean, it looks okay, but it's Israeli. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what to say about that. It might taste okay, but I'm not a fan. But thank you for. I didn't know that that was a thing. I didn't know there was such. That basically just looks like Italian pizza to me. That just looks like Italian pick. Yeah, it just looks like how dare Crawl? How dare you, Crawl? Okay. We all know New Year's style. The turtles made it famous. I wanted to try. Yeah. So there is like the Ninja Turtles made it really famous partially. But really there is a lot of good pizza in America, and I just like American pizza, okay? I have tried pizza in other countries. I've tried pizza in Germany, I've tried pizza in France, in the UK, and I've always thought American pizza was the best. But hey, I'm not saying we're better. It's just that we had a lot of Italian migrants. Okay. So, ew, that is disgusting, Kroll. They don't use sauce? That is so inhuman. All right. God, how dare you, Kroll? You're freaking trolling me with Israeli pizza. Okay. I thought that was blood all over it. Not okay. Anyway, moving on. I guess there is no sauce.
It's called Fort Sumter. Sumter like that. Next, do you use WhatsApp? No.
Yeah, no.
I live in a first world country. Listen. This is where you find out.
I feel like I'm doing American exceptionalism today. I'm like, we have the best pizza. You can't criticize us for pronouncing Iran, Ron. Okay? Like, America's the best. You know I'm not, though, right? I hope we know this, okay?
All the Americanness in me still existing, but I think that's funny. Is it because I'm still American? Absolutely. There is no debate between iMessage and WhatsApp. I hate WhatsApp. I hate having to use WhatsApp. I understand that it's so you could talk to people that have Android phones and stuff, whatever. But whenever an iPhone user uses it, I'm like, what is wrong with you? You ever send an image or a video on WhatsApp and you can see all 8 pixels of it and you're like, what is this? It just compresses it so bad. It's an awful messaging system. I don't care that other people are on it. I just don't really message them as much because I don't like having to use a disgusting app which compresses my images. I sent some lovely drone videos to some friends the other day on iMessage. And
is this an ad?
I shot these drone shots the other day. I was so proud of them. And then this is what I sent to my friends on WhatsApp. So poor Chris Bargo has to see this. I'll die on that hill as well, okay? I'm so sorry. Could someone like Jimmy Kimmel even exist in Germany? Where's this gonna go? What we got? Jimmy.
Yeah, there are German talk show hosts who are very funny. Now it's German humor, so it's not for everyone. I got to tell you, okay, it's German humor. It's not for everyone, but it's very dry humor. But they're funny. Okay.
Kimmel is a comedian who appears on American television every weeknight. He is known.
By the way, Jimmy Kimmel isn't funny. I'm sorry. I know. Listen, guys. I know. I cannot stand any of the late night hosts. You guys can love them. I don't care. I think they're all not that funny. They're not that. Even Jimmy Kimmel, who I know Trump doesn't like. I don't care. Like, obviously, Trump shouldn't be going after him because whatever. But like, they're not that funny. He's not. Jimmy Kimmel isn't that funny. Stephen Colbert isn't that funny. He was more funny when he was on the. I don't know. I feel like all of our late night hosts are just too goddamn lived up and like not that funny, in my opinion, because it's such weak humor. It's kind of reminds me of like the humor you would do if you were like Amish and like you were trying to not be like you were you were trying to be Colbert's okay, but like he used to be better. Exactly. When he was in his Bill O'Reilly character, he was better. But like it's like if you were Amish and you were trying to like be super conservative, Seth Rogen, or not Seth Rogen, Seth whatever his name is, that's okay. I just don't like them. I don't think they're funny. I don't think Conan's very funny either, to be honest. Although Conan is better, I guess, but not great. Like they're so they try to be so careful about what they say a lot of the time. They really do. And I know it might not seem like it, but they do. Because there is so much anyway, you could be much more subversive than they are. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's just I'm not a big fan of them. It's okay if you guys like them, but John, I do like. Okay, admittedly, I do like John Oliver. John Oliver is funny. Okay, now John Oliver, though, I don't really. That's not really a late night show, in my opinion. I don't really view that as a late night show. But yes, John Oliver is funny. Also, yeah, John Oliver. I like John Oliver. He's not funny. He does really good like reports on things. Okay. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. You guys can love who you want. I like Seth MacFarlane is funny. He did Family Guy. Does he have his own goddamn show now? Yeah, John Oliver's great. I forgot about John Oliver, but I don't really view that as a late night show, even though it kind of is. Anyway.
For being making.
Yeah, I do like Oliver is once a week. Right, Gwen. Oliver is only once a week. But Doug, yes, he did the Orville. He also did Family Guy. Seth MacFarlane's very clever, okay?
He is known for making political jibes at the current president and ruling party. He's known for more than that, right? My question is, would this even be tolerated in Germany?
They have a whole party called the Piratenpartei, which is a pirate party. That's the whole point, is to make fun. There's other ones too.
Licenses to broadcast over the public airwaves are granted by the government to private companies. And the broadcasting antennas are all separately owned by other private companies. In Germany,
I don't know who that is, so maybe I don't know all the late night people. I don't know who Josh Johnson is, or John Johnson, or whatever.
Broadcast facilities owned by the government? Are the people who appear on television government employees, essentially? Would a comedian be able to appear on German television and criticize Friedrich Merz consistently, night after night?
Yeah.
Maybe read at least a bit about German television before.
I keep finding exceptions to my rule. I like Jon Stewart. Now, he's not as funny as John Oliver. I like Jon Stewart as a person, okay? Yeah, he's not perfect, but he's better than a lot of folks. And some of his stuff isn't that funny, but okay.
Embarrassing.
Okay, I'll have to look up this Josh Johnson. I don't know who that is.
Do you guys have freedom of speech on TV? Are you allowed to protest against the government? Are you allowed to make jokes in Germany?
Yeah, we all know, guys, you know the argument that America is the freest country on earth? Like most countries, I mean, a lot of countries these days have freedom in terms of like freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom. Like most countries have that shit these days, okay? Or at least a lot of them do. It's not like we're special at all. And it's hilarious that they would think that Germany, obviously, it's not perfect. They limit anti-Israel speech, etc. But like, you know, that they can't criticize their own government. Yeah, they can. Okay. That's a very American thing to think. Only we have these things.
Make jokes. They just don't laugh in Germany. They don't really have a sense of humor, all right? Look at this bread, all right? This guy, hilarious to Germans. They love him.
Gotcha, guys.
He's just a suicidal bread. Burnt das Brot. All right, what do we got, Mr. I like giving money to Elon Musk? We've got, I've noticed Europeans are way more susceptible to propaganda than Americans. Every time I travel and talk European people at bars, they repeat the same 3 talking points. Mass shootings, healthcare, tipping. Oh, damn. So...
yeah, guys, hilarious. America is one of the most propagandized. That's fair, maybe okay. Is one of the most propagandized countries on earth. Americans are some of the most brainwashed people on the planet. I stick by this. If the Onion also got the right, that would be hilarious, Crawl. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, I honestly believe this, guys. I've met people from all over the world. I had to teach people from all over the world. And I got to tell you, now there are some other places where people have a lot of brainwashing going on. Russia, there's a lot of Russian brainwashing. I got to tell you, that is also the case. I've met Russians that are pretty brainwashed. But like, there's some other places too, but like America, I feel like is the number one. People are, we are so propagandized to here. It's insane. And people have no idea and they don't see it. Okay. Inverted panda. Now, notice inverted panda. Notice inverted panda. I said that there's other places too. I was immediately thinking of India because and it's probably the same in Pakistan, inverted panda. But I did say, I was telling Matt Saigai once how during the latest kind of like firing back and forth between India and Pakistan, I ventured over to Indian TV just to see what their mainstream news sources were saying. Okay. And it was like some crazy shit. I've never, like, people were screaming, like, we need to kill all the Pakistan. Like, it was crazy shit. And then I switched over to the Pakistani news source, and it was like the same shit, only it was talking about Indians. And it was like craziness. So, yes, I agree. In India and Pakistan, there's also a lot of that. But yeah. So and it like blew my mind because it reminded me of like Fox News on steroids when I saw the Indian media and the Pakistani media and how they were dehumanizing the other side. Okay. And they get into it. They get really into it. They're like really into it. Like you can see it in their faces. Anyway. Okay. I know, right? Yeah, it's a lot more day to day. I agree, Alyssa. We like our propaganda is more. Is that true? That is fair, inverted panda. I only saw one Pakistani news source. I got to tell you, so I don't know if it's generalized or not. But I know definitely Indian news channels are pretty rough. Okay, I'm not an expert on the topic, but okay. So Alyssa, did you accidentally block someone else? Sorry, that was... No, you accidentally blocked no one this time. Sorry, no one this time. Alyssa it's going to be fixed here in a second. Hilarious. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Okay, good, Alyssa. That's funny. Trump failed, $2. Bribe for the reaction. You get... Okay, we will watch that, but thank you, Trump failed. But first... we're going to finish this and then we'll watch that.
So that means the Europeans are more susceptible to propaganda? It sounds like they're more susceptible to understanding world events in the news that's going on in your own country. Yeah, every time I talk to Europeans, they seem to bring up the same issues with our country. I actually don't really hear about that much. There's propaganda to tell us about the healthcare problems. No, it's called being well-read, you stupid. I can't believe it. Why are these Europeans so informed? It's so annoying. It's obviously propaganda. They're just reading into the propaganda. They haven't heard about our national parks. They haven't heard about the new double Whopper that they sell at Wendy's. That's right, there's a collab between Wendy's and KFC and Burger King. They haven't heard about the KFC Double Down. They haven't heard about all new fried chicken joints jumping out. All they talk about is the mass shootings and the things that actually matter in society. Please, if you are an American, I would just like to please beg of you to just look things up before posting about it online. You know, like Florida Man? America is the Florida of the world. Okay, American?
Okay, I do partially agree with that. I do partially agree with that. We do have some very beautiful parks, Doug. Guys, we do have, like, America does have some very beautiful parks. And it's, you know, they were made for probably bad reasons, but they're lovely. We have some really cool stuff. However, I'm not saying that, like, okay, a lot of places have beautiful parks, by the way. Anyway. But I will say, I would say that Russia and the United States are the Florida. You gotta watch. Okay, I'm promising you. Look at like some of the like Russian social media and shit. Like they do some pretty redneck type things. Let's put it that way. There as well. But yes, definitely Russia is the U.S. is definitely the Florida of the world, and Russia is a bit too. But anyway, so I think they're kind of tied for that. Maybe America's worse because we're more obnoxious about it. Okay.
That's kind of how it is. But if you'd like to at least imagine what it's like to live in another country,
or at least have an internet connection from one, you can use today's video sponsor, NordVPN.
Okay, we're done with that. Thank you for watching. Exactly. It's just thought-terminating cliches, which people have about America, right? Russia has some beautiful backcountry. True, yeah, they do. Russia has some beautiful backcountry. So does America, right? We have some beautiful backcountry. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, their rednecks play with bears. Yours play with alligators, and bears are much cooler. Hey, that's fair, Inverted Panda. I accept that critique, okay? That is true. Like, I will say the Russians at least do it in style, right? When they post their stuff, they do it in style. Okay, let's put it that way. Not so much here. Okay, not so much here. All right. So, no one this time. I'm sorry, and it was Alyssa hilarious. Okay, Alyssa is, I think, a Mossad agent and is trying to block everyone here in the chat. So let's watch what Trump Failed sent us. Trump Failed sent me something for us to watch. And since Trump Failed, okay. So Trump Failed, we cannot watch this whole thing because I'm about to get off. This is 16 minutes. So let's do this, Trump Failed. We will watch. So we'll watch some of it, and then we'll maybe finish it tomorrow. Or do you want to wait to watch it tomorrow? Just because I was gonna get off in like 5 minutes. Well, less than that. I was gonna get off immediately until you sent that.
Okay, so the U.A.E. has come out and made its announcement today that it's officially leaving OPEC beginning May the 1st. Now, for people that sort of run in my circles, this is not really a big surprise. This is something that the U.A.E. has actually threatened for many years.
No, guys, one second here. Sadly, people outside India can't tell the difference, so we just know them as Indian. So I see, I didn't know that, Matt Saigai. So there's like, I know India is huge, so that is a news source that comes from Delhi. See, I don't know. I just know it as and I know it's a huge country. There's a lot of journalist apparatuses, but like, I thought it was kind of like a national news source, like one of the CNN type thing that I was watching. Okay, doesn't matter to you, but it explains what's going on with the United Arab Emirates. So to answer, so streaming Wednesday or no? I'll see. I might end up streaming tomorrow, guys. I actually might. So yes, I might do that tomorrow. Okay, you don't. Got you, Matt Saigai. Okay. It was. I know they're private, but like it's like one of the main news sources, right? I could be wrong. All right. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. How about this? I'm gonna save this. Trump Failed, and I promise I'll react to it. We just don't have much time right now. Gotcha, Matt Saigai. I kind of like in America. A lot of people don't watch CNN. I got you. All right. So, but thank you, Trump Failed. We'll watch this. We'll watch this maybe tomorrow or the day after, whenever I go again. Okay. So I'm gonna put my face up. Okay. All right. So, okay. So let's do some shit, right, guys? You all know what I'm about to say, don't we? How's everyone doing out there? First of all, did I hand out boops? I'm gonna hand out some boops. Okay, thank you, Trump Failed. I'll hand out some boops. Trump Failed. I feel like I always do this to you, Trump Failed. I feel like I always forget to do the things you sent me, and I apologize. If I forget, remind me, but I did save it, okay? Outer Signal. Okay, Outer Signal, you get a boop, boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop, boop. I thought we were all on streaming exclusive by now. What do you mean? You get a boop, boop. Weird Morphous Blob gets a boop, boop. Gwen gets a boop, boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop, boop. No one this time gets a boop, boop. Who else wants a boop? Alyssa gets a boop. Bright Love gets a boop, boop. Lurking Snow Leopard gets a boop, boop. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who get to give a boop to? Louise gets a boop, boop. Doug gets a boop, boop. Accidents Waiting to Happen gets a boop, boop. LaQuabwa gets a boop, boop. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Or do I need to hand out bonks? Crawl gets a boop, boop. Crawl is evil, though. Crawl gets a bonk. Bonk for showing us Israeli pizza. That was cruel and unusual. All right, how's everyone doing? Trump Failed. Did I get everyone? Did I give everyone one? Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So, guys, I might stream tomorrow. Metsai guy, I would do it. I'm not going to, Metsai guy, unless you like, I don't know, unless I suddenly make a bunch of money and I feel compelled to. Let's put it that way. Sylvie gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Let's put it this way. So I know I sound like a selfish piece of shit. I am hungry though. So tomorrow, guys, I might stream. Please keep an eye out. There's a likelihood I will stream. So I might just do an extra stream tomorrow. Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Freda Yeen, you get a boop. Boop. Thank you, Freda Yeen. Okay. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Thank you, Gwen. Gwen says, I just want to say you've created an amazing community, almost family, the way we argue. I know, right, Gwen? It's great, right? It's great. Even though I'm always right and you're all always wrong, it is fun how we argue, right? But I'm always right. I've never made a mistake in my life. I'm perfect. I'm a little sweet angel, okay? I'm a sweet little angel and I'm perfect. Anyway, Gwen, okay. All right, guys. So why'd you just send a picture of Lunds to me, Matt Saigai? What is this, a brain? Is this an anatomy lesson? What is this, Matt Saigai? Yeah, it's Lunds, brain, and a heart. Okay, we just let you think you're right. I'm sure you do, Louise. I'm sure you do, right? I'm sure you do. But you're the only one that thinks that, Louise. Everyone else knows I'm right. Okay. Okay, just get not what your dad says. How dare you, Drizilla? Okay. Anyway, you know what, guys? I'll probably come back on tomorrow. So please keep an eye out to that. We'll probably have a not so surprise stream tomorrow, okay? Not so much of a surprise stream tomorrow. All right. But we might have a surprise stream tomorrow. Okay, I love you all very much. You all know what I'm about to say. What am I about to say, people? What am I about to say other than America is Israel's puppet and we're okay, maybe not. Well, Israel's our puppet too. We're kind of both each other's puppets. And they're doing a genocide and we need to stop that. And so in the end, I would say that we should say free Palestine, right? Free Palestine, free Sudan, free the Congo, free Iran, free Ukraine. You have to remember, guys, as I always say, Muslims are human beings. Oh, shocking, that Palestinians are people and that they have souls and they have grandmother. Not souls. I don't believe in that shit, but they have, like, no one has souls. But they have grandmothers who give their grandchildren candy. They have mothers and fathers and children. They're people, and they suffer. They feel joy. They feel anger. They're people. Can we stop slaughtering these people? I'm sorry. I can't. I'm losing my mind. And the same thing with Sudan and everywhere else. Iran, okay? Anyway, whatever the case may be, free Palestine, free all those places, okay? Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves and to not blindly listen to authority figures. Okay, that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Okay, we are living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical means. We need major reforms. We need revolutionary change, okay? We need revolutionary change, okay? If you cannot stand in the center against fascism, you can't do it. You can't do it. You can't stand in the center against fascism or imperialism, all right? Or the fascist and the imperialist will walk all over you if you do that. Don't do it. Fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. And it's been passed down in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. You cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. And that's people all over the world, by the way. I'm not just talking about American ancestors. I'm talking about people from all over the world have made sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste and always, 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 always fight for a better future. And guys, for those that are over on Twitch, I'm going to send you elsewhere. So wait for a second. Wait for a second. Okay. What is going on in the chat here? We started off with body parts. Now it's like, I don't know. It's like office supplies. And now LaCroix is sexually harassing me with a corn that is shaking its ass. Okay, you know what? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. I give up. Let's see here who I should send you guys to. Let's send you to... Who should I send you to? I could send you very not. Let's see. What is she talking about right now? I'm going to send you all to Very Nice TV. I'm going to send you all to Very Nice TV. I very much like Very Nice TV. She rated me, so I will rate her back. I've rated her before, but we'll rate her again. Okay, so let's take her stuff here. Copy. Yeah, Very Nice TV is great. Okay, paste. Here you go. So everyone ready? Everyone ready? All right. So there we go. Please join the raid if you're over on Twitch. We're going to raid. Go ahead and click the raid button. Everyone ready to go over to Twitch? I mean, to go over to Very Nice TV. All right. Now, you be good over there. I told Very Nice TV to tell me if you all misbehave. Okay. So don't you misbehave. Okay. I'll send a letter home to your parents. All right. And away you go. All right, for everyone else still watching, I'll possibly see you guys tomorrow. You have a good rest of your day. Love you all very much. Bye-bye.